Chapter 27. Three Parties Meeted. Chapter 27. The Three Parties Meet. In the woods. The silver light on Bernard's iron hand flew like silk and intertwined together to form a dense, silver light net, which flew to cover Luo Hao. In the field, Luo Hao walked swiftly. He drew many odd arcs in the air with his broadsword to tear the light net in front of him into pieces. Bernard looked normal and didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Yet he still kept a distance from Luo Hao and kept intertwining the silver light to form silver light nets one after another, throwing them towards Luo Hao. The silver light net was not influenced by the gravitational field. It was still floating in the air, and those which were torn by Luo Hao's broadsword stuck together again, while floating and came around Luo Hao's body. Seen from afar, Luo Hao seemed to be in the very center of a broken spider. In the shuttling of his broadsword, those light nets were torn and reconnected again. At the same time, Bernard still kept a proper distance from Luo Hao and never stopped producing more light nets to envelop Luo Hao, who was surrounded by more and more light nets. Bernard didn't let go of Luo Hao. Apparently, he didn't need to use as much effort as he smirked to Luo Hao. "My friend, why do you have to fight with me face to face? We just want the two women. My people have already followed them." Sure enough, the two women must have been taken away by my people, and you can't escape from my. The results is very clear. Don't waste your time. If they have an accident, I swear, I will sweep away your Tush mercenary union. With a twisted face, Luo Hao replied while in the light net, "I will spend the rest of my life chasing you Tush mercenary union, till the last of you is killed." Bernard was surprised. He took a deep breath and nodded. "It seems like I have to kill you now." "Captain! Captain!" There came a surprised cry. "Jork's dead. He was just cut by a sword and was poisoned to death." Bernard became furious as he shouted, "Don't be lenient. Kill them as soon as possible. Shit! Poison. Cut them into pieces and feed them to the demon beasts. Don't leave their bodies." The mercenaries yelled together and began to chase Zhao Xian and Hu Long at the same time. Bernard was so angry that he operated with all his might to cover the whole area around Luo Hao, making a final bid for victory. Suddenly, lightning, which was as thick as a finger, turned into another huge net and fell from the sky, flying towards Luo Hao. Luo Hao was shocked, and he turned pale at once. Though he tried hard to wave his broadsword, he couldn't cut down the new net. There were 10 finger-like lightnings glowing in odd light as they twined like magic snakes. Frightened, Luo Hao immediately wielded his broadsword with all his profound qi. Then the broadsword generated a white light, which grew into circles and entangled Luo Hao. Qi! Qi! Those finger-like lightnings came toward Luo Hao. As they bumped into the white circles, electric flashes exploded at once. Luo Hao's loss of profound qi sped up several times compared to before. Under the fierce lightning, his energy was consumed quickly and his face turned extremely pale. A sharp sword suddenly appeared above his head, filled with the severe smell of slaughter, and struck in the circles surrounding Luo Hao's body. Bang! Luo Hao's body shook greatly, and crimson blood gushed out of his mouth. He staggered and stepped back. Bernard took advantage of this to wrap Luo Hao tightly so that he couldn't move at all. Wong! The sharp sword went through Luo Hao's body, and that crescent emissary with a pale mask on his face finally showed up. Alongside him was Mo Chowga from the Mo family, who walked out from behind an ancient tree with lightning playing between his fingers. Pooh! 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 The crescent emissary got a brutal look in his eyes as a sharp sword went in and out of Luo Hao's body thrice. The gravitational field faded slowly. "Uncle Luo!" Zhao Xian's eyes turned red, and he cried in deep grief. Arrows flew toward Zhao Xian one after another. His body became like a hedgehog, and he fell on ground and died with regret. On Hu Long's side, arrows were also flying around him. But they seemed to be not as accurate, because instead of killing Hu Long, they blocked the people from the Tush Mercenary Union who were chasing Hu Long. Seizing this opportunity, Hulong ran away crazily in the wood with red eyes. Uncle Luo and Zhao Xan are dead. Only Miss Mu can avenge them. I must tell Miss Mu. Chase. The people from the Tush Mercenary Union yelled and began a chase, but only to find arrows falling down from the sky and blocking their way. They turned rigid and realized someone didn't want them to chase Hulong, so they searched for that shooter with vicious eyes. Some people with pale masks appeared in the woods, and there were some warriors from the Mo family among them. They were all having arrows with them and looked serious. Why did you help me kill him? Frowning, Bernard asked Mo Chowga and the other star emissary. I don't know you two, do I? What do you want from me for killing him? We were not helping you. The star emissary walked up and glanced him with cold eyes. Luo Hao was an enemy of the dark world that we were chasing him all this time. It's you who helped us. Mo Chowga was standing aside and not in a hurry to come up. He frowned and asked, Emissary, you said this is the strongest guy among those who were protecting that bastard. Since he is dead, we don't need to waste time anymore? The star emissary nodded. Don't worry. I left some dark moon fragrance on Hulong and ordered my people to let him go deliberately to become a guide for us. Later we can follow the trail left by the dark moon fragrance, and we can find the people we want. Good. Mo Chowga started to smile. It's not far from our merchant union. After it's done, would you like to have a cup of tea with the Mo family and discuss about the details of our cooperation, emissary? No problem. The Crescent emissary nodded. In the past couple of days, the Crescent emissary from the Dark World had already hooked up with Mo Chowga, and they had come to a secret agreement. Why did you kill this guy? Bernard waved his hand, and soon his mercenaries crowded around him. For a teenage girl and a skinny boy. Mo Chowga smiled. I've known the Tush Mercenary Union for a long time. Now I know you why you really deserve such a reputation. I'm Mo Chowga from the Mo family of the Merchant Union. I wonder if you're interested in doing business with the Mo family? What kind of business? Bernard frowned. Of course, money earned in kind. Ha! If you're interested, we can discuss the details. You will not regret it. Mo Chowga laughed. Let's talk about it later. Bernard paused and continued. If there wasn't an accident, my people must have beaten the people you want. We can't do it for nothing. You take the teenage girl and the boy, and we, the Tush Mercenary Union, get that hot woman mercenary, okay? Bernard knew they were tough people, and both the Dark World or Mo family from the Merchant Union have a huge influence. The Crescent emissary and Mo Chowga, who were in lead, were both at the Disaster Realm, not any lower than him, and those two had come to an agreement. After calculating, Bernard was sure that he could not compete with their joint power and had to step back. Mo Chowga didn't reply, but looked to the Crescent emissary from the Dark World. The Crescent emissary's eyes flashed, and he nodded slowly. No problem. Well, let's go get them. Seeing him nodding, Bernard became relieved. He had seen the brutality of those two people, and he didn't dare ask for trouble. Mu Dai crouched and bound up the wound for Shi Yin carefully. With a rigid face, Shi Yin was silent. He sat on the ground and examined the change in the wound on his shoulder and the purification of Tumu's profound qi in his meridians. He was so focused that he didn't even take a glimpse at Mu Dai. Sometimes he is so lustful, and sometimes he is so righteous, too weird. Mu Dai questioned secretly, as generally in recent days, Shi Yin looked at her so audaciously without any disguise. But now they were so close and could even smell the scent on each other. Shi Yin didn't even look at her. She was rather confused. Mu Dai was so perplexed, and she was not sure about Shi Yan's real personality. Narrowing his eyes, Shi Yin concentrated on the changes occurring inside his body. The cells of the wound on his shoulder were very alive. Without doing anything, he could sense they were recovering gradually with the aid of the immortal martial spirit. After Tumu's profound qi was purified in his meridians, the odd negative emotions were generated secretly within them. After operating, he didn't have the slightest amount of strength in his limbs, and they ached a lot, seemingly not recovering in a short time. This familiar side effect made him uncomfortable, but he could do nothing. Dialin, who was resting not far from them, regained her spirit and began to search Tumu's body. 1 minute later, Dialin walked to Muyu Dai and Shi Yin with a little bag. There's some food on this guy, some demon beast materials, and 3 star bombs. We don't need the demon beast materials, but the star bombs are rather brutal. Star bombs? Flash crossed Shi Yan's eyes, and he stared at the green balls which were as big as fists. He asked with a lot of interest, "What are they for?" "It will explode once shaken and produce starry blades, which are very sharp and would fly in all directions. The impact is so strong that even a profound chi shield from a human realm warrior couldn't prevent it. It's a type of brutal treasure and is very expensive. These 3 may cost 5,000 of black crystal coins." Dialin explained. "Too brutal. Give it to me." Shi Yin stretched out his hand and asked Dialin to hand it to him casually. Tada! Ta-tada! Heavy steps came suddenly. Dialin got pale and held her short sword cautiously. Shi Yin pushed Muyu Dai away a little rudely. He stood up with a grunt with the dagger in his hand and began to stare at the direction where the sound came. Hulong, with bloody eyes and blood on his chest, staggered toward them. At the sight of Dialin, Hulong burst into tears and cried, "Uncle Luo and Zhao Exen died. Miss Mu, they died tragically. You must avenge them." Chapter 28, The Blast. Chapter 28, The Blast. Muyu Dai's slim body shook, and she leaned against the tree trunk weakly, tears welling up in her eyes and flowing down her face. All along the way, Luo Hao and Zhao Xian had protected her wholeheartedly. She had only survived until now because of Luo Hao, who was like her spirit. Hearing that Luo Hao and Zhao Xian were both dead, Muyu Dai was filled with so much grief that she didn't even want to think about escaping. Dialin's eyes were almost on fire as she clenched her teeth and asked in trembling voice, "Who the hell did that?" Hulong choked with sobs and quickly explained the details. Then he added, "Apart from the Dark World and the Tush Mercenary Union, there were also people from the MO family from the Merchant Union. That guy released the power of lightning, which was not refined from profound chi. It should be the lightning martial spirit of the MO family. The Tush Mercenary Union, Dark World, MO family." Dialin clenched her teeth and uttered word by word. Then she yelled, "They all must pay for that." Shi Yin frowned as he heard about the lightning martial spirit. He realized quickly that the target of MO family was him. An odd scent suddenly went into Shi Yan's mouth and nose, which made him stand up quickly and walk around Hulong. He turned pale and said, "Brother Hulong, you have a strange fragrance on your body. You shouldn't have escaped alive." "Ah, kid, what do you mean?" Dialin stared at him. "You wish Hulong was killed?" But Hulong realized what he meant after a thought, and he answered with a bitter smile, "So it is. They didn't kill me because they wanted to find you. I thought I got lucky. Ha." Then, before Dialin could stop him, Hulong kneeled down in front of Muyu Dai and kowtowed 3 times. He said, "Miss Mu, please live on happily and avenge us." He then stood up and ran away quickly as his lamenting voice came afar. "Leave soon. Take the other way. I will distract them and earn as much time as possible for you." "Hulong." Dialin and Muyu Dai wailed loudly. "We should leave right now. Miss Mu, remember the grief and live on well." Shi Yin looked serious as he stretched out his hand to Dialin. "Give the star bombs to me. You leave with Miss Mu. I will catch up to you soon." Dialin's mind became blank because of her friends' deaths. She was dumbstruck for a while. Then she handed the 3 star bombs to Shi Yin and asked in husky voice, "What are you going to do?" "For now, to ask for some interest for Uncle Luo." Shi Yin went up to Tumu's body quickly with an icy face and cut open Tumu's belly with his dagger and then put 2 star bombs inside it. After that, Shi Yin wiped the 7 snake saliva on the belly carefully and turned over Tumu's body. Now his body was lying face down. People get curious. Once the people of Tush Mercenary Union come, they won't be able to help but turn over Tumu's body they see him like this. Thus the star bombs will explode. Guess what will happen if his body was turned over heavily? Shi Yin smirked. "I got it. Dialin looked vicious too. The more of them being killed, the better. I also put some poisonous powder on his body. After the star bombs explode, the powder will stick to the blades, and once the blades cut people, they will definitely die. Sure, Yin looked cold. Let's go, we should live on. Or else we can avenge Uncle Luo. I hope Oolong is fine. Mu Dai murmured with hazy eyes. Sure, Yin was a little sad, for he knew there was no possibility of Oolong surviving. Still, he comforted her. Don't worry, our trap may damage them badly. Maybe we can still meet up with Oolong. Really? Mu Dai asked weakly. Though she knew it was not realistic, she still wished someone could give her an answer, even if it was a lie. Sure, you will be all right. Sure Yin nodded with certainty and made eye contact with Dialin. Dialin understood what he meant as she carried Mu Dai and ran into the woods. Sure Yin took a deep breath, summoned all of his energy, and caught up in a hurry. A quarter of an hour later, the three parties, the Dark World, the Mo family, and the Tush Mercenary Union, appeared together. They reached here by following the scent on Oolong. Tumu, at the sight of the axe beside the body, Bernard realized at once that it was Tumu. He was so shocked that he cried, "It's impossible! How could they kill Tumu? Didn't you say we would just need to collect the people we want when we get here?" The Crescent emissary grunted with cold eyes. Luckily, I had left the Dark Moon fragrance on that guy, or else we would have needed to search for them everywhere. Bernard was rather confused as he ordered, "Zhuai Song, turn Tumu over and check him. It was that boy who killed him." Mo Yinyu reminded Mo Chaoga in a very low voice. Everyone who was killed by him will be drained. There must be poison on that boy's weapon. That boy is something. Mo Chaoga nodded and reminded her, "Be careful later. Don't become impulsive." Got it. As they were talking, Zhuai, a member of the Tush Mercenary Union, had already run to Tumu's body on Bernard's order. Zhuai grasped Tumu's shoulder and turned his body over and was just about to examine it. Thud! The back of Tumu's body kicked on the ground heavily. Bang! Bang! A severe blast exploded out. Tumu's body ruptured into thousands of pieces in an instant. Thousands of blades mixed within Tumu's flesh, and blood flew out from his body like stars. As the blast was unexpected, those blades covered with flesh and blood shot toward everybody directly. As the Tush Mercenary Union stood closest to Tumu, they were hit first. Due to the flying blades, 3 mercenaries turned into honeycombs, with bloody holes appearing all over their bodies. Zhuai, who had turned Tumu over, was blasted apart, and his flesh and blood was mixed with Tumu's, flying in all directions. The Dark World emissaries and people from Mo family didn't expect such a development, and thus they also didn't escape from it. Though they were dozens of meters away, the warriors were injured as well, especially those of the elementary realm from the Mo family. They were cut by blades before they could defend themselves. Miserable screeches continued. The blast from the 2 star bombs made it hell in this area. Flesh and blood filled the air. Limbs and entrails were spread all over on the ground. Amidst the terrifying howls, everybody was panic-stricken. Seeing that picture, Mo Yinyu, who was protected by Mo Chaoga, couldn't stand anymore. She turned pale and vomited. Some warriors from the Dark World and Mo family were only cut by blades. They thought themselves lucky, but soon they felt pain in their body and began to lose their vision. Damn it! Poison on the blades. Mo Chaoga looked as if been stomped on by someone. He stared at the warriors from Mo family and shouted, "Cut off your wounded flesh. Fast! Fast!" The huge man Johnson's arm was cut by a blade, so it was bleeding badly. Johnson was so terrified that he clenched his teeth and cut half of his left arm off. He howled and kneeled down. "Miss Mo, please bind this up for me." Oh, when Mo Yinyu stood up and saw Johnson's dismembered arm, she got sick and began to vomit again. Looking at the flesh, entrails, limbs, and green bodies on the ground, Bernard boiled with rage, and his eyes were filled with murderous desire. He will eat whoever did all this alive. Among them, the Dark World lost 3 people, while the Mo family lost 5. Since Bernard was closest to Tumu, he suffered the biggest loss, for all his people were dead. He was on his own now. I'm going to kill them. I'm going to kill them. I'm going to kill them. Bernard kept howling like a crazy demon beast. Humph! The crescent emissary grunted and said to Mo Chowga, let's keep chasing. Leave him alone. He lost people and blamed Bernard for it. If Bernard didn't order Song to turn over Tomu's body, there wouldn't be such a crazy blast. Let's keep chasing. Mo Chowga nodded and left with the people from the dark world, not bothering to deal with Bernard, who was raving like a lunatic. I will kill them. Bernard panted as he looked in the direction where the dark world and Mo family people went. After a long while, he chased after them with a murderous look. Chapter 29, Eating Human Flesh. Chapter 29, Eating Human Flesh. In the thick forest, while carrying Muyu Dai on her back, Di Yalin was moving with Shuriyin. Being on alert, Shuriyin was observing the surroundings carefully. Once he found trails of demon beasts, he would tell Di Yalin in advance. Thus she could change her direction to avoid meeting demon beasts. Time flew by. Quickly it became dark, and there was the bright moon hanging in the sky. Terrible howls could be heard in the serene forest now and then. Those demon beasts who loved to move around at night began to hunt at this time after resting during the day. And at night, Shuriyan's eyesight worsened, making it hard for him to distinguish a safe area from a demon beast-occupied area. Some demon beasts didn't even make a sound when they were hunting. Thus, where there were howls of demon beasts would be an unsafe place, but where there were no howls didn't mean it was safe either. It might be hiding in even greater danger. After 3 hours of running, Di Yalin and Shuriyin were both tired. Though they killed Tomu together at dusk, they paid a price. Di Yalin had lost too much profound chi defending against Tomu's fierce attack, as she continued consuming her energy by running nonstop in the woods with Muyu Dai on her back. Di Yalin was extremely exhausted now. It was only her strong willpower that was supporting her along. Shuriyin was in no better state either. His shoulder was wounded, and though it was bound up and the immortal martial spirit was helping him recover, it still needed more time. The side effect of operating was a great loss of energy. Also, Kinmo and Tomu's profound chi, which he had absorbed, was still being purified, and the desire for blood was welling up now and then, but he still needed to observe the surroundings cautiously. He was even more tired than Di Yalin. Let's have a rest, Muyu Dai advised softly. According to Di Yalin's heavier steps and slower actions, Muyu Dai realized that she was going to hit her limit soon. Okay, Shuriyin took a breath and replied calmly, let me find a comfortable place. Immediately, he climbed up an ancient tree like a monkey to find dense foliage to hide himself. Standing on that ancient tree, Shuriyin was examining the surroundings. Dancing from tree branch to tree branch, he moved to a nearby, withered tree. The ancient tree had thick, dry trunk. It must have been dead for years. Shuriyin examined the dry branch of that withered ancient tree and was surprised. This tree is hollow from the inside, and its bottom is spacious enough for us three to sit down. A good place. You two have a rest first, then come up. The upper part of that ancient tree was thin and was only wide enough for one person to slip in, but its bottom was rather thick. It was 10 meters tall, which was easy for Shuriyin and Di Yalin to slip down, and also wide enough for Muyu Dai to climb with the help of a rope. Hearing that there was such a good place, Di Yalin couldn't bear it anymore, and urged, then let's get in soon. Demon beasts haunt this area. If we bump into one, it would become trouble. Okay, hand that rope to me. I will pull Miss Mu up first. 2 minutes later, the three of them sat down together in the hollow bottom of that ancient tree trunk. The starlight fell into the empty center of the trunk. Outside, the demon beasts were howling ominously. There was total silence inside. Muyu Dai and Di Yalin were filled with agony. All along the way, those two had stuck with Luo Hao and helped each other through many difficulties. But now, only the two of them were alive, and it was still uncertain if they could survive. Their friends had died, and bad guys kept chasing. Maybe tomorrow the people of the Dark World and the Tush Mercenary Union would catch them and harass them. The feeling of hopeless for tomorrow made Muyu Dai and Di Yalan quite worried. Shi Yan's state was better, for he hadn't been together with Luo Hao for a long time, so he wasn't so emotional. Although the three of them died, he felt far from grieved and could still think straight. Well, he also felt regret for Luo Hao's death. Luo Hao had treated him well and had trained him within his gravitational field every night, which consumed a lot of Luo Hao's energy. He owed Luo Hao a lot, especially when he heard Luo Hao's death was connected to the Mo family. He thought he should take responsibility. He engraved the three parties, the Dark World, the Tush Mercenary Union, and the Mo family, in mind and was determined to take revenge someday. After glancing at Di Yalan and Muyu Dai, Shi Yan frowned. They looked dull and hopeless, without any fighting spirit. He knew they were hurt deeply by Luo Hao's death, but it was still a long way to the Merchant Union. They wouldn't survive if they lost their fighting spirit. Pondering for a while, Shi Yan considered doing something. Gazing at them, he came up with an idea. In the center of the hollow tree, the three of them sat down cross-legged. However, due to limited space, when the three of them all sat together, there was only a small space between them. Their legs were so close to each other that they could even feel the warmth from each other's body. At first, Shi Yan kept his legs together with a tiny gap between his and the legs of the other women. But he suddenly spread his legs a little, with his left leg touching the leg of Di Yalan and his right leg touching the leg of Muyu Dai. He could clearly feel the difference between the muscles of the two women. One's thigh was strong and solid, while the other's was smooth and soft. He liked both of them. Shi Yan's little action seemed unintentional, but the two girls both had reaction in their bodies. Di Yalan raised her head and glared at him, but didn't say anything. However, Muyu Dai was apparently a little embarrassed. She blushed, and she tried to move her left leg secretly in order to keep a distance from Shi Yan's right leg. But every time she moved her leg, Shi Yan would move his right leg as well, taking every opportunity to touch her soft leg. After several times, Muyu Dai was a little irritated. She realized that Shi Yan was doing this on purpose to take advantage of her, but there was nothing she could do. Her face turned red and she blushed, calling Shi Yan a bastard in secret. But due to the drama with Shi Yan, Muyu Dai forgot her sorrow for a while. She was so focused on cursing Shi Yan that she forgot the terrible death of Luo Hao and others. On the other side, Di Yalan saw through the little trick Shi Yan was playing with Muyu Dai. She seemed to have realized something, and so she didn't jump up to stop him. On the contrary, she was staring at Muyu Dai with a mocking look, as if she was saying that Muyu Dai was taking this too seriously. Noticing Di Yalan's look, Muyu Dai was even more embarrassed, and her face was becoming even redder. She was so angry on the inside that she rolled her eyes at Shi Yan with a look of shame. Shi Yan closed his eyes, pretending that he was not doing all this on purpose. He breathed in and out naturally, as if he was sleeping. Endure. Endure it. I won't let you go peacefully when I recover. Muyu Dai was cursing Shi Yan on the inside. She could feel Shi Yan's body temperature on her skin, and her face had turned completely red. But all she could do was to curse him on the inside. Of course, Shi Yan wasn't sleeping. With his eyes closed, he was feeling and comparing the touch of their thighs. The muscles on Di Yalan's leg was strong and vigorous, while Muyu Dai's felt soft and bouncy. Both of them were so attractive. After comparing for a while, Shi Yan decided that both of their thighs felt good. He felt so wonderful that he could barely tell which of them was better. However, while he was focusing on comparing those thighs, Shi Yan started to feel a burning sexual arousal. His primitive desires were out of their cage. From within his meridians, threads of negative energy started to seep out secretly. Shi Yan could feel his pants getting tighter and tighter. His breath became shorter and shorter. From deep within, he didn't have the crazy desire for killing. Instead, he could only feel one simple but strong desire. The more he suppressed his lust, the more he was about to lose control. Shi Yan lost control of himself gradually. Muyu Dai suddenly noticed this change. She called out in a low voice, "Sister Lan, This guy looks a little strange. It seems he is returning to the beast he used to be. Yin was breathing heavily, with sweat covering his forehead. His body was trembling slightly. It looked like he was trying very hard to fight something from the inside. Because the two, Dialin and Muyu Dai, were sitting next to him with their thighs touching each other, they both noticed the strange reaction on Yan's body. Glaring at Yan for a moment, Dialin blushed as she said, "This time he is different. He wanted to kill before, but now what?" Muyu Dai was confused. "Now he wants to eat human flesh," Dialin answered briefly. She looked a little embarrassed as well, and couldn't finish her sentence with a more detailed explanation. "Eat human flesh?" Muyu Dai's face turned white as she heard this. She screamed with terror. "This is even worse. How come? Will he also turn into those demon beasts? Sister Lan, is he going to eat us both? What should we do?" Apparently, she didn't understand Dialin. "You silly girl, what are you thinking about?" Dialin cursed with embarrassment. "He is turning into a horny beast." Muyu Dai froze for a while before she realized something. Her pretty face got even redder. She mumbled, "Sister Lan, just let me play the zither for a while to help him release his energy. How about you go out for a while?" I want to go out as well." "Okay, I will show you out." Dialin nodded. Her eyes lit up with a flash of light and was about to fly up. Just then, Yin suddenly opened his eyes. With bloodshot eyes, he grabbed Dialin like a horny beast. The tree hole was not that big. When she was pinned by Yin, Dialin could barely move her beautiful body. There was no way she could escape. "Bastard! Take your hands off me!" Dialin screamed. "You dumb girl, pull him away! Quick!" Muyu Dai was taken over with panic. She tried to pull Yin away, but his body was as heavy as a rock. No matter how hard she tried, his body just wouldn't move. Dialin was extremely exhausted these days. With her profound chi not yet recovered, she could barely struggle against Yan's beastly force. Chila, a loud sound of clothes being torn broke the silence in the tree hole. Dialin felt a little chilly around her hip. She instantly realized that her leather skirt was gone. But before she could even defend, she felt a giant hand reaching between her thighs and rubbing her hip insatiably. "Bastard!" Dialin couldn't help but scream. She shouted to Muyu Dai, "Quick! Stop him! He has been overtaken by his genitals." I can't stop him." Muyu Dai punched on Yan's back with all her might and cried out in panic. With her sensitive parts being touched and rubbed by those fingers, Dialin gradually lost her defenses. She couldn't find any strength to fight back and couldn't help moaning. Her arms gave up the fight as well. Muyu Dai was astonished. She whispered in a low voice with blushed face, "Sister Lan, why? Why are you screaming?" "I'm not screaming. Do something, ouch." Dialin felt weaker and weaker, and her voice were getting softer as well. "Sister Lan, it's too late." Muyu Dai mumbled with her eyes filled with fear. What's too late?" Dialin was stunned. The next moment, she felt a hard thing inside her body. With her body trembling with the thrill, Dialin realized that it was too late to put on a fight. A miraculous feeling pervaded in her body and drowned her sanity. "Oh well, maybe we will all be dead tomorrow. I will just let you take me this time." The continuous pounding she felt from that guy had completely crushed her defenses, both physically and mentally. Dialin covered her mouth with one hand. She couldn't help but scream with pleasure as Yin continuously twitched inside of her. Muyu Dai's pretty face was covered in panic. She stood there like a statue, watching the two of them getting all sweaty. Right in front of her, Yin was working hard on Dialin. Apparently, under his mighty force, Dialin couldn't put on much fight. She gradually got lost in his passion as well, and even moved her hips to match Yan's rhythm. You two." Muyu Dai's pretty face was also bloodshot. She couldn't do anything but stare at the two of them lying within such a narrow space, doing it right in front of her eyes. The hot picture of them was mind-blowing for her. Muyu Dai was dumbstruck and didn't know what to do at all. Chapter 30, Inside the Tree. Chapter 30, Inside the Tree. Yin suddenly regained his sanity in the middle of his actions. His body was still working on the woman, with waves of physical pleasure coursing through him. Even with his eyes closed, he could instantly tell what he had been doing. He had one hand on Dialen's hips, pulling her alluring body tightly towards him, and the other hand lingering on her extraordinary bosoms, rubbing and squeezing. That hot body of Dialen's was completely under his control. She was all over his body like a snake. Her eyes were lost in the passion, with sweet sweat all over her body. She couldn't help but move along with his rhythm, only to bring him more excitement and pleasure. Many thoughts were speeding through Yan's mind, but his eyes remained shut. Neither did he move his hands roughly. He continued to work his lower body on that woman, and took every moment to enjoy this wonderful experience. Compared to the rough actions he had before, after he regained his sanity, Yin slightly slowed down his movements with a softer touch, yet with way more masterful skills. His hands were blessed by magic. When he moved those hands on Dialen's body, he knew exactly which spots to work on, triggering an even bigger reaction in her body. Suddenly, Dialen's body was flipped around, with her impressive breasts pressed tightly against the tree while her hips were thrust toward Yin. She lifted her plump hips up, shaking and swinging it back and forth, enjoying Yan's whipping in a new position. Dai was totally embarrassed and blushing. She leaned her fragile body onto the other side of the tree. Her beautiful eyes were lingering and staring at the two of them doing it. With his eyes shut, Yin was totally enjoying the moment. He had let his most primitive desires out of his body, which seemed to have sped up the purification process of the profound qi in his meridians. Dialen was already lost in his passion, doing nothing but coordinating with Yan's movements. Before long, Yin felt a strong wave of pleasure flooding towards his brain, completely out of his control. Together with that thrilling excitement, he could feel a most wonderful power start pouring out of his meridians and rushing into his body. When that strange power reached his abdomen, it split into two parts. One poured into his profound qi, while the other part blended with his essence and shot into Dialen's body with his coming climax. With the short gasps of the sweaty man and woman, Dai lost all her strength. She fell down onto the ground, breathing heavily as her whole mind went completely blank. Yin slowly moved away from Dialen. He pulled up his pants, sat down in silence, and started to operate the profound qi inside his body. Dialen had lost all her strength as well, lying weakly on the ground, her whole body shining with a sexy red color. She only came to her senses after a while. She put on her leather skirt with a red face and slowly sat down. The three of them returned to their original positions, sitting together in the tree with crossed legs. Dai was the first to regain her calm. Although her face was still a little red, she moved her beautiful eyes between Yin and Dialen, as if expecting something from them. Yin looked calm on the outside. He kept his eyes closed and focused his attention on the strange power he felt in his profound qi during his orgasm. He was guiding this power within his profound qi slowly through his body. He wouldn't want to miss any opportunity to enhance his power. Dialen hadn't opened her eyes yet, but she knew that Dai was staring at her the whole time. Out of shame, she didn't dare to open her eyes and look up. She was so ashamed that she just wanted to bury herself in the ground. Yin had forced himself on her inside this tree, right in front of Dai. However, she didn't put up much of a fight. Even worse, she was actually enjoying it during the process. She felt so ashamed of herself. Despite being a casual and bold girl, she knew this craziness was totally out of line for her. She was too ashamed to face Dai. Right about that time, a strange excitement slowly rose and spread from the sensitive parts of her lower body. Dialen couldn't help but tremble and almost moaned again. She anxiously twisted her body, secretly calling herself a slut, and quickly concentrated her attention on the change that was going on in her body. After some observation, Dialen felt that the strange power inside of her had turned into two streams. One stream was flowing slowly towards her abdomen, while the other part had settled around her chest and her flesh and muscles, which seemed to have altered the parts around her chest in secret. She could clearly feel her bones and flesh, muscles and vessels around her chest going through some incredible changes which she couldn't explain. That strange energy, mixed with her profound chi, had been pouring into her abdomen, driving out a strong wave of power from within. Her profound chi had suddenly been enhanced enormously. Dialin couldn't help but exclaim. She quickly concentrated on dealing with her refreshed, profound chi, operating it through a specific path through her body. The bright moonlight was shining into the tree and lit up the tiny space inside. Shurian slowly woke up, breathing slowing in and out with a calm rhythm. He had reached the second sky of the nascent realm. With the help of that strange power, Shurian had enhanced himself to the next level and successfully reached the second sky of the nascent realm. After he woke up, Shurian found the wound on his shoulder didn't hurt that much. With the help of the immortal martial spirit, the broken bones and muscles were slowly regenerating and recovering themselves on their own. With this speed, it would only take a few days before he had fully recovered. When he slowly opened his eyes, Shurian noticed a bright pair of eyes staring straight at him. But when he looked back, those beautiful eyes quickly looked away. "Miss Mu, how come you are still awake?" Shurian said with a calm voice, with nothing strange showing on his face. Seeing Yin looking back at her, Mu Dai was so embarrassed that she quickly looked away. She turned her face away with a blush to avoid eye contact, and said in a joking tone, "You two were making such loud noises. How is it possible for me to fall asleep?" "Oh, so sorry to disturb you. I will remember that next time." Yin laughed with embarrassment and defended himself with a natural explanation. "There must be something wrong with my body. Something odd happened to me and destroyed my sanity. There's nothing I could do about it. Sorry." "So, you mean you were unconscious during the whole time?" Mu Dai said with a grin on her face. "I was watching you two doing it. At first you were, but afterwards you couldn't have been unconscious. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do that kind of thing." Mu Dai was too shy to continue her sentence. She was right there when Yin pulled out all those tricks on Dialin. No one in their unconscious mind would be able to play all those sexual tricks or remember all those different kinds of sexual positions right in the middle of being insane. Therefore, Mu Dai was certain that Yin had come to his senses way before he finished on Dialin. Yin was completely speechless for a while. He sat frozen there for some time and put on an embarrassing smile. "So, Miss Mu, have you been watching us doing it the whole time? Then please spare my rude actions. I know that I am a real bastard." "You? How can you be so shameless?" Mu Dai got so angry that she hit Yin hard on his thigh, making Yin scream and beg for mercy. Seeing Yin suffering and screaming, Mu Dai felt a little better. She turned around and saw Dialin was also sitting there in silence with her eyes closed. However, her face was also carrying a shiny blush. Mu Dai also felt angry towards Dialin. She jumped over to her side and suddenly patted on her thigh. Dialin was already very embarrassed. She couldn't help the trembling of her body, but still kept her eyes shut. She thought this was another trick of Yin and called him a fucking bastard in secret. After all this, how dare he still tease her like this? "Sister Lan, how long are you planning to fool us by sleeping? Your face is already as red as an apple, and you still want to pretend that you are operating your profound chi? You think we are both too foolish to tell?" Mu Dai said in an annoyed voice. Dialin let out a soft sigh and opened her eyes reluctantly. She replied with embarrassment, I just woke up. What are you two talking about? I have no idea." Mu Dai went silent all of a sudden. However, the beautiful but sharp eyes of hers were continuously moving between Dialin and Yin. Her underlying sentence was obvious. How can you just pretend that nothing had happened between the two of you? Under the judgmental stare from Mu Dai, Yin still remained calm and peaceful. You gotta say, there aren't many people as shameless as him in this world. He actually could pretend that nothing had happened between him and the woman, because he guessed that Dialin actually wouldn't mind this thing very much. She would even like or miss this kind of feeling. Knowing that he wouldn't receive any trouble from Dialin, he didn't bother to worry at all. However, under Muyu Dai's questioning look, Dialin wasn't able to remain that calm. She thought about it and decided that she should express some anger toward Shiyin. Otherwise, she would really appear to be shameless in the eyes of Muyu Dai. Despite everything, Shiyin had helped her experience overwhelming pleasure and excitement, which her man could hardly offer even back when he was still alive. "You fucking bastard!" Dialin suddenly jumped up, screaming with a sharp voice and pointing right at Shiyin. "How dare you do that to me back then? How dare you?" "Chill. Keep it quiet. You're going to draw all those demon beasts here. Furthermore, the people from the dark world are still chasing us," Shiyin reminded her. Dialin nodded. She had lost her power again and said in a low voice, "You asshole. So how are you going to make it up to me?" Seeing Dialin acting like this, he was even more assured about his prior judgment. He knew that she didn't mind this little episode very much. She only jumped out to accuse him because of the pressure from Muyu Dai. Shiyin was actually amused by her reaction. He pretended to be thinking very hard there. He bowed his head down, put on a sad face, pretending to be sincere in his apology, and said in an honest voice, "It's all my fault. Sister Lan, how about you tell me, how would you like to be compensated?" Dialin was literally surprised by his reply. She froze for a while and thought very hard about his question. She only came to curse him because she didn't want to appear shameless in front of Muyu Dai. She actually hadn't really thought about how to punish Shiyin. Caught by surprise by Shiyin, she literally didn't know how to respond. How about you beat him up and call it a night?" Muyu Dai put on a naughty face and joked about it. Even she could tell that her sister Lan was not intending to punish Shiyin, at least not very hard. "That's a good idea. He surely deserves that." Dialin nodded with agreement and said with a tough voice, "Just wait until he recovers from his wounds. At that time, I'm going to kick his ass. You don't need to worry about this. I will make sure that you will be satisfied with his punishment." Muyu Dai rolled her eyes at Dialin and went completely speechless. "What was that all about? What do I have to do with your business? So you're simply punishing him in order to make me satisfied. Whatever you two, I'm going to sleep." Muyu Dai had finally realized that she was literally caring too much. She should have just minded her own business. She mumbled as she turned to sleep. "One horny man, one slutty woman. No wonder. You two were already expecting this to happen. I should have known better. Poor me, my soul has been hurt, and my eyes have been polluted." She kept a low voice, but due to the small space between the three of them, it wouldn't be a surprise that both Dialin and Shiyin had heard her clearly. Shiyin secretly grinned and pretended to be sleeping. However, Dialin couldn't take this anymore. She teased Muyu Dai a little. "You wicked girl." Muyu Dai took a glance at her and mumbled again, "You two, be quiet for the rest of the night. I really need some good sleep. Please, just control yourselves. I cannot take your actions anymore." Dialin replied with a blush on her face. I know. Just go to sleep, you wicked girl." Chapter 31, Blue Magic Flames. Chapter 31, Blue Magic Flames. Muyu Dai did as she was told and shut her mouth. However, with Muyu Dai staying quiet, the atmosphere between Dialin and Shiyin got a little embarrassing. The two of them just lay there facing each other. Neither of them knew what to say. "It's about dawn." Shiyin looked up at the sky, trying to make some casual conversation. "How are you feeling? Has your profound chi recovered?" "Not only has my profound chi recovered, but it has also been enhanced." Dialin checked her body in secret. Her eyes suddenly lit up in excitement. She said in a low voice, with a blush on her face, Back then it seemed like there was some strange energy streaming into my body. That strange energy merged with my own profound chi and even altered something in my chest." She frowned a little, trying very hard to recall the feeling. She thought that the strange stream of energy seemed to have come from Shiyin, or was originated from the profound chi that he had shot in her body. Shiyin thought for a while and whispered to himself, "It really is that." Dialen's gorgeous eyes lit up with an exotic charm again. She insisted, "Is it because of you?" Shiryan nodded and explained with a smile, "I once received some pills from an alchemist, but when I took them I never managed to absorb them entirely. However, those pills, as well as their power, still remain inside my body. Back then it seemed as if the power of those pills merged with my profound chi and got planted into your body as well. The thing about absorbing profound chi from dead people was too creepy and scary to talk about, and Shurian didn't want anybody else to know about his secret. Therefore, he was using Master Karu as an excuse and claiming all his strange power due to those pills. Those pills must have been extraordinarily precious." Dialen nodded. She seemed to have bought Shurian's story. Along their travels, Shurian had resorted to using poisonous medicine powders several times. Therefore, she had already suspected that Shurian had some kind of relation with an alchemist. "Yeah, I guess." Shurian smiled without elaborating too much on his relationship with Master Karu. He thought for a while and said with a frown, "You mentioned that there was a strange stream of energy which seemed to have changed the muscles and blood vessels within your chest. Can you try to operate your profound chi around your chest and see if there are any reactions?" Shurian suddenly thought of the miraculous awakening of his petrification martial spirit inside his body. It seemed that the strange flow of energy could not only enhance one's profound chi, but also trigger one's dormant martial spirit. It was exactly due to the influence of that strange energy that the dormant petrification martial spirit inside his body had suddenly awakened. Even the emergence of the immortal martial spirit probably had something to do with that strange stream of energy. Hearing Dialen talking about the odd changes in her chest, Shurian had already come up with a theory. "Okay, let me try." Dialen slowly nodded. She concentrated her energy into her chest and paid close attention to the changes happening inside. Controlling her profound chi, streams of profound chi flew into her beautiful bosoms and lingered for a while around her tender breasts. But now, her profound chi seemed to be a bit different. Suddenly a most amazing thing happened. It seemed that her profound chi had changed and was becoming hotter and hotter. Dialen suddenly panicked. She quickly moved the profound chi towards her arm and then through the veins and vessels in her right palm. Boom! A magic flame the color of purest blue suddenly jumped out of Dialen's right palm. Although the flame was merely the size of a fist, it was burning with an extraordinarily high temperature. The little flame was dancing on Dialen's palm, lighting up the hollow tree, as if they were embraced by the tender blue waves of the ocean. "Wow!" Dialen couldn't help but exclaim. She jumped with excitement, and her eyes were shining brightly. Bingo! Shurian was also secretly cheering. He was right about this energy. Looking at that blue flame, he was now certain that that strange energy could really trigger one's inborn martial spirit. The blue magic flame. Dialen couldn't help but scream in excitement. She said with complete thrill, "This is the martial spirit of my family. I know about this. This is the blue magic flame's martial spirit. Since my grandfather, no one has inherited this martial spirit. Oh my God, but how is this even possible?" Muyu Dai was already awake due to the noise they were making. She was also staring at Dialen, but couldn't figure out what was going on. Muyu Dai looked so confused. "How is that even possible? Sister Lan, you're already 27 years old. How come that you could still awaken the dormant martial spirit inside your body? What's going on here? Is this a dream?" She rubbed her eyes and still couldn't believe what just happened. Dialen was brimming with excitement. She had absolutely no idea how to express her bliss. She couldn't help but continuously stare at that blue burning flame on her palm, and she suddenly burst into tears. She was actually crying in joy. However, Shurian could totally understand her feelings. On the Grace mainland, warriors with martial spirits definitely took a dominant position. They would have a more prosperous future as well. To warriors, the martial spirits were more important than anything else. Those without a martial spirit would often dream and kill for a martial spirit. To warriors like Dialin, whose family had once possessed a martial spirit, it was a real shame not to carry on their family's martial spirit as an inheritance. If this situation continued for several generations, even the most glorious family could end up fading into oblivion. No matter if it was the warrior or their family, possession of a martial spirit was essential. So what is really going on here? Muyu Dai was still confused after staring at Dialin for a while, who was totally flying high in excitement. So she had to turn the question to Shiyin. Shiyin put on an embarrassed smile. Well, this is hard to explain. It has something to do with the pills and their exotic power. I don't exactly know what kind of pills they were. Anyway, those pills are indeed a little extraordinary. Quit staring at me like that. I already said I really have no idea. You bastard. Come here. Thank you. Thank you. Dialin put out the blue flame on her palm and suddenly hugged Shiyin tightly, as if she were trying to squeeze his whole body into her bosom. Her sexy body couldn't help but tremble with the excitement. Those delicious bosoms of hers were squeezed against Shiyin's chest, which gave Shiyin the opportunity to experience their glorious softness again. Before long, he had that kind of reaction from below his belt again. But this time, Dialin found out about his little thrill down there almost immediately. She quickly released Shiyin from her arms with a blush on her face. Her eyes were especially charming, shining with light and dancing colors. She couldn't help but laugh and said with a smile, "You ass, always so horny." Hey, Shiyin also laughed in embarrassment. He didn't give a reply, though. Muyu Dai stared at the two people, and she was obviously not so happy. Hey, you two, knock it off. I'm still here. Don't put on a sex show in front of me every time you get a chance. You wicked girl. I'm just too excited. Dialin replied with a laugh. What is going on after all? The question was killing Muyu Dai. I don't know either. Dialin shook her head, her eyes still lit up with those flying colors. She laughed. I guess it's all because of him. You mean you had sex with this guy, and then all of a sudden, your martial spirit that had been dormant inside of your body for 27 years, which probably would never be awakened in your life, was suddenly brought to life. Muyu Dai said with a curious look on her pretty face. Incredible as it sounds, that is the truth. Dialin admitted with a red face. So the essence of his, what is it? Some magic medicine with a strange power? Muyu Dai also started to blush. She shook her head as she couldn't believe this at all. No, I don't believe this. This doesn't make sense at all. Shiyin looked up at the sky from the hollow tree and said, the sun is out. We should get going. Yeah, we should probably keep moving. Dialin agreed. Apparently, she didn't want to spend too much time discussing this issue about herself, in case Muyu Dai would say something again to embarrass her. After saying that, Dialin quickly flew up to the top of the hollow tree. She threw a rope down to the two of them and asked Muyu Dai to come out quickly. No, I'm still not buying it. Muyu Dai was obviously still obsessed with the issue and only grabbed that rope after some sighing and groaning. With Dialin's help, Muyu Dai slowly rose up with help from the rope and slowly rose to the top of the hollow tree. You asshole, what are you doing? Muyu Dai suddenly started screaming. The two delicate legs of hers were kicking desperately, and her mesmerizing body was swinging in the air. Let me help you with this. Shiyin put both his hands on Muyu Dai's soft bottom and tried to lift her up. He said with a horny smile, There you go. This will save you some effort. No, stop it. I don't want your help. Muyu Dai shouted with her body twisting intensely. Her hands suddenly lost their grip, and she fell from midair. Thump! The two of them fell onto the ground inside the hollow tree. Yin was lying there with a satisfactory look on his face. Muyu Dai was sitting right across his waist with her legs kicking and shouting, Stop! Stop! The soft and smooth bottom of hers was right where Yin liked it most, pressing tightly against his sensitive parts. Yin's dick was still hard due to the previous entanglement with Dialin. Now, with the pressing and twisting of Muyu Dai's hips and her delicious parts continuously touching and rubbing his sensitive parts, Yin was turned on again, and he almost couldn't help but moan in great pleasure. "Ah, asshole, you horny dog." It didn't take Mu Yu Dai much time to discover Shi Yan's intentions. She quickly got up with her hands covering her butt, screaming and crying. Her face was so pretty with that blush, and her beautiful eyes were filled with little tears. "Sister Lan, this bad guy, he was trying to take advantage of me." Shi Dialin looked pretty serious. She made a sign to tell them to stay quiet. Shi Yan quickly stood up. He suddenly forgot all about the sexy scenes that had previously happened in this hollow tree. He climbed up the tree quickly and stayed with Dialin. He said with a calm and cool voice, "What's the situation? Demon beasts." Chapter 32, The Silver Thunderwolf. Chapter 32, The Silver Thunderwolf. The howls of the demon beasts came from the woods far away. Tada, tada. Heavy running steps sounded across the silent night. Judging from the sound of those steps, one could tell that it must have been human beings running in the woods. However, Shi Yan couldn't tell if it was a warrior chasing the demon beast or a demon beast hunting a human. He didn't want to be involved, and thus said to Dialin, "Hide well. Let's not ask for trouble. Remember the lesson from the Tush Mercenary Union." Dialin nodded and mumbled to Mu Yu Dai on the hollow tree, "Don't make a sound. Stay inside the tree leaves. Let's go and hide inside another dense tree." After a little thought, Shi Yan moved swiftly, found another luxuriant ancient tree, and crouched in the leaves immediately. As soon as he did that, Dialin came up and hid herself with him. They were still on alert as they hid themselves in the dense leaves. Meanwhile, they also removed their scent from the surroundings to completely hide their presence. Before long, 5 flustered mercenaries appeared at a distance with terrified looks on their faces. They were all heavily wounded. Amongst them, the leader was a human-level warrior, and the rest were at the nascent level. The mercenaries were running through the woods with flustered expressions, looking over their shoulders, as if they were getting chased by demon beasts. And that was exactly what was happening. Just as they appeared in Shi Yan's sight, he beheld a fire snake and 2 ice lizards moving in the woods quickly. At the same time, several silver-armored scorpions, which were nearly a foot big, came up from the left, seeming to encircle them. The 5 mercenaries were completely terrified as they rushed into the woods. Shi Yan turned pale as he realized that those mercenaries were done for. Shi Yan could clearly see a robust silver wolf in the direction they were heading to. The wolf was 4 meters long, but they didn't see it. The wolf had 2 silver, 5-meter-long wings, which looked novel and mysterious, adorned with delicate patterns. Though it was the first time that Shi Yan had seen it, he had heard its story long ago. That was a silver thunder wolf of level 7, a top demon beast in the dark forest. Then he was sure that it wouldn't be a warriors kill demon beast scenario, but the complete opposite one. The bloody hunting started at once. The moment the 5 warriors rushed into the woods and saw the awaiting silver thunder wolf, they screamed with despair. The silver thunder wolf didn't even give them a chance to struggle. It spread its thunder wings in no time, and devastating blasts came out one after another beside the warriors. 3 of them cut into shreds in an instant. The silver thunder wolf stood there in arrogance. It didn't strike again. Those chasing demon beasts ran up quickly and encircled the rest too in no time. The fire snake and ice lizards worked together to attack the warriors. Soon, one of them was poisoned by the silver armor scorpion and the other killed by an ice lizard. Creak, creak. Horrifying sounds broke the serenity of the deep forest. Apart from the silver thunder wolf, the other demon beasts crowded around the 5 dead bodies and started feasting on their bones. Dialin was too terrified to look in that direction. She was not at all afraid of killing, but those demon beasts were eating human flesh, which would make her vomit badly if she saw. Hiding in the leaves, Shi Yan was gazing at those demon beasts calmly, while figuring out something in his mind. As the 5 warriors were dead, their profound chi was gradually seeping out, and as it would eventually melt in the air and disappear. If he could get to that area before the profound chi disappeared, he would benefit by a lot. However, There were so many demon beasts feasting on the bodies. He could do nothing but hope they would leave soon. Ooh, ouch! A miserable human cry came from very far away, which was full of fear and despair. A still silver thunder wolf suddenly howled and dashed out. Hearing its howl, those demon beasts, who had almost eaten up the 5 bodies, stopped eating at once and followed the wolf in a hurry. They seemed to hunt other human beings. Immediately, Yin jumped down the dense tree as soon as they left and headed to those messed-up bodies like a ghost. Dialin was startled as she screamed from the tree in a low voice. "What are you doing?" "Going and checking what had happened. I will be back soon. Don't leave the tree." Yin didn't even bother to look back and moved to those bodies speedily. As he arrived near to the bodies, he closed his eyes and began to feel them. Luckily enough, it wasn't too late for him. The warrior of human level had more profound chi than others, and there was still 20% of it left on his body. The invisible, profound chi went into his pores, as being attracted by a magnet, and then flew into his meridians. Sensing the power of the foreign profound chi, Yin smiled with satisfaction. Before long, all the profound chi which had not melted and disappeared into the air yet went into Yin's body. At the sight of the limbs and entrails on the ground, Yin frowned. Nonetheless, enduring the bad smell, he began to examine their carry bags. There was too much blood on the food, and it might also be the poison from the silver armor scorpion. It's inedible now. Crystal coins were not of much use in this area, and too many of it would prevent them from moving fast. Thus the warriors didn't carry too many crystal coins. Searching for a while, Yin was able to pillage only few demon beast material and medicine. Poor guys. Yin mumbled as he cleaned his hands with one bag. Then he walked towards where Dialin was hiding. Oh! Demon beasts were howling in the dark forest even at dawn. They seemed to be running around and hunting for warriors and mercenaries in a group. Hearing the horrifying sound, Yin wasn't frightened. On the contrary, he was a little happy. Demon beasts' actions would influence their chasers. They would be spotted by demon beasts if they were still moving in the forest at night, and the more they moved, the more likely they would be found by the demon beasts. Maybe the people from the Dark World, Mo family, and the Tush Mercenary Union would lose a lot tonight, and the demon beast would have a full belly tonight. He was right. That night, Mo Chowga and his people were taken care of by the demon beasts. As they wanted Yin and Muyu died desperately, the troop didn't sleep at night after Hu Long committed suicide. Instead, they kept searching for Yin and his friends in the dark forest. Therefore, they were noticed by demon beasts. Thanks to the 5 warriors, the troops finally got to know of the reality and hid themselves in ancient trees. "What were you doing?" Dialin frowned. Were their possessions really worth the risk? If the demon beasts returned, or if you were noticed by them, you would have had no way to escape. "Look, didn't I return safely?" Yin climbed up the tree without explaining what he had gained. Looking rigid, he said, "Why are all the demon beasts hunting for warriors and mercenaries like crazy? Someone must have done something to irritate them, or they wouldn't act like this. What should we do?" Dialin had no idea. "Are we still going to head forward?" "Wait for a while. After spending the whole night hunting, those demon beasts should be much more subdued during the day. We can set off at noon." "Okay then." Chapter 33, Martial Spirit of Music. Chapter 33, Martial Spirit of Music. Dialin and Yin went into the hollow tree again. "What's happening?" Muyu Dai, who was staying in the hollow tree in fear, got a little surprised. "I heard some explosions just now. Did some demon beasts pass by?" Yin sat down and began to feel the profound chi which had filled his meridians, without replying to Muyu Dai. Most of the profound chi on those 5 warriors had vanished into the air, and Yin was able to absorb only a small part of it. But since there was a human-level warrior among them, even if he just got a small part, it was a lot. However, Yin was still a little worried. He was cautious, for he didn't know when the negative emotions would break out. Seeing Yin keep silence, Dialin told Muyu Dai what had just happened outside. Hearing the story, Mu Dai's face turned serious, and she seemed to be more worried. They were chased by so many bad guys, and now there were demon beasts in their way. She found their future was getting more and more hopeless. The sun rose slowly and began to light up the sky. After one night's rest, the three started to discuss in the hollow tree. Sure, Yin didn't got too many chances to communicate with the girls when Luo Hao and his people were with them, so he didn't know much about them. But now those males, including Luo Hao, had been killed, so he guessed he should know more about them, or he would land himself in a passive position. Why is the dark world chasing you? Yin asked in a steady voice while frowning. You are from the Fire Empire? Mu Dai nodded and sighed. It's all because of me. What's the matter? Yin knew Mu Dai was a very special person. Now that she was to explain, he wanted the whole story. Sister Lan, you tell him. Mu Dai glanced at Di Yalan and sighed again. You don't know who Dai is? Di Yalan was surprised as she looked at Yin with curious eyes. Though you are from the Merchant Union, you must have heard of General Muku from the Fire Empire? Muku, the general of the Eagle Army of the Fire Empire? The Iron Eagle King? Yin was so astonished that he nodded after a long thought. So she is the granddaughter of the Iron Eagle King? I got it. Yin went through the fragmental memories about the Iron Eagle King, King Muku, and got the complete story after recalling it. In the memories of the other Yin, Muku was the general of the Eagle Army of the Fire Empire, who was a Nirvana-level warrior and held the real power of the Fire Empire. The Iron Eagle King was not only famous in the Fire Empire, but also well known in the Merchant Union and the God-blessed Empire. Muku was a legendary military leader who was seen in every battle between the Fire Empire and the God-blessed Empire. He was famous for his cruelty on the battlefield, and uncountable people had perished in his hands. Muku was merciless to his foes, and was also obstinate to his own people, thus offending many powerful people. 3 years ago, in a battle between the Fire Empire and the God-blessed Empire, Muku was killed by 5 Nirvana-level warriors. For Muku had offended a lot of people when he was alive, his family got into trouble as soon as he died. Just in a few days, many of his direct relatives were slaughtered, thus the big family sank at once. I have heard of the Iron Eagle King. After thinking for a while, Yin nodded. Dai is the Eagle King's granddaughter, the only survivor of her family. The Dark World is an organization of assassins in the Empire, and it was the one who slaughtered her family. Dai could survive only because of her martial spirit. On that day, her zither killed a lot of people in an invisible way, for her martial spirit has something to do with music. You mean, Miss Mu's martial spirit could kill with her zither? Yes. Dai's zither can not only prevent one from becoming mad, but also can shatter one's organs. The Dark World wants Dai because their lord trains in a vicious martial skill and loses his mind now and then. He wants to calm himself with the help of Dai's music. I got it. Yin nodded. As the Dark World was involved in the slaughter of her family, Dai would rather die than help them. How could she help their lord train his vicious martial skill? But the Dark World was too powerful in the Fire Empire, so she had to seek for shelter in foreign countries. Knowing Mu Dai's identity and story, Yin asked again, then why can't Miss Mu operate her martial spirit now? Her martial spirit is quite special. Every time she operates her martial spirit and kills people, several of her veins break like the zither strings. Before the veins reconnect, the profound chi can't move fluently. She would get injured heavily if she operated the profound chi, and it would take more time for the martial spirit to recover. Dialan looked gloomy. 2 months ago, just as we were about to enter the dark forest at the border of the Fire Empire, the Dark World found us, and we lost several people. Since Uncle Luo couldn't prevent them anymore, Dai operated her profound chi. Though she killed a lot, her own veins broke too, and they have not recovered yet. So you need your veins to help operate the profound chi? Yin was quite confused. Are you playing your zither or playing your veins? I can't explain either. Mu Dai replied lazily. She looked dim. Damage to the martial spirit. Yin deliberated over it for a moment. Then he uttered, "Maybe I could help." Mu Yu Dai and Dialen's eyes lit at once. They stared at Yin together. Well, Yin just popped up at that thought, and he got embarrassed. Well, Sister Lan, your martial spirit had come to life? The medicine in my body may be helpful for her too. I think. Don't you ever think about that? Mu Yu Dai replied with anger, and she stared at him. Stop your dirty idea about me. She knew too well how Dialen regained her martial spirit. How would she sell her virginity for it? I was joking. Don't take it seriously. Yin looked indifferent, and he looked up at the entrance of the hollow tree. It's about noon, and I don't fear demon beasts. Let's resume our journey. Okay. Dialen giggled. They got out from the tree hole and advanced in the forest, while Dialen still carried Mu Yu Dai on her back. After a whole night's hunting, the demon beasts all seemed to be resting. They didn't see a single high-level demon beast on the way. Yet, those human remains reminded them how nasty the demon beasts were last night. At dusk, the profound chi in Yan's body was purified, and thus the negative power filled Yan's mind again. He got a strong urge to kill. He knew Mu Yu Dai's zither could comfort him and diminish the negative emotions, but would attract those demon beasts and their chasers in the serenity of the forest. Since he had the experience with Dialen, Yin hesitated for a second, wandered his lustful eyes on Dialen's delicious body for a while as he developed a plan. Night came. In a secret valley, Mu Yu Dai cuddled in the branches of a dense, ancient tree. She was gazing at the bushes 10 meters away with a blushed face while grinding her teeth. The bushes were shaking continuously, combined with waves of suppressed moans. Whores! Biting her lips, Mu Yu Dai cursed. After a long yell, that bush calmed down. Minutes later, Yin and Dialen stood up from it and walked back with messy clothes. Yin walked in steady steps and looked calm, as if nothing had happened, while Dialen looked fresh in her skin and smiled with satisfied eyes, though she had some grass in her long hair. Miss Mu, why didn't you go to sleep? As he got close, Yin saw Mu Yu Dai was watching him in despise, so he asked casually with a careless smile. Humph! Mu Yu Dai was angry as she cursed, shameless. Oh, Yin returned her a smile and said casually, maybe we can't even see the sun tomorrow. Who would care about this? Do whatever you want. Yeah, we could be 3 dead bodies at this time of tomorrow. I don't care. Dialen walked up and showed just a slight of shame. Hearing their excuse, Mu Yu Dai was stunned. As she realized their situation, she didn't know what to say at all. Sister Lan trained by heart. Maybe you can improve a lot. Yin smiled meaningfully. Okay, I understand. Dialen got his undertone and laughed. You are really something, aren't you? Ha! Thus, Dialen climbed up the ancient tree and sat down on a strong branch. Under Mu Yu Dai's confused eyes, she started to train wholeheartedly. Yin didn't climb up the tree. Instead, he sat down beside the tree, cross-legged. Due to the intercourse with Dialen, those negative emotions in his meridians were cleansed, and the miraculous power from the meridians gushed into his body and nourished his martial spirit. Only a small part of it went into Dialen's body, but this benefited Dialen too. Closing his eyes, Yin could feel that power was changing his blood and flesh. He operated his profound chi in the big circulation. 1 hour later, Yin found that miraculous power had all gone into his body. Thus he began to practice his petrification martial spirit. As he thought about it, his bare arms hardened, and gradually they turned into dark brown. Dark brown. Yin opened his eyes abruptly, which were as bright as stars. He looked in wonder and carefully examined his arms. Dark brown. It was exactly dark brown. Yin was so excited that he wanted to laugh wildly. At that moment, he finally realized how that power benefited his martial spirit magically. Chapter 34, Mysterious Martial Spirit. Chapter 34, Mysterious Martial Spirit. He realized in surprise that the power could not only operate the profound chi, but also increase it by levels. The martial spirit only increases with the advancement in martial levels. It will be enhanced only with the progression to higher level. This was to say, one would have a breakthrough in his martial spirit only when he enhanced from elementary level to nascent level, or from nascent level to human level, and so on. The small progress from the first sky of nascent level to the second sky wouldn't change the martial spirit a bit. Only the progress across levels could develop the martial spirit. However, there were exceptions. The martial spirit didn't increase with every advancement of a level. Sometimes it only increased when a warrior progressed by 2 or 3 levels. For example, the progress of Shi Yan's petrification martial spirit consisted of 4 stages. A descendant of Shi family who heard petrification martial spirit would show gray skin about 10 days after his birth, which meant the first stage. If this guy was diligent in training martial arts and reached the human level, the petrification martial spirit would develop and his skin would turn dark brown, which was the second stage. Once he got to the earth level, the skin would grow green with the advancement in martial skill, which meant the third stage. If he was genius enough to get to the sky level, the martial skill would reach the pinnacle and the skin would turn purple, which would be the fourth stage. The petrification martial spirit of the Shi family strengthened only with every 2 levels and then changed one skin color. Every time the petrification martial spirit changed and progressed to a higher state, one's muscle's defensive power would increase by several times. When the petrification martial spirit was at first stage, one could easily defend against human fists and attacks infused with profound chi to a level. When it reached the second stage and the skin turned dark brown, the defensive power would increase by many times, and one could not only defend against the strong attacks from profound chi, but could also safeguard attacks from average weapons. The green skin of stage 3 had a much stronger defensive power. Weapons could hardly penetrate one's body, and at the same time, one's body would still unbelievably be agile and flexible. As it reached stage 4, the body would turn purple and wouldn't be injured by anything, not even by water, fire, or any mysterious tricks. The body would become enormously powerful and agile. In Italy, if the descendant of Shi family was at elementary or nascent level, his petrification martial spirit would stay at stage 1. It wouldn't advance until he broke to human level. The stage of this martial spirit advanced only with the increase of one's level. Other martial spirits on the Grace mainland were all the same as petrification. They increase along with the advancing of one's level. But some magical pills could change the rules and help the martial spirit increase cross levels. On the Grace mainland, these magical pills existed only in legends. Warriors of the Fire Empire, the God-blessed Empire, and the Merchant Union had merely heard of these. The real pills hadn't been beheld by anybody. Even the 3 medicine kings of the Medicine Valley in the Fire Empire were only soul-level alchemists, far from the divinity-level alchemists who were able to refine such magical pills. However, that power from his meridians seemed to have broken the rules. That magical power could not only awaken the martial spirit, but also increase the martial spirit through stages. His arms had turned dark brown after petrification, which would happen only to a warrior of human level from the Shi family. This was apparently the second stage of petrification. The magical power could awaken his martial spirit and can also increase it. What did this mean? It meant that he might enter stage 4 of petrification martial spirit even if he hadn't advanced to the sky level. Being impervious to either weapon or water, the body would not turn stiff, but become more agile, being able to defend against all kinds of attacks. At the thought of power of stage 4 of petrification, Shi Yan was pleased that he had gained something precious. This ability was obviously a martial spirit too, which not only helped him purify the profound chi in his meridians, but also mysteriously imposed negative emotions on his foes during fights. This mysterious martial spirit was able to absorb profound chi from the dead, alter it into a live magical power in meridians, and awaken and increase other martial spirits. Shi Yan's dark eyes were sparkling like stars. Sitting there silently, he realized that if he trained hard with the help of this amazing martial spirit, he would be a terrible existence on the Grace mainland. The dark forest. In a bloody area where there were dead bodies all around the ground, a troop of people who looked gloomy were examining something. They were from the Wolf Mercenary Union. Bernard walked among those dead bodies, looking worried. The captain of the Wolf Mercenary Union was a disaster-level warrior, the same as me. It looks like they were obliterated completely. On hearing that, the Crescent Emissary and Mo Chowga frowned at the same time. After a moment's hesitation, the Crescent Emissary took out a silver horn and began to blow it. Instead of any sound, an odd wave was sent out and propagated away. Before long, two men, who wore silver gowns and masks, showed up secretly from the woods. Their masks were green and tush-like, which were different from the pale masks on the Crescent Emissary and his people. "Emissary, have you found anything?" The Crescent Emissary asked coldly. "Many warriors and mercenaries were attacked last night by demon beasts. Too many footprints here. We can't tell which are our targets." One-star Emissary answered respectfully. The Dark World had two divisions, Dark Emissaries and Black Emissaries. The former were responsible for tracing and collecting information, and the latter killing. They were graded as the star, the moon, and the sun. Though the Dark Emissaries and the Black Emissaries did completely different work, they were strictly graded. The Star Emissaries of star level were under Crescent Emissaries of moon level. "Is it so hard to find a target?" The Crescent Emissary was good at kiling and fighting, but was bad at tracing. Hearing that, his eyes turned dim. "Sir, it's a large area, and there are too many warriors, demon beasts, and mercenaries, so it's really hard to find targets. During these days searching, we were attacked by numerous mercenaries, and one of us was killed. The Dark World had disrepute, so the bold warriors and mercenaries who came to this area might kill people from the Dark World if they were in a bad mood. In the past couple of days, they had encountered these kinds of cases for some time. They were even challenged after they cooperated with warriors from Mo family, though they didn't lose much. Can't find the targets, and unsettled demon beasts, too tough." After pondering on it, Mo Chowga said, "We should stop this aimless search. What about waiting in the Silent Town? It is the only way toward the Merchant Union. They would definitely go to the Silent Town once they get out of the Dark Forest. Thus we could wait for them there." "Good idea." Bernard nodded and showed a murderous look. "Whoever goes to the Merchant Union would pass the Silent Town, so we just need to wait and meet them there. Well then, let's cross this region as soon as possible, and wait for their appearance during our way to the Silent Town." The Crescent Emissary kept mute for a long time, and compromised to this suggestion, for he couldn't come up with a better one. The three came to an agreement quickly and stopped searching for Shi Yan and his friends. The Y began to prepare to cross the dark forest and ambush on its border and the way to the Silent Town. 4 or 5 days, they were moving in the dark forest carefully, hiding from demon beasts and warriors. At night, they would stop moving and rest in covert region. In this way, they avoided many high-level demon beasts, mercenaries, and warriors with great luck. And every night, Shi Yan would train ceaselessly to adapt the second stage of petrification and let the shift go to every cell of his body. Dialin had kept away from men for years, and since she had those amazing experiences with Shi Yan, she would always ask him for it. They let off their passions under trees, in bushes, and beside brooks. Muyu Dai knew she was not able to stop them, so she just let it go, though sometimes she still couldn't help cursing and complaining about them being shameless. This night, after a short training, Dialin jumped up and shouted mirthfully, I just had a breakthrough. Not long before that, she was having a crazy time with Shi Yan under a big tree. In another ancient tree not far from Dialin, Muyu Dai stuck her head out with surprise. Seeing Dialin in messy clothes, she shouted, That is working. Chapter 35, Block the Cave. Chapter 35, Blocking the Cave. Shi Yan slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Dialin, who was still in an absolute bliss, and said with a smile, Congratulations, Sister Lan. After figuring out what the mysterious martial spirit was truly capable of, Shi Yin was just as excited as well. Although Di Yalin was just shagging him for a couple of days, she had already benefited enormously and reached the human level. This was almost a miracle, which proved that this mysterious martial spirit indeed had limitless power. Thank you so much. There was a warmth of gratitude shining through Di Yalin's gorgeous eyes. She didn't need to be a genius to realize that what happened to her was due to Shi Yin. For the past few days, she really saw enormous improvements. Well, this might have something to do with the medicine within my body. Anyway, Sister Lan, you've also earned all this by yourself. Shi Yin replied with a cool face. So, now that you have reached the human level, could you show us the power of your martial spirit? Blue magic flame? Could there be any difference with before? Di Yalin smiled like a blooming flower. She slowly raised her left hand, with a blue flame suddenly bursting on her palm. The flame was the size of a watermelon, which gradually covered her entire hand. The blue flame was like a living creature. It suddenly turned into dozens of fire snakes, moving around her beautiful arm. Moreover, this magic blue flame could change into various shapes with Di Yalin's thoughts. It would suddenly turn into snakes and then into birds, just like actual living creatures, which would almost fly away from her palm at any time. The moment I reached the human level, I could distinctly sense that my blue magic flames had changed. My martial spirit is stronger than ever. Di Yalin couldn't hide her excitement. Not only it has become bigger in size, from the size of a fist to the size of a man's head, but it also has achieved the capability of matter condensation, which means that it has already reached the second stage. Her martial spirit was capable of matter condensation. Shi Yin nodded. He instantly realized that Di Yalin's martial spirit, blue magic flame, was also quite something. He complimented, "Well, congratulations again. This is all because of you," Di Yalin said with a shine in her charming eyes. She couldn't hide her sexual desire in her smile. How is this even possible? Mu Dai, who was resting on the tree, was filled with doubt and suspicion. It only took Sister Lan a couple of days to reach the human level. That's way too fast. How is this even possible? Sister Lan, I clearly remember that you only reached the third sky of a nascent warrior 6 months ago. Yes, that's true. Di Yalin was on top of the world and said proudly, I did just enter the third sky of a nascent warrior 6 months ago. Even I didn't expect that I could reach the human level so soon. I thought it would at least take me another 3 to 5 years of hard practice before I could ever reach the human level. Hee hee. Mu Dai had no idea how to answer her bragging, so she simply rolled her eyes. How come? This guy's essence, does it really have that kind of magical power? With her mind lingering on that thought, Mu Dai couldn't help but blush again. She forced herself to stop right there and almost called herself a slut. Another 5 days had passed by. The three of them continued to proceed in the dark forest with great caution. In those 5 days, each night, they would always hear chaos from the dark forest, mixed with the roaring of demon beasts and the crying and screaming of human warriors, as well as mercenaries. This continuous noise and chaos would make even the bravest man be filled with horror. Shi Yin instantly realized that there must be some human who had irritated the higher-level demon beasts. That's why during those nights, he would find a peaceful and an absolutely safe area to rest, and never took any chance to go out at night. During this period, he decided not to confront with any demon beasts or to pick fights with any mercenaries, avoiding any trouble from both sides. Because of this code of caution that they took during those 5 days, although the three of them didn't cover a long distance, they didn't run into any trouble on their way either. Apart from that, if Shi Yin got lucky, he would still find some dead warriors freshly killed by those demon beasts. As soon as those demon beasts left, Shi Yin would rush to those corpses to collect their lingering profound qi. But for the sake of safety, he would always wait for a while after those demon beasts had left before showing up around those corpses. Although he didn't harvest much profound qi from each corpse, With the stolen profound chi accumulating within his body, Shurian also managed to enhance his own petrification martial spirit by a bit. Until now, his body was already able to petrify entirely within seconds, just with a thought. All of his skin would change to dark brown, and his defense power was also slowly enhancing. For the past few days, there was never a second when he ever forgot about the practice for controlling his own madness. However, the last threshold was just too difficult for him to break through. Every time he tried to operate the negative energy within his meridians in his brain, he would suffer from a mind-splitting pain. And when he reversed his profound chi within his body, he would be under so much pain that he would faint instantly. After a few days of practice, he still could not manage himself through the last stage of rampage. And after such a series of fainting, Shurian guessed that he was probably using the wrong approach. Therefore, he gave up on this tough approach and figured that he should try another way after a few days' reflection. It was night again. The three of them were hiding in a dark cave within a valley. With the opening of the cave covered with bushes, they talked in a low voice. They could hear troops of demon beasts passing by their cave on the outside. It seemed there were the roaring and howling of demon beasts everywhere. God knows how many demon beasts were out there on that night. It is a little unusual tonight. It seems that all the demon beasts in the dark forest have come out. Dialin said with a frown on her face. This is too strange. Usually, even if the warriors and mercenaries are too out of line, those demon beasts would at most attack them for 2 or 3 days. There is no reason for all these demon beasts to come out. God knows what the hell is going on out there. Behind such large-scale attacks and movements of these demon beasts, there must be orders from a demon beast of a much higher level. Shurian said with a serious face. The Silver Thunder Wolf is already a level 7 demon beast, equaling our warrior of the sky level. It not only has demon crystals within its body, but also possesses the intelligence of the same level as humans. As even the Silver Thunder Wolf has showed up to lead, there must be a huge fight behind. Thank God we proceeded with great caution these days, not aiming to cover more distance, but making safety our first priority. Otherwise, we would have been in loads of trouble. Dialin nodded. Tada! Tada! There were some messy footsteps from the outside of the cave. They assumed that this was the movement of human warriors out there. With such frequent movement of the demon beasts out there, those human warriors who were still moving around must be in some serious trouble, probably also being chased and hunted by those demon beasts right now. Maybe we should go out and take a look? Maybe we could offer some help? Mu Dai asked the other 2 people dimly. Shurian and Dialin both took a glimpse at Mu Dai, but didn't say anything. What? You want to let them die, just like that? Mu Dai frowned. She was obviously quite upset. There are so many demon beasts out there. We can barely hide ourselves right now. If this cave also got compromised, I am afraid we wouldn't have much luck with those demon beasts. Apart from that, how can you be so sure that the warriors outside are not a disaster to us? What if they also lust for your beauty? God knows how much trouble that could bring us. I suggest you mind your own business. Shurian sniffed with no mercy at all. Mu Dai was not that naive. Of course, she knew all about these. She only said this because she couldn't bear the idea that humans were killed by those cruel beasts. But after being taught a lesson by Shurian like that, her pride was badly hurt. She puckered her lips and mumbled, cold-blooded, "You are not even a human. I guess you're just too scared of dying. I misjudged you before. According to your suggestion, you're not only not scared to die, you are literally begging to be killed." Shurian sneered with a grin. "Miss Mu, you did save my life twice, but I've already repaid your favor. Just so you know, the only reason I am still here is not because of you, but because of what your Uncle Luo has entrusted me with before he died." Shurian paused a little and continued. "You are not my princess, so don't pull your drama on me. This annoys me a lot. If I really got pissed one day, I will just leave you here. Whatever you'd like to do is none of my business." "You asshole!" Mu Dai felt so wrong that her eyes were starting to wet. She tried her best to control her tears and said with a crying voice, "You know nothing better than lecturing me. Okay, Give it a break, you two. At this time, we should be united. We are all heading towards the merchant union, so we'd better stick together and look after each other. Stop fighting over such trivial stuff. Yalin intermediated in their conversation. Oh crap! Yin suddenly stood up, and his face looked like hell. It seems those people have discovered this cave. They are heading towards this way. Shit! No way! Yalin was also astonished. She quickly picked up her dagger and guarded the entrance of the cave together with Yin. What should we do now? Ow! Woo! The roaring and howling of the demon beasts could be heard outside the cave. It seemed that there were more and more demon beasts coming toward their way. Block the entrance. Yin suddenly changed the look on his face. He put his hands against the rock on the entrance of the cave and shouted, "Come here and pin these rocks. We cannot let anyone into this cave. As soon as other humans get into this cave, those demon beasts would figure out quickly that we're here. If those demon beasts stick around, then sooner or later they would discover us, and that would be a complete disaster. I'm not going down with those guys out there." After Yin entered this cave, he not only had covered the entrance with bushes and leaves, but had also moved some big rocks to block the opening, just in case for this type of situation to happen. He didn't expect that these rocks would actually be put to use. Okay, Yalin was a little shocked, but she also quickly joined Yin in pinning the big rocks, thus blocking the entrance of the cave. Chapter 36, Bang. Chapter 36, Bang. Bang, bang. The sound of heavy strikes on the rocks came one after another. Violent strikes were forced on Yin, who was blocking the cave. He and Yalin were both shocked and felt numb in their arms. Hey friends inside the cave, take your hands off, or I won't be this polite anymore. At the entrance of the cave, a cold voice yelled, "My martial spirit can perceive life signs within 200 meters. I know there are 3 of you. We just want to get in and hide for a while. Please do us a favor. It's our cave. Please go and find one of your own. Don't get us into trouble." Yin looked very serious as he pressed all his profound chi into his arms. In no time, his arms began to contract and turn dry, while white fog flew around them. Move! Demon beasts will come in a few minutes, and there must be several high-level ones. If you don't want to lose your lives, let us in. A forthright voice cried fretfully. Get lost. Our cave is too small for you people. Yin was rather cold, showing not the slightest amount of friendliness. Their cave was not big enough, so it could only hold 6 people, and, counting the rock at the entrance, it could only hold 5 people at most. According to their breaths, Yin could tell there were 6 of them, which was too much for the small cave. "Steve, come with me, let's break it," one of them shouted coldly with impatience. "Sure." Bang, bang. 2 streams of explosive power struck the rock at the same time, and an enormous force blasted out from within the hard rock at once. With the dull booms, the hard rock, which was being supported by Yin and Yalin, was comminuted into dozens of pieces. Kaka! Kaka! The rock segments fell on the ground one by one, and suddenly the light shined into the dim entrance. 3 people got the chance and slipped into the cave at once. The leader of the group, who was around 30 years old and wore a silver warrior uniform, looked cold and arrogant. He glanced at Yin and the 2 girls, then jeered. "A mere human-level warrior dares to block us. You are going beyond your depth, young man. Big brother, kill them," another rude young man urged. "This cave is only capable of holding 6 people. Our people can't come in if they still stay here. You 3 get out of the cave right now, or I will kill you in no time." The man in silver uniform demanded. "You are definitely no match for us. We have 2 human-level and 4 nascent-level warriors. You'd better not waste our time." The 3 warriors who were standing at the opening of the cave looked at Yin and Yalin coldly, seemingly prepared to take action at any time, as a dim light was gradually sent out from their bodies. "Big brother, look at the girls, whoa." Another skinny short young man found Yalin and Muyu Dai extraordinarily beautiful after he adapted to the dimness in the cave and couldn't help but shout out. "Chuck, do you want the girls or our brothers outside the cave?" The leader grunted. That skinny young man smiled with embarrassment. Don't be pissed, my brother. I'm just kidding. Of course I want my brothers. Women are everywhere, right? Ha! Now that we got so much treasure from the Silver Thunder Wolf's cave, we can get women whenever we want. Ha! Why are you still there? The warrior taking the lead looked hideous suddenly as he was about to fight. Fight! Dialin shouted as she lifted her short sword. There are all demon beasts out of the cave. We would still die even if we get out. Hee hee. Please run away as far as you can and take the demon beast with you. Then we will be safe. That rude young man burst into laughter. Or, do you think you can even be alive here? Sister Lan, let's go out. After a deep breath, Yin calmed down. Then he dragged her. Quick! We may escape if we run quickly. It's impossible. Dialin was dragged away by Yin before she could finish her sentence. Muyu Dai had lifted herself up long ago, thus she walked up after them. As her slim figure passed by that skinny short man, that guy stretched out his hand toward her, but, gorgeous, forgive me. We can be closer if we meet again. Muyu Dai got frightened and rushed out of the cave as fast as she can. But unfortunately, that guy still touched her slim waist, which made her furious. Outside the cave, the three men of nascent level had been impatient for a long time. Seeing the three getting out of the cave, the three warriors outside wandered their eyes on Dialin and Muyu Dai lustfully. Then they walked into the cave reluctantly and complimented, Brother, there should be two beauties. Your martial spirit is so great that you could even sense the cave here from so far away. We wouldn't have managed in collecting so much treasure in the Silver Thunder Wolf's cave if it hadn't been your magical martial spirit. Ha! We really harvested a lot this time. A martial skill of spirit level. We can get what we six want with this book when we go back to the God-blessed empire. Then we can own whichever women we are fond of. The rude guy in the cave chuckled. Thanks to our big brother's martial spirit, it can identify the stream of life in the surroundings. That's too damn good. The six of them occupied Yin and his friend's cave and started to discuss softly in it. You three, go as far as you can. It's still early enough for you to leave now. Once the demon beasts came, you can in no way escape from them. The leader demanded confidently. If you are still going to stay at the entrance, please excuse my rudeness. Under the bright moonlight, Yin was wearing an icy and terrifying expression. Terrible demon beast howls were coming from all directions. They were just gathering toward this way, for apparently they knew there were humans in this area. Judging from the situation now, this area would be encircled by demon beasts soon. If they left now, they would become those demon beast target. Even if they guided the demon beasts to other areas, they would be killed by them eventually. Yin knew clearly that the leader didn't kill them because he wanted them to run away and distract those demon beasts, so that those six warriors could survive. Ding Yen, why don't we just have a nasty fight with them? We could also be killed by the demon beasts if we get out of the cave. If we run away, we would die in vain. Why not drag those warriors in with us? Dialin stared at Yin in rage. For his safety's sake, Yin had told him his name was Ding Yen, though Dialin and Muyu Dai rarely called him by his full name. However, since Dialin was strongly against Yin's decision, she shouted out his full name. Muyu Dai turned rather pale, and she said in a miserable voice, I would rather be killed by the dark world than be eaten up by demon beasts. Sister Lan, let's finish ourselves now and attract those demon beasts here. Come here. Yin frowned as he caught Dialin and Muyu Dai, separately with each of his hands, to the corner of the entrance, keeping them away from the middle of the opening. What? Dialin flew into a rage. You want to run away, don't you? Run away? Am I such an easygoing person? Yin broadened his mouth and looked hideous. Abruptly, he took out an iron ball out of his chest and waved it at the girls. Dialin and Muyu Dai were stunned at first. Soon they realized and smirked, then took several steps away from the opening again. Yin nooted, and as soon as the girls found their positions, he suddenly rushed to the entrance. As he reached the entrance, he swiftly threw the iron ball into the cave and left in an instant. Bang! There was a devastating explosion in the cave as sharp splinters flew in all directions inside. some of which flew out of the cave and cut the bushes outside into pieces. Terrible cries came from the entrance of the cave. Old Steve, Mickey, Brother Teddy, Brother Bob, I am hurt. Painful cries, combined with a strong, bloody smell, came out of the cave. Shurian signaled Dialin and went into the cave again. Shurian was looking at the chaos in the cave at the entrance. Ash sneered. Hey, everybody? Ways it fun? The three men on the ground had turned into honeycombs with wounds all over their bodies. That rude guy was among them, with his head cut through. The leader, that skinny, short man, and another fat guy were still alive. The other three had protected them. Though they too were wounded, those splinters didn't hurt their vital places. Their limbs were filled with bleeding wounds, and the leader seemed badly hurt, for his abdomen was bleeding hard. The cave was so small, and once the star bomb exploded, they had nowhere to hide. If it weren't for those three dead warriors who stood in front of them, there would have been no chance for anyone to survive. I'm going to strip your skin. Their leader had his eyes split, and he was too angry. Such dense, profound chi. Shurian took a deep breath and enjoyed a lot. As he was talking, his muscles contracted slowly, and his body got more and more dry. A freezing, insane, AMD murderous smell flew out of Shurian's body slowly, forming into a white thin fog, which spread all over him. Chapter 37, The Killing. Chapter 37, The Killing. Inside the cave, there were 3 dead bodies, 3 wounded warriors, and Shurian. Shurian jumped into the cave. However, he did nothing but simply just stood there, feeling the blowing waves of profound chi coming from those 3 fresh bodies right towards him. The profound chi flew into the 720 meridians of his body. The waves were so strong that his meridians even felt a little pain. Naturally, Shurian's body went mad again. All his muscles had shrunken so badly that he suddenly looked even thinner. There was a wave of evil energy quickly spreading from the white smoke covering his whole body. With the coldest and cruelest spirits, this energy quickly fulfilled the entire cave. Those evil spirits seemed to have some bewitching magic power. Once those 3 wounded warriors breathed in some of this white smoke, their mind was instantly fulfilled with a crazy urge of slaughtering as well. You fucking son of a bitch. I'm gonna skin you alive. The leader of them shouted loudly, with a creepy green poppy flower suddenly appearing on his palm. That poppy flower was made purely by his profound chi and looked just as alive, growing and expanding with astonishing speed on his palm. Only within seconds, that green poppy flower had become the size of a cattail leaf, with a freezing light shining in the middle of the bud and a green light diffusing around it. At his sway of hand, that giant poppy flower instantly flew right towards its Shurian. That poppy flower was like an open bloody mouth. It was trying to bite Shurian right on his head, seemingly try to swallow his entire head into its bud. A roaring sound came out of Shurian. He had quickly concentrated the streams of negative energy that he absorbed from those dead warriors, and let that energy out from all the meridians covering his whole body, which soon formed into 3 ghost shadows in front of his body. Those ghost shadows were floating in front of his body in the scariest way, with their eyes filled with utmost endless resentment to this world. Steve, Mickey, Teddy. The thin warrior was instantly filled with horror. He stared, dumbstruck, at those floating ghost shadows Shurian had in front of his body, and couldn't help screaming. Those 3 ghost shadows looked exactly like those 3 warriors right before they died. The leader was also pretty astonished. He couldn't help but take a step back. However, that creepy poppy flower didn't stop its move and continued to try biting on Shurian's head. Break! Shurian waved his fist and sent out a web of white smoke which was tangled and concentrated with all kinds of negative energy. Those streams of negative energy combined together into a silver snake and suddenly shot into the center of that poppy flower. Boom! That poppy flower exploded into pieces, with its freezing light suddenly splashing everywhere like a creepy firework. beautiful but strange. "Look out!" the leader shouted out. He quickly moved forward and covered the other two guys with both of his hands. There were also spots of weird lights shining inside his palms. He waved his hands and surprisingly captured all the freezing light coming towards him all into his chest. Yin had the cruelest look on his face. He started to operate his mind power and petrify his whole body. In this dark cave, his entire body became brown and as tough as the steel. Dozens of freezing dots of light shot toward him again with buzzing sounds. However, they were all blocked by his petrified body. Only a small proportion of the freezing energy filtered into his body through all his petrified muscles. The freezing energy was rushing and bumping inside his body. However, its power was mostly blocked by his petrified muscles. Only after a few seconds, Yin's body had already returned to normal and wasn't influenced by the freezing energy anymore. Yin. Dialin rushed into the cave. Seeing Yin confronting those three warriors all by himself, she couldn't help but scream and ask him with worry, "Are you okay? Use your blue magic flame to cover for me. Hold back the leader. I will kill the other two nascent warriors first." Yin gave his order with a cruel face. He then started operating his mind. Those three ghost shadows floating in front of him suddenly started rushing towards those three warriors like starving wolves towards its prey. The tiny stone cave could barely hold all these people. Once an attack was launched, there was no room to escape. The opponent could only defend themselves with everything they had. Seeing those three ghost shadows coming towards their way, the three warriors in the cave all seemed pretty terrified. People are naturally intimidated by the unknown, especially because 1 minute ago, those three ghost shadows were still their dearest brothers. The three of them tried to escape, but only to find their way already blocked by the stones. There was nowhere for them to go. "Don't be scared," the leader shouted. The freezing light he just withdrew into his chest was transformed and turned into an icy, silver light shield, sheltering the three of them. Yin sniffed secretly on the inside and continued to operate his mind power. The three ghost shadows stopped in front of the three warriors. With the silver light shield in between, those ghost shadows waved their fists and started to make terrifying postures such as biting and gobbling, showing all their utmost resentment in their eyes towards those warriors. All kinds of negative energy had gathered into the eyes of those ghost shadows, and through eye contact, flew right into the mind of those three warriors. Almost instantly, as they were impacted by the negative energy, the three warriors felt like they were thrown into the lowest level of the hell. Countless terrifying and screaming ghosts were coming towards their way, dragging them towards the endless hell. There was no way for them to get out. The faces of the three warriors became stiff, and their eyes became lifeless, all with the most terrified look on their face. "Sister Lan, break their ice light shield," Yin shouted. Dialin trembled a little. She didn't give much thought, but quickly threw out her blue magic flame, which she already gotten ready on her palm. The flame turned into an agile phoenix and shot itself into that silver light shield. Chi-chi. The silver light shield was instantly melted under the heat of the blue magic flame. The shield formed by the leader's profound chi was obviously too weak in front of the attack of Dialin's blue magic flame martial spirit, and suddenly cracked a fist-sized hole. The three ghost shadows took advantage of this crack and quickly sneaked in like a light smoke. The ghosts separated and sneaked into the body of the three warriors respectively. Yin suddenly rushed forward towards them. He had all his profound chi flowing into his arms like crazy. When he was moving his arms, there was even a deep bursting sound in the air, like a mountain was falling apart. The white mist entangling his iron fist had already concentrated and turned into a layer of pale liquid matter covering his arms, making his bony arm look even more terrifying, like the sharp claw of an evil ghost. Yin's arm was like a sharp sword, and pierced right through the chest of that thin guy who once mouthed about Mu Yu Dai. He used his fist to punch that guy so hard that he fell onto the wall of that cave with a deep sound. "You're seeking death, you fucking bastard." The human-level leader warrior suddenly woke up in the middle of his nightmare. Seeing another one of his brothers miserably die in front of his eyes, he couldn't help but shout with anger. He generated a huge silver light ball on his palm and pushed it hard towards Shi Yan's chest. There was an overwhelming gravity falling towards Shi Yan, which, combining with the freezing cold ice power, exploded all of a sudden on Shi Yan's chest. Dang, dang, dang. Shi Yan had to step back some distance before he could stabilize his body. He just took the full blow of Tough, a warrior at the human level, right on his chest. However, Shi Yan's chest only hurt a little after taking the hit. He checked his body for a second, only to see his body completely intact. That icy blow only froze his chest a little, but didn't manage to hurt him. So this is the second stage of the petrification martial spirit. How awesome is that? Shi Yan was actually wildly laughing on the inside. He kept operating his own profound qi, guiding it rapidly through his own veins and vessels in his chest. His profound qi was like a warm stream of energy, quickly recovering his chest from the freezing light attack by blowing within his veins and vessels. Dialin, with a dagger in hand, rushed to the front, fighting with the leader. Her phoenix, made of the blue magic flames, was her strongest power, fighting against the leader together with her. The blue flame phoenix could not only counter all the freezing power that the warrior threw out, but could also control some of his creepy attacks. "Are you guys all right?" Muyu Dai entered the cave with both hands covering her nose. When she stepped inside, she almost puked instantly due to the strong, bloody smell. "Pile up the bodies," Shi Yan ordered with a frown. He didn't wait for Muyu Dai to respond before he quickly rushed towards the other nascent warrior who was still drowning in his nightmares, just like a haunting ghost. "No, little Joe." The leader suddenly changed the look on his face. He instantly screamed out anxiously. Even in his wildest dreams, he could not imagine that this guy in front of him, who was merely a nascent warrior, could take on his full blow and not only survive, but also fight back again. But he himself was a warrior of the human level who had already reached the second sky. Brother Trump, hearing his name being called, that unconscious warrior suddenly woke up and couldn't help but scream. But this was also the last sound that he would ever make in this world. The next moment, he stopped screaming as his back bumped hard onto the stone wall and blood came out through all his meridians. Shi Yan's body was as forceful as a mountain because of the scary explosion power that he got from going mad. He simply just bumped this guy to death onto the stone wall, and all of his bones broke into pieces. "No, little Joe." The leader couldn't help but howl. Seeing all his brothers die in such a horrible way, one after another right in front of his eyes, he started to regret entering this cave for the first time. He regretted that he ever provoked Shi Yan, this mad slaughterer, regretted even setting foot into the dark forest. "Miss Mu, quick, pile up these bodies." Shi Yan took a harsh look on Muyu Dai, who had already completely lost her mind, and said with a cold voice, "If you don't want to die, then move quickly." Muyu Dai couldn't help but tremble. Under those cold-blooded eyes of Shi Yan, she had to kneel down to deal with all these nasty bloody bodies and move these ugly broken body parts to a corner of the stone cave, piling them up one by one. "Shi Yan, come help me." Dialin screamed. "This guy's profound qi is too strong. I cannot handle him for much longer." The demon beasts started to gather outside the stone cave, with waves of roaring and howling coming towards them. It seemed that before long, this valley would be covered with demon beasts. Of course, Dialin understood the value of time. They must finish this fight and kill the leader as soon as possible. "I'll be right there." Shi Yan rushed forward and stood right in front of Dialin, facing the leader. Boom! The silver freezing light appeared again on the palm of the leadery, with another strike shooting right at Shi Yan's chest. "Hey, hey!" Shi Yan put on a scary grin on his face. With the help of his petrification martial spirit, which had already reached the second stage, he took this hit just fine. Now, this leader was forced into a corner of the stone cave. There was no way for him to escape. The phoenix made by the blue magic flame took the chance and also flew over. It soon landed on the shoulder of the leader. The flames surrounded and spread rapidly on the guy's shoulders just like a tendril of vines. Soon there was the smell of burning flesh on his shoulders. The flames became stronger and stronger and then spread from his shoulders to his abdomen, then to his waist, until burning his little brother under the belt. The lead guy started to scream with great pain. He started to hit Shurian like crazy, desperate to break Shurian's defense and get out of this cave. You tried so hard to get in, but now you want to leave? Hey, too late for that. Shurian put on his dark light shield and used his petrification martial spirit to block all his crazy attacks with a mocking grin on his face. Despite his terribly thin body, Shurian was standing there like a steady stone. No matter how hard the attacks were, he just stood there without moving an inch. Dialin found an opportunity to get in. With her dagger in hand, she pierced one leg of the leader almost within a second. Please don't kill me. I've got the treasures we stole from the cave of the Silver Thunderwolf. Please just let me go. I will give them all to you. Please. The leader screamed and begged with his twisted face. I will take the treasures and your life as well. Sure, Yin put on a scary grin. Countless streams of white smoke suddenly wrapped tightly around this guy's body. And with this man's most terrified screams, Shurian pierced his throat with one finger. The leader soon lost the light in his eyes. His body also started to become soft and fell onto the ground slowly. Sure, Yin didn't take another look on that man's body. He quickly turned around and looked at Mu Dai with a scary face. He cursed in a cold voice. So useless. Still haven't finished with these bodies? Mu Dai was already pretty upset. She was trying very hard at dealing with these bodies. For a girl who hated nasty stuff like this, it was not an easy task to pile up all these bodies. Don't even expect her to be extra efficient, which was almost impossible. Sure, Yin didn't waste a lot words on her. He simply sniffed and piled up all the bodies himself with a frown on his face and blood all over his hands. He said with a cold voice, "The demon beasts are coming towards this valley together. Whether we can survive this still depends on God's will." Chapter 38, Spirit Level Martial Skills. Chapter 38, Spirit Level Martial Skills. Inside the cave, the bodies were piled up with all of their profound chi wiped clean. Under the influence of Shurian's mysterious martial spirit, the bodies were not only drained of all their profound chi, but even the blood inside the corpses had solidified within a very short time. With all their blood solidified, the bloody smell that once filled the entire cave was not as strong as before. However, Shurian was still not satisfied with this. After thinking it over, he quickly took out a packet of medicinal powder from his backpack and sprayed it all around the cave without hesitation. This medicinal powder was called cleansing powder, which had an extraordinary absorbing power, capable of capturing all the little impurities floating in the air, including toxins, smell, and poisonous smoke. After using one packet of cleansing powder, the remaining bloody smell in the cave was instantly wiped clean like magic. After capturing the bloody smell floating in the air, the cleansing powder had become dozens of little red particles which looked just like drops of blood, micronized into little atoms falling onto the ground. I need to find something to hide the cave entrance. Although that bloody smell in the cave was now under control, Shurian was still a little bit worried. He started to cover the cave entrance with the nearby bushes and twigs. Although the battle between the two groups was for the cave, both knew of the importance of the nearby foliage. As such, none of the nearby vegetation was moved or destroyed when approaching the cave. However, with the eruption of the star bomb, the bushes at the cave entrance were damaged and cut into pieces. Fortunately, the bushes near the cave entrance were still intact. Now, what Shurian needed to do was to move the bushes on each side to the middle of the cave entrance to perfectly cover the entire opening. Sure, Yin was breathing smoothly and paying great attention to his movements. He was acting with great caution and moving the bushes and leaves towards the entrance of the cave slowly, inch by inch, for fear that the demon beasts outside would discover something strange in this place. With the roaring of the demon beasts getting more and more frequent, they sensed that God knows how many demon beasts had gathered in the valley outside the cave. Shurian had a serious look on his face and was acting extremely nervous. Sweat was secretly coming out of his forehead. Even his back started to become wet with sweat. When he finally dragged the last large bush into the cave entrance, even his arms were slightly trembling, as if he had made huge efforts to finish this job. "Are you okay?" Dialin asked with care. "It's nothing, I'm just a little tired." Sure, Yin shook his head. His face had turned extraordinarily pale. He stopped to think for a moment and then said, "You two be careful later. If we are ever found by those demon beasts, you must make every effort to guard the cave entrance." Dialin nodded and added with care, "Yeah, I get it. But what on earth has happened to you? I just saw you kicking the ass of that warrior of the human level with my own eyes, but how come you become so weak right now?" "It's exactly because I made such great efforts to fight with him that I've become so weak right now." Shurian sat down with his legs crossed and refused to give any more explanation. At this critical time, surprisingly, he closed his eyes to rest. This was actually the side effect of Rampage kicking off inside his body. Every time he performed Rampage, his body would suffer great pressure. The Rampage martial skill required the excitation of all kinds of negative energy within one's meridians. The power of Rampage served as a double-edged sword, giving you power far beyond your own level for a very short amount of time, but on the other hand, also making you more exhausted afterwards. After all, those negative energies were way too evil and creepy. When these negative energies spilled over from his meridians, they were hurting his body as well. Every time when he finished Rampage, he would be wrapped in waves of exhaustion, weakening his body very quickly. Sitting right there in the cave, Shurian felt that both his arms and legs were weak and powerless. The meridians all over his body were also hurting like hell. The profound chi he absorbed from those 6 fresh corpses had also rushed into his meridians, filling his body with wave after wave of strong power. While his meridians were processing and purifying this profound chi with high speed, the negative energies would take advantage of this to sneak out and slowly rot his mind and sanity. At this moment, he couldn't do anything that required effort. His meridians were still busy processing and purifying all this new profound chi. If he couldn't relax his body, he wouldn't be able to achieve a quality recovery at all. Therefore, he made a sensible decision to leave everything else alone. He just sat still, keeping a peaceful mind for the recovery. Seeing him sitting and resting with both eyes closed, the other 2 women, Dialin and Muyu Dai, also looked pretty serious. They concentrated on observing the movements outside the cave. The demon beasts were still moving inside the valley. There were even some demon beasts around their cave, and they seemed to be searching for something. Both Muyu Dai and Dialin were guarding the entrance of the cave very nervously. They didn't dare to take any chance to relax. Dialin was holding her dagger firmly in her hand, looking outside warily through the gaps between the bushes covering the cave entrance, fearing that some demon beast would suddenly jump in. They were both aware that demon beasts had an extremely sensitive sense of smell. They were worried that those beasts might find them through the bloody smell in the air. They knew that once their cave was discovered by any of those demon beasts, they had to guard this cave no matter what the price was. Dang! Dang! A 3-headed hound was coming towards them with its 3 giant heads shaking in the air. It seemed to have found something. Its 6 eyes on its 3 heads were scanning around, as if it had discovered something unusual. "Oh crap!" Dialin suddenly changed the look on her face, grabbing her dagger even more firmly in her hand. With sweat pouring out of her palm, she focused on the 3-headed hound with all of her attention and didn't dare to move her eyes away for a second. Dialin was already extremely tense and was ready to start a fight at any time. The 3-headed hound was a level 3 demon beast, equaling a human warrior of the human level, which was pretty tough to deal with. Moreover, This demon beast possessed an extraordinarily sharp sense of smell. The bloody smell inside the cave might be able to fool other demon beasts, but could not necessarily hide from this three-headed hound. Due to her anxiety, Dialen's entire body became stiff and tense. Her hand, which held the dagger, was also shaking slightly, which meant that her profound chi was moving very fast through her veins and vessels. Right at that moment, a howl from the silver thunderwolf came from the distance, which alerted the whole valley and outmatched all the roaring and shouting of the other demon beasts. I am Gan Shao from the Medicine Valley. I came to the Dark Forest simply to collect medicine for myself. I have never stepped into your cave. Silver Thunderwolf, I know you are good, but I am not afraid of you. If you continue to harass and kill my people, I will not let you go easy. A low, dark voice came from the distance. The Silver Thunder Wolf started howling again in the distance. Hearing this howling sound, the three-headed hound, which was about to approach the cave where the three of them were hiding, suddenly stopped right there. It paused a little and quickly turned around and started running towards the howling of the Silver Thunder Wolf in high speed. Upon the howling of the Silver Thunder Wolf, the demon beasts gathered in the valley were also starting to take off, leaving the valley for the Silver Thunder Wolf. The Silver Thunder Wolf and Gan Shao seemed about to have a huge fight. Dialen suddenly relaxed. She felt so weak that she sat right down on the ground with her body covered with sweat. If only that three-headed hound had moved a little further forward, maybe even a couple of meters, then their cave would have definitely been compromised. And once that three-headed hound had discovered the cave, the other demon beasts in the valley would most definitely have followed it over here as well. If that really happened, there was no way that the three of them could have ever escaped those demon beasts. Sister Lan, are you okay? Muyu Dai was wiping the sweat off her forehead with a handkerchief stained with blood. She also sat down on the ground with the stone wall behind her. It's okay. Dialen smiled softly, but still sighed. We were very lucky back then. If the Silver Thunder Wolf didn't have its eyes on Gan Shao from the Medicine Valley and didn't suddenly call for all the demon beasts to gather around it, I am afraid that we wouldn't have been able to make it through this. Yeah, I was also pretty scared just now. Muyu Dai's pretty face also looked quite pale. She added in a low voice, I was even prepared to commit suicide back then. Don't ever have that thought, unless we have no other options. Shi Yin sniffed. He suddenly opened his eyes and ordered with a frown, if you have no better things to do, how about searching through the bags and pockets of those 6 warriors, just to see what kind of treasure they had stolen from the cave of that Silver Thunderwolf? Hearing him saying this, Dialen's eyes suddenly lit up. She agreed with excitement. That's right. The Silver Thunderwolf is a level 7 demon beast, a top-level creature within the Dark Forest. It is said that the Silver Thunderwolf is a highly intelligent creature, and that it has killed dozens of high-level warriors in the Dark Forest. It must have collected many treasures from those dead warriors and stored them inside its cave. The treasures those warriors have stolen must be extraordinary. I heard that there's a practice method for a spirit-level martial skill, Shi Yin said with a cool voice. Dialen replied with her face filled with joy and her beautiful eyes lit up with excitement. Spirit-level martial skills are very rare. Even for the royal families from our Fire Empire, there are only 5 kinds of spirit-level martial skills. Any practice method for a spirit-level martial skill would be worth millions, and countless big families would even be willing to kill for it. Then you should really search through them very carefully. Shi Yin nodded and closed his eyes again, seemingly having something on his mind. Of course, he knew how precious so-called spirit-level martial skills were. Across the Fire Empire, the God-blessed Empire, and the Merchant Union, there were around 100 warriors who had reached the Earth level and the Nirvana level for a warrior. However, among all these 100 warriors, those with spirit-level martial skills only counted for a quarter of those warriors. And among that quarter, some are even studying and practicing the same kind of spirit-level martial skills. According to the rumor, across the entire the Fire Empire, the God-blessed Empire, and the Merchant Union, there were only 18 kinds of spirit-level martial skills that were already known to the humankind. And each and every kind of those spirit-level martial skills were all possessed by various powerful families or warriors that ruled their own little kingdoms, such as the Sure family. The Sure family had possessed various kinds of martial skills, such as for the mortal level and the sacred level. However, it only had one kind of martial skill of the spirit level, which the master of the family, Sure Jian, believed to be the most precious family treasure. Even his own descendants had no idea where he had kept that spirit-level martial skill. It seems we are in huge luck. Dialen's eyes were filled with joy. She dug out the backpack of the warrior leader with excitement and didn't waste any time opening it. A strong wave of silver light started to shine out from his backpack. The stone cave that was once buried in darkness was suddenly lit up and became as bright as the outside. Wow! Chapter 39. 3 Types of Flames. Chapter 39. 3 Types of Flames. 3 shining crystals appeared from the bag and brightly lit the cave. One of them was rhombus-shaped, and the other 2 were oval-shaped. They all looked crystal clear and were diffusing waves. Obviously, there was an extraordinary energy hidden within them. Demon crystals! Dialen screamed with joy. Ah! Muyu Dai shouted after her and said joyfully, "Seems we are so lucky that we've been bestowed with demon crystals. If we can get out of the dark forest alive, we could spend the rest of our lives in luxury with these 3 demon crystals." Dialen squatted and began to examine the 3 demon crystals carefully. After a long time, she observed they must be from level 6 demon beasts, but I can hardly tell what demon beast they are from. Sister Lan, I have heard that demon beasts can directly absorb the energy in demon crystals. The Silver Thunder Wolf owned these demon crystals. Why didn't take the energy inside of them to strengthen itself? It is said that the Silver Thunder Wolf gave birth to a pup, and the best way for it to grow up is to absorb the energy in demon crystals. If it is true, then I guess the 3 demon crystals from these level 6 demon beasts were prepared by the Silver Thunder Wolf for its pup. Could be. The energy in demon crystals is the best material for alchemists and blacksmiths. They can easily tell what demon beast the demon crystal is from in just one look. 3 demon crystals. We can have one each, right? I didn't help, so I can't take one. Muyu Dai shook her head, and she took a glimpse at Sure Yin, who was training with his eyes closed. I think you 2 should share them. If it hadn't been for me, you wouldn't have got into trouble. Let's discuss this after he wakes up. Dialen frowned and continued to dig in the bag. With another exclamation, Dialen took out a transparent jade bottle from the bag which was on the ground. She suddenly lost her train of thought as she stared at the red liquid inside. The liquid in the jade bottle was like a flame. As Dialen shook it gently, the flame also danced to the rhythm. Dialen seemed to recall something as she stared at the liquid in the jade bottle. After a long time, Dialen's thin body trembled, and she screamed, "Earth Core Flame Essence." Congratulations, Sister Lan. Muyu Dai was stunned at first. Then she realized something and yelled happily, "Sister Lan, it will benefit you the most." You really harvested a lot from this journey. You have not only awoken your martial spirit, but you've also gotten this Earth Core Flame Essence. Dialen was so delighted that she couldn't help but keep nodding her head excitedly as she shook the jade bottle in her hand. She babbled incoherently. I've never expected that I would be so lucky. It's Earth Core Flame Essence. Just then, Sure Yin finished 3 big circulations after training silently for a long time. He opened his eyes and asked, "This Earth Core Flame Essence, what does it have to do with you?" "What? How come you don't know about Earth Core Flame Essence?" Dialen exclaimed in surprise. "It is common sense." "Hell, are you a warrior or not?" Sure Yin was quite indifferent. "I'm all ears. Do you know there are 3 types of flames? As in sky, earth, and human?" "Not really." "What? You don't even know about that?" "Nope." Dialen shook her head bitterly, for she totally had no idea about Sure Yin. After a short pause, she explained leisurely, "The 3 types of flames refer to human flames, earth flames, and sky flames. Human flames, like my blue magic flame, are the magical flames in human warriors, which is a vital factor for alchemists and blacksmiths to train with. Every high-level alchemist or blacksmith owns a human flame, because only it can raise their skill to the highest. Yin nodded without a reply, and didn't move his eyes away from Dialin. After a short hesitation, Dialin added, "Earth flames and sky flames exist between the earth and sky, such as the earth core flame in the center of the earth and the volcano core flame from the bottom of a volcano, and are formed naturally. The difference between earth flames and sky flames is that the latter has a consciousness." "What does that mean?" Yin was intrigued. "Natural flames without a consciousness are called earth flames, which are regarded as a treasure like precious stones. As for a sky flame, it can think just like humankind. It is immortal and has magical power, which is the most special life entity in this world. Some sky flames were formed at the beginning of the Grace mainland." Though Yin still looked indifferent, this stirred a storm in his mind. He was a foreigner to this world, and all the knowledge he obtained from his own world was totally different from that of this world. Before, he had never thought that these flames could even think and have wisdom. Hearing that, Yin got to know the magical charm of this world more profoundly. In this world, he met many mysterious things which he had never even dreamt of, such as martial spirits, demon beasts, and so forth. So this earth core flame essence is an earth flame? After thinking for a long while, Yin finally asked, "This is the leftover liquid after an earth core flame turned into a sky flame. It's neither earth flame nor sky flame, but something in between. An earth flame can turn into a sky flame?" Yin was shocked again. Of course, millions of years is a long time. Over time, earth flames have the chance to gain consciousnesses and turn into a sky flame, but the possibility is very small. Not all earth flames have the chance for evolution. Dialin was amused, but this is the liquid left behind before the earth core flame turned into a sky flame. This liquid is very precious for people owning human flames. How precious! It can enhance the human flame and improve one's martial spirit. Dialin was so joyful that she was almost about to dance. A human flame is from one's body and can't be hotter than the flames in nature. Only top-level warriors can make their human flames as hot as those in a natural world after strengthening them several times. "Got it," Yin nodded. "So this liquid can enhance your blue magic flame and give it the temperature of an earth flame?" "That's it." Dialin nodded vigorously and stared at him with her shining eyes. After a hesitation, she said in shame, Well, don't worry. It's yours." Dialin was delighted. She felt that she gained some extra advantage and wanted to say something. Yin replied peacefully, "Earth core flame essence is of no use for me, and I don't even possess a martial spirit. What I need it for? Just take it with you. But you can trade for any valuable medicine you want from the 3 medicine kings in Medicine Valley with this liquid." "Well, you keep it then." Yin frowned and said casually, "There was a book on the martial skills of spirit level." Hearing Yin's reminder, Dialin began to search in the bag again hurriedly. "This is it." Dialin took out a dark yellow ancient book. She glanced at it and said, "I can't read these ancient characters. We need to find some specialist to translate it for us." "Let me have a look." Yin asked for the book naturally as he stretched out his hand. The previous owner of Yin's body was a big fan of ancient things. Though he knew nothing about martial arts, he was much better than most so-called scholars in this world when it came to ancient languages and historic sites. Yin took a glimpse at the ancient letters on the book cover as soon as he got the reddish ancient book and mumbled the word naturally, gravitational field. Chapter 40, Sharing the Treasure. Chapter 40, Sharing the Treasure. "You know these ancient letters?" Dialin couldn't help but shout in surprise. "Yeah, just a little." Yin nodded, but he didn't take a closer look at the contents of the book. He just held the book in his arms casually and said with a cool voice, "You take the bottle of Earth Core Flame Essence, and I will take this practice book for spirit-level martial skills." Dialin nodded to show her agreement. The bottle of Earth Core Flame Essence was indeed extremely precious for her. She was already on top of the world with that little bottle of liquid in her hand. But what about these 3 demon crystals? After a while, Dialin asked again. And this time, while she was talking, she gave a quick glimpse to Mu Yudai on her side, with a pretty complicated message in her eyes. Sure, Yin had already got his book of spirit-level martial skill, which was obviously worth millions. However, until now, only Mu Yudai hadn't got anything. Those 3 demon crystals were apparently not as valuable as the Earth Core Flame Essence or the skill book. Therefore, Dialin intended to give those demon crystals to Mu Yudai. However, she was worried that Shi Yin might be against this decision. That's why she said this, to gauge Shi Yan's reaction. Then give them to Miss Mu. I'm okay with that. Of course, Shi Yin knew what Dialin was up to. He said calmly, we cannot leave Miss Mu with nothing. We have both got what we want. How about giving those 3 demon crystals to Miss Mu? Sure, I'm also fine with this. Dialin smiled with satisfaction. She was quite glad to see Shi Yin being so understanding and considerate. Mu Yudai looked a little surprised at Shi Yan's words. She stared at Shi Yin for a moment, and then shook her head and replied with an awkward smile, I didn't do anything helpful and have been depending on your protection all this time. I cannot take these 3 demon crystals. Dialin wanted to say something, but hesitated. No, I cannot take them. Mu Yudai looked pretty determined. She shook her head firmly and started to tease herself. I have become a burden for you. You almost lost your lives protecting me. How can I take these 3 demon crystals? Sister Lan, Ding Yin, I know you are being very kind to me, but I would feel ashamed to take these demon crystals. Then just take one of them, Shi Yin said after some hesitation. Anyway, you must take one of these demon crystals. We cannot take such advantage of you. Yes, at least take one of them. Dialin also insisted. Seeing the 2 of them both insisting on this, Mu Yudai found it very hard to deny their kindness anymore. She nodded after some hesitation and said, Well, thanks a lot for your generosity. Shi Yin stopped talking and closed his eyes again, going back to operate the profound qi inside his body for recovery. When he cleared his mind and concentrated on the inside, he could clearly feel the changes going on in his body. He didn't know why, but somehow, just by sitting there, he could feel the pain and soreness in his muscles were quickly disappearing. Shi Yin cleared his mind and focused himself completely on the changes his body was going through. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning in his mind. His spirit suddenly lit up, and it seemed he had realized something. This is the immortal martial spirit. Inside his body, his flesh, muscles, bones, veins, organs, and entrails were all undergoing subtle changes. The immortal martial spirit had been secretly repairing his body in a way that he could never understand. His weakness, due to breaking out of rampage, was also gradually returning to normal. Shi Yin was extremely surprised. He realized that the immortal martial spirit could not only recover his wounds, but also offset most of the side effects that he had been suffering from rampage. Without the help of the immortal martial spirit, he was almost certain that he would be unable to confront any opponents for the next 3 days after using rampage. However, thanks to the immortal martial spirit, this was no longer the case. With the help of the immortal martial spirit, the soreness and fatigue in his body was slowly disappearing. Judging from the condition of his body right now, it would at most take 1 more day for him to recover half of his power. There would be no problem for him to engage in another fight with the enemy then. However, just at that moment when he was gloating in secret, a sudden strong wave of evil and crazy killing intent flared up from the bottom of his heart. This explosion of his negative energy was as fierce as a tsunami and was more destructive than ever. Streams of energy mixed with desperation, fear, and resentment were rushing out from the meridians all over his body. They had transformed into waves of spiritual power, roaring through his mind, corrupting his thoughts with an overwhelming force, and altering his morals and personality. This time, he had absorbed the profound qi from all 4 nascent warriors as well as the 2 warriors of the human level. When the 6 of them breathed their last breath, Shi Yin was right there with them in this stone cave. Therefore, He had captured all the profound chi coming from the 6 warriors without missing a drop, which was way thicker and stronger than all the profound chi that he had absorbed before. Therefore, the backlash this time was also fiercer than ever. Although sure, Yin was still sitting there, his breath started to get heavier and heavier, and his body started to tremble slightly. His body was wrapped in a thick web of killing intent, making him appear even more evil to the others. After a few minutes, he guessed that he couldn't resist this force anymore. He suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Di Yalin with desire burning in his eyes. He said in a very low voice, "I'm having that weird thing happen to my body again." Di Yalin was stunned for one moment, and then quickly blushed all of a sudden. She said to Mu Yu Dai in a low voice, "Dai, you turn around and don't look." Mu Yu Dai's face also quickly went red. She bit her lips a little, turned to the entrance of the cave with her back towards those 2 people, and said, "You two be quiet. Please don't draw the attention of those demon beasts here. I'll be staying here at the entrance." Di Yalin answered with a very low voice, and then quickly threw herself into Shi Yan's arms. Shortly after, inside the cave, a slapping rhythm could be heard. After a long time, with a deep moaning and trembling of the body, Shi Yan released his climax inside Di Yalin's body. From the meridians all over his body, there suddenly sprung streams of magical power. This strange power was wandering around inside his body randomly, with only a small part of it shooting into Di Yalin's body together with his essence. Most of his strange power was still rushing and bumping around inside his veins and vessels, filling his entire body. Shi Yan suddenly opened his eyes. He pulled up his pants and left Di Yalin, who was still enjoying her moment of bliss, lying on the ground. He quickly went towards Mu Yu Dai and said, "Miss Mu, quick, come here." Mu Yu Dai was completely shocked by his actions and couldn't help moving back. Her pretty face instantly went pale. She cried out with horror, "No, don't come close. The magical power inside my body has just spilled out a little." Shi Yan was moving towards Mu Yu Dai with a heavy panting and said impatiently, "I'm trying my best to control it right now. Let me try and see if I can share some of it with you in order to help you recover your broken veins and muscles inside your body." "No way." Mu Yu Dai started screaming. No, I'm not ready yet. I don't want to do that with you. Don't come close." "I didn't mean that." Shi Yan roared with a low voice. He could feel the magical power split into dozens of streams, roaming around inside his body across his muscles, veins, flesh, and blood, nurturing his martial spirits and profound chi in his abdomen, respectively. With this speed, before long, this magical power would be dispersed all over his body and absorbed entirely. Sure, Yin was concentrating more than ever right now. He forcibly blocked a small part of this strange power inside his arm. He was hanging onto this magical power very tightly and planned to inject this part of the power into Mu Yu Dai's body through the spillover of his profound chi. Seeing Mu Yu Dai continuously backing away, Shi Yan got extremely impatient. He suddenly took a step forward and grabbed Mu Yu Dai tightly into his arms. With the soft and nicely curved body of Mu Yu Dai suddenly taken into his arms, a refreshing and sweet fragrance instantly kissed his face tenderly, making his spirit excited all of a sudden. "Let go of me." Mu Yu Dai didn't buy Shi Yan's theory at all. She was hitting Shi Yan's chest intensely with her little fists and struggling with all her might. However, with all of her veins and muscles broken, she couldn't manage to use her profound chi smoothly. With all her power being void, she was no different from a weak, fragile little girl, and couldn't break out of Shi Yan's arms even a little. "Stop struggling. Just be quiet." Shi Yan locked up his arms even tighter and forced her delicious and delicate body tightly against his own, leaving her no room to struggle. At that moment, Shi Yan made the magical power inside his arms quickly rush toward his wrists, all the way through his palms, and into the veins and muscles on Mu Yu Dai's back. "Now, try your best to move this power to your broken veins and muscles. Quick!" With Mu Yu Dai locked up in his arms, Shurian quickly whispered into her delicate ears. Mu Yu Dai's ears twitched a lot, and her sweet body couldn't help trembling. She was silently cursing Yin as a bastard in her heart. However, she clearly felt two strange waves of power flowing in her body through Yan's palms and circling inside the veins and muscles in her back. Under Yan's harsh order, Mu Yu Dai finally became quiet and stopped her struggling. She started to make her best efforts to feel the magical power inside her body, take control of it, and use it for the recovery of her broken veins and muscles. Holding Mu Yu Dai tightly in his arms, feeling the delicious curves of her body, smelling the sweet fragrance from her body, Yin was suddenly distracted and starting to entertain some dirty thoughts in his mind. He couldn't help the excitement coming from his lower body. Mu Yu Dai screamed with embarrassment. She said in a hurry with a blushed face, "Let go of me now. You acting like this. I cannot calm myself down." "Well, I will let you go for now." Yin knew that this was not the right time for him to take advantage of her. He nodded and slightly kissed Mu Yu Dai's cheek. "I will take this as a reward for offering you this magical power as a gift." After these words, Yin released Mu Yu Dai from his arms and took a few steps back. He then sat down against the stone wall and slowly closed his eyes. Mu Yu Dai's entire face was completely red. She was both embarrassed and annoyed at the same time. She glared at Yin with anger and cursed, "You dirty bastard." After this, with her beautiful bosoms heaving up and down, Mu Yu Dai took a few deep breaths before finally calming down. She understood that given this critical situation, she couldn't afford to waste any time on blaming Yin. She also quickly sat down and tried to use the magical power that she got from Yin to restore the broken veins and muscles inside her body. Chapter 41, The Third Sky of Nascent Level. Chapter 41, The Third Sky of Nascent Level. It was silent outside the valley. The demon beasts had left a long time ago. It was already daytime, as the sunlight filtered into the cave through thick bushes like fire. The three were training cross-legged on the ground with steady breaths. Not knowing how much time had passed, Yin woke up from the serenity. He stood up, stretched his neck, and tried to move his body. The third sky of nascent level. With a deep breath, Yin felt refreshed, and his fatigue disappeared at once, while his senses became much more accurate. With the help of the magical power, Yin's training speed advanced as fast as a shooting arrow, and he increased to the third sky of nascent level at once. Standing at the entrance of the cave, he was dimly able to perceive the spiritual scent between the sky and the earth. He couldn't smell the spiritual scent in the air before, but now it was all so clear to him that he could sense it easily. To perceive the spiritual scent in the air was something only third sky of nascent level warriors could manage. Once he perceived the spiritual scent, he could train his martial skills faster with its help. As soon as he willed it, his body turned as hard as iron immediately, while his skin turned dark brown and was covered with a vague black light, which was similar to the state when he operated his blacklight shield. Yin was a little surprised. After a careful examination, he was certain that he wasn't even utilizing his blacklight shield with profound chi. This was to say, the dark light covering the skin was merely the reaction to reaching the second stage of petrification martial spirit. He smiled after further examination, knowing that the magical change to his skin must have something to do with his martial spirit. It was rather bright in the cave now. Yin's black eyes blinked and began to wander to Mu Yu Dai and Di Yalin's bodies. Mu Yu Dai and Di Yalin were still sitting on the ground cross-legged with tightly closed eyes. There was a vague light moving around their bodies, as their profound chi operated in their bodies along specific paths. He had injected part of the magical power into Mu Yu Dai's body, because he wanted to know if this magical power could be passed on to others without sexual intercourse. And also, he wanted more help. He was not sure how many foes he would meet during the upcoming journey. It would affect their travel if Mu Yu Dai still needed protection. As Di Yalin had said, Mu Yu Dai was also a warrior before her tendons broke. If Mu Yu Dai recovered, It would be very beneficial for their journey ahead. Because of those thoughts, he gave that small part of the magical power to her. Holding his breath, Shurian focused his attention on Muyu Dai. Suddenly, he felt a strong, profound qi circulating in her body. A little surprised, he couldn't help but take several glances at her. After a further thought, he got even more confused. To his amazement, Muyu Dai's profound qi was more refined than Di Yalin's, which meant Muyu Dai was a higher level than Di Yalin. Shurian was really shocked. He knew Muyu Dai was a warrior too, but he thought she was no more than nascent level. After all, Muyu Dai was much younger than Di Yalin, thus there was no way she could be a higher-leveled warrior than Di Yalin. But it turned out to be quite the opposite. Shurian finally realized that Muyu Dai was already a human-level warrior at such young age. It was an entire level higher than Di Yalin. As he was standing there stunned, he acutely felt that Muyu Dai's profound qi was calming down gradually. He knew that Muyu Dai was about to wake up. As expected, before long, Muyu Dai's eyelashes shook and she opened her eyes slowly. Two clean and bright eyes suddenly observed the cave, and Muyu Dai's delicate little face lit up. She looked like an extremely beautiful and attractive angel in the wood. Shurian was dumbstruck as he gazed at such a beautiful creature. He couldn't even think straight. Done staring, Muyu Dai looked indifferent as she stood up slowly. After stretching herself, she chuckled. From now on, I'm not your burden anymore. Streams of thin white light flew out from her arms as she was stretching her body. The light soon disappeared in the air. As Muyu Dai moved her fingers slowly in the air, the light showed up again little by little and began to shuttle between her smooth fingers. I haven't played my zither for so long. Need to practice now. Muyu Dai smiled. That smile was like a clean brook in a valley, serene, empty, and intoxicating. You are much prettier than before. Gazing at her for a long while, Shurian uttered. With her veins connected and the profound qi of the top of human level flowing in the body, her skin became extremely translucent, while her face turned rosy and her eyes brightened. Muyu Dai looked so confident that nothing in the world could terrify her. With her strength regained, Muyu Dai seemed to have turned into another person, that she was much more attractive than before. At this moment, in Shurian's eyes, Muyu Dai was literally far prettier than Di Yalin and Mo Yinyu. Both her level and temperament transcended those two girls. Thanks. Muyu Dai smiled casually. How long has it been? 2 days, I guess. Shurian hesitated. I'm not sure either. I just feel that we have stayed in the cave for more than 1 day. You recovered? Yes. Muyu Dai nodded confidently. Let's leave this cave and set off after Sister Lan wake up. Okay, Shurian replied casually, and felt a little bitter. Before, though Muyu Dai was too naive and too kind, she was quite adorable, just like a lovely little sister. Though Muyu Dai became more attractive after regaining her energy, her cuteness disappeared, and on the contrary, she made Shurian feel some holiness from her, which made Shurian a little disappointed. Disappointed, Shurian didn't bother to say anything. Instead, he walked out of the cave and began to wander in the valley. Taking out the book Gravitational Field on Spirit Level Martial Skills out of his bag, he turned the pages randomly. Without reading it carefully, he put the book into the bag scrupulously. He was now sure that there were letters in the book. Spirit level martial skills could only be trained by warriors of at least Earth level. But he was just a nascent level warrior now, which was a long way from Earth level. Without advancing, to train with the spirit level martial at a low warrior level would only disturb one's mind. Because of that reason, Shurian put the book away after he was assured it was authentic. A half-day later, Di Yalin and Muyu Dai walked out of the cave together. They were clean, dressed, and high-spirited, ready to set off. Kid, thank you. I've stabilized my level now, Di Yalin said loudly after she got out. It was rather dangerous a short time after one reached a new level. The warrior needed to strengthen his profound qi as soon as possible, or he would be hurt in fights and training while his level was still unstable. The essence from Shurian took effect again in Muyu Dai's body, which stabilized her level and enabled her to fight without any fear of backlash. Well then, let's set off. Not intending to boast, Yin smiled naturally and guided them out of the valley. 7 days later, the three of them finally stepped out of the enormous dark forest. Looking at the huge, ancient trees behind them, they all felt themselves lucky survivors of a disaster. In those 7 days, they never got into any danger. The warriors and mercenaries in the dark forest had either died or were wounded, not daring to stay in that dangerous area. The demon beasts led by the Silver Thunder Wolf had also calmed down and didn't show up again. Since the demon beasts and mercenaries were quiet, their journey became magically smooth. Without meeting any obstacles, they went through the most dangerous area and stepped out of the dark forest. They need to pass Silent Town if they were going to the Merchant Union, and they must cross the wide stone woods to get to the Silent Woods. The stones in the stone woods were all grotesque in shape, which were either as big as a mountain or as small as a human. In addition, there were also many stone caves, which were natural shelters. There were always brutal warriors lurking in the stone woods, killing and trading. Those walking out of the dark forest were trade caravans or warriors and mercenaries who were seeking adventure. Merchants from foreign countries must have goods with them, while those adventurous warriors and mercenaries, who could get out of the dark forest alive, must have medicines and materials from demon beasts. These people all had something valuable with them. Therefore, there were people hiding in the stone woods for years, who would show up if they found their prey was weak and harvest their goods after a nasty slaughter. Thus, sometimes the stone woods were more dangerous than the dark forest. A single man who stepped into it, unless he was a disaster-level warrior, would always get into trouble. The stone woods is very dangerous. Maybe the people from the dark world are lurking there. Dialin thought for a while and reminded Muyudai. Someone will come to our aid in the stone woods, no worries. Muyudai smiled and looked back at Yin. You are going into the stone woods? Yep, I'm from the Merchant Union. Of course I will go back there. Yin replied. Good, then let's go there together. You will be safe with us in the stone woods. Muyudai looked confident, and before Yin replied, she added, let's go into the stone woods. Don't worry, we are safe now. Okay, Yin replied, though he didn't relax. Once they stepped into the stone woods, he was always on alert. From the memories of the other Yin, he knew it was chaos in the stone woods. All the powerful parties were involved in it, including the big families from the Merchant Union. He didn't know what Muyudai had that made her so confident, but he knew they would be killed in an instant if they weren't cautious. Yin kept calm as he looked around in the woods. Every 5 steps, he would turn back and examine carefully. Chapter 42, Departure. Chapter 42, Departure. In the stone woods, beside a giant rock, Mo Chowga, Bernard, and the Crescent Emissary were standing indifferently, seeming to wait for some news. Before long, a star emissary appeared on the stone path far away, who was heading in their direction hurriedly. That star emissary came near and bowed to the Crescent Emissary. Sir, still no trace of them. The Crescent Emissary nodded and waved his hand. Keep watching those passes. Be on alert. Yes, sir. The star emissary who was in charge of collecting information stepped back silently and disappeared into the piles of stones. 1 hour later, Big Johnson, who had lost his arm, showed up from another stone path. He walked up to Mo Chowga and gave a salute. No news of them. Well, Mo Chowga nodded. Keep watching. I just don't believe that they won't come out. Third Master, is it possible that they were already killed by the demon beasts in the dark forest? Johnson asked after a hesitation. It is said that the demon beasts in that area went crazy after we left. Many warriors died because of them. They disappeared for so long. Maybe they were killed by those demon beasts. Could be. Surprisingly, Mo Chowga didn't oppose, but nodded and said, but if they were not killed by demon beasts and slipped through to the Merchant Union, we can do nothing anymore. You know what I mean? Got it. I will go and watch right now. Johnson was enlightened and left immediately. Frowning, Mo Chowga said to the Crescent Emissary next to him, let's wait for another month. If they still don't show up, I guess they must have been killed in there. What do you think? Well, I agree with you. The Crescent emissary agreed. He thought for a moment and said, I got the information that the Medicine King Gan Shao and the Silver Thunder Wolf are still fighting in the Dark Forest. But since there are too many demon beasts, Gan Shao seemed to begin to withdraw. The demon beasts in the Dark Forest have now all gathered around the Silver Thunder Wolf, chasing the Medicine King Gan Shao and his escorts. That battle area is relatively safe now. You mean they may still be alive? Mo Chowga asked. Very likely, the Crescent emissary said. Many warriors were killed in that region, and those not being killed have been scared out of the forest a long time ago. Therefore, they can easily get out of the forest alive if they are not unlucky. They'd better be alive. Bernard from the Tush Mercenary Union was filled with hatred as he said coldly, They will regret being in this world. A cold light flashed in the Crescent emissary's eyes as he said indifferently, I will take Muyu Dai away. Then that skinny boy is mine. He stole something from my Mo family, so I need to get it first. Then you can do whatever you want to him. Mo Chowga took a glimpse at Bernard and said in despise. Bernard kept silent, pondering on something that no one knew. Shi Yin was walking on the jagged stones cautiously, not daring to relax his vigilance. Muyu Dai and Di Yalan were discussing something ahead of him. He couldn't hear them clearly. Ding Yin. Muyu Dai paused abruptly and turned around to look at him. Yeah. Shi Yin was surprised and relaxed his vigilance a little. What's the matter? You are from the Merchant Union? Muyu Dai hesitated and then asked casually. Yup. You trained all by yourself. Yup. You helped me a lot all along the way, so I want to introduce you to someone. If he thinks highly of you, it will be very beneficial for your training. What do you think? Muyu Dai was serious, as her beautiful eyes shone and gazed at him. Shi Yin was shocked at first, and after a long while, he shook his head and replied indifferently, Miss Mu, thank you for your kindness, but I don't like to be restrained. He understood. Muyu Dai wanted to introduce him to an influential person or to a certain power. In this world, there were many single warriors who were at a very high level and could do whatever they wanted without any help. But most warriors would choose to attach themselves to a certain power or a big family. Those powers and families possessed lots of resources, immense martial skills and training materials, and most importantly, reputed warrior trainers, which could speed up one's training process and step into a higher level. However, those influential powers and families hardly admitted unknown warriors. It was very hard for a warrior to enter a big power without anyone's introduction. Apparently, Muyu Dai knew someone influential, and she wanted to thank Shi Yin in that way. It is very hard to train all by yourself. Muyu Dai was a little shocked, as she couldn't understand Shi Yin. One could gain rapid advancement only when he joins a strong power, and could get help at difficult times. A single warrior tends to be attacked in foreign areas. You understand that? Yes, to train alone has many disadvantages. Dai is very considerate. You still have a chance to reject after meeting that person. Di Yalan persuaded too. Nope, I'll mind my own business, and I don't want to be anyone's domestic servant. Shi Yin shook his head firmly. Then whatever. Muyu Dai frowned and felt that Shi Yin was being ungrateful, though she didn't insist. Di Yalan sighed, with a little bit of bitterness. She would go with Muyu Dai, and since Shi Yin rejected Muyu Dai's invitation, they would depart forever, for there was little chance they would meet again. In the past few days, Shi Yin had already walked into her heart. She was filled with sorrow at the thought of their departure. Ding Yin, I must go with Dai. You. After a long thought, Di Yalan couldn't help but plead as she looked at Shi Yin with regret. You can go with me. Shi Yin was stunned, then added, if you are willing to. Di Yalan looked gloomy as she murmured, the power behind Dai can not only protect Dai, but also help me increase my ability. Furthermore, Dai has promised me that I will get exorbitant training materials, as well as a weapon of the soul level, and will even have the opportunity to train with spirit-level martial skills. Then fine, Shi Yin replied decidedly. You have your own pursuits, so do I, and I can't give you what you want. Let's depart as soon as we get to Silent Town. Obviously, Di Yalan chose Muyu Dai because she thought the power at Mu's back was more beneficial for her. And Mu Dai really gave her a high price, so she found it hard to refuse. Ding Yin. Dialin was heartbroken. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. Shurian shook his head and replied indifferently. We did everything at our own will. We don't know each other. You. Dialin was a little angry as she stared at Shurian with discontent. Her chest trembled, but then she uttered with a bitter sigh, however you think about it, I have my own plans. You are too young to understand that. Shurian curled his lips and looked at them coldly, not saying a word. You just don't appreciate it. Mu Dai grunted. If there isn't a common ground, a single word is a waste of breath. Shurian shook his head and walked onto another crossroad without taking a look at the two girls. His back to them, he said coldly, Goodbye, forever. Ding Yin, Dialin shouted. Didn't you say we wouldn't depart till we get to Silent Town? Miss Mu is at the third sky of human level, and there will be skillful warriors supporting you in the woods. You don't need to worry anymore. I won't take advantage of that. Shurian's sound faded away gradually, and so did his figure. This arrogant guy will get into trouble someday. Mu Dai shook her head. One has to learn to yield sometimes in this world, or it will be hard to survive, especially for us warriors. Dialin was so disappointed. I'm so worried about him. Why not just go with us? Why did he refuse? Never mind. Stop worrying. We all will be in the merchant union, and we'll get the chance to meet again. Mu Dai comforted her. Sister Lan, though we are women, we have a mission to make our family prosper and avenge Uncle Luo and our friends. We have to depend on a big power and complete our mission. After a short pause, some mixed emotions crossed her eyes. Mu Dai recalled the days when they were traveling with Shurian and that mind-blowing kiss with him in that cave. But eventually, she shook her head firmly, seeming to get rid of Shurian's shadow in her mind. And him, just let him be a beautiful memory in our lives. She seemed to say that to herself. He is not that bad, almost human level, and he is so young, Dialin mumbled. It will take at least 10 years for him to advance to disaster or earth level, and even longer to get to nirvana and sky. We don't have that much time. Furthermore, he is on his own, without any strong support. Well, fine. I hope we made the right choice. I've never made a mistake. Chapter 43, Biming Family. Chapter 43, Biming Family. In the Stone Woods. Mo Yinyu was leaning her plump behind against an oval rock under the hot sun. Frowning slightly, she seemed to be deep in thought. AMO family escort with a plain and pimply face was standing next to her and was also deep in thought while narrowing his eyes. The sound of inconsistent heavy steps gradually came from afar. Mo Yinyu opened her eyes and fluttered her eyelashes. She glanced at Johnson, who was rapidly running towards her, and coldly reproached, Why are you in such a hurry? We've spotted them. Johnson answered with a twisted face, 2 girls. According to the star emissary, that's who we want. Mo Yinyu's adorable eyes suddenly lit up while her expression calmed down. Is the boy with him too? Seems not. After a short pause, Johnson said calmly, We will know where the boy is once we catch the girls. Had third uncle got this message? One of our star emissaries had been sent for him. In which direction? Mo Yinyu stood her beautiful body upright and stretched her limbs slowly. Are they further away from us, or third uncle? Further away from us. If everything goes well, the third master and his people should arrive here soon. Johnson replied, Well then, let's not worry about it right now. Mo Yinyu frowned as she talked to the pimply Mo family escort next to her. Uncle Lee, do we need to go up there and meet them? No hurry. Our target hasn't shown up yet. Li Han smiled and shook his head. Third Master and the people from the Dark World are all there, so we'll be fine. This pass is very crucial as well. We'd better stay on high alert. Our goal is that boy. All our previous efforts will go to waste if that boy slips away. That makes sense. Mo Yinyu nodded, without saying anything else. Whoa, 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 whoa. While stopping beside a snake-shaped rock, Mu Dai took out a silver horn and began to blow it. The sound of the horn rippled away like waves to faraway places. Figures hiding in every corner of the stone woods came out one after another after they heard the horn, quickly rushing in the direction of Muyu Dai. Sister Lan, don't worry. Some people will come to our rescue. Muyu Dai smiled lightly. We are really safe here. No need to worry about the dark world. Hopefully, Dialin barely smiled. She couldn't settle down as she was worried about Shi Yan. She sighed, I hope he is fine. Shortly after, shadows appeared one after the other from far away. The man in the lead turned out to be the Crescent emissary from the dark world, and beside him were Mo Chowga and Bernard, as well as several other Mo family warriors and star emissaries. Miss Mu, nice to meet you again. The Crescent emissary's vicious eyes were wandering over Mu Yu Dai's body like a cunning snake. His voice was like ice. You nearly managed a perfect escape, but too bad. Unfortunately for you, you didn't quite make it to the Merchant Union. You will instead be taken away by me. Really? Mu Yu Dai smiled calmly, showing no fear. The Crescent emissary frowned and was confused. Mu Yu Dai was too calm at this time. This was too abnormal. Where is that young guy who was hanging around with you? Mo Chowga came over, glanced at the girls, and said coldly, Tell me where the boy is, or I will kill her first. Mo Chowga pointed at Dialin. She is mine. Bernard angrily stared at Mo Chowga, then flashed over to Yalin like lightning and stretched his hand towards her. Treeing. Noise from a zither rang out suddenly. The sound was like a sharp weapon, lightly cutting into one's nerves. Bernard quivered and his face suddenly twisted in pain. He stepped back quickly and stared at Mu Yu Dai in astonishment. Holding her zither, Mu Yu Dai had already sat down. She looked at Bernard with a cold expression on her face. You want to try again? Bernard's brain felt like it was being stabbed by a steel needle, and he felt like his head was splitting. Hearing that, his face became even more distorted, but he didn't dare step up again. That's impossible. The Crescent emissary's face twisted and showed panic for the first time. It has only been a few weeks. Your music martial spirit shouldn't have recovered so soon. After a pause, he seemed to remember something and sneered. I know. You force yourself to operate your broken veins. You're seeking death. Oh, Mu Yu Dai replied indifferently. Maybe you can give it a try? I know you have reached the disaster level. But if you could remember, you should know that I killed a Crescent emissary at the same level as you with my music martial spirit before we entered the dark forest. This not only made the Crescent emissary hesitate, but also made both Bernard and Mo Chowga also panic. They stared at her with an unbelievable look in their eyes. Emissary, this is it true? Mo Chowga felt his mouth go dry, and he took several steps back. He made a gesture to tell the Mo family warriors not to take action. She could do that if she is in a good condition, but now I don't buy it. The Crescent emissary grunted. Haha, emissary, it's up to you. Mo Chowga retracted further and stood amongst the Mo family warriors, showing that they were not going to take the initiative. Whoever comes up first dies first. Mu Yu Dai said coldly, and then turned her head away, not bothering to say anything more. Dialin was standing beside her on alert with a stony face. Suddenly all was silent. Though suspicious, the Crescent emissary didn't take action blindly. At the same time, Bernard and Mo Chowga quieted down after they heard that Mu Yu Dai was capable of killing a disaster-level warrior. They made eye contact with the Crescent emissary to urge him to test Mu Yu Dai. At that moment, shadows appeared from all directions from the surrounding rocks. A tall man suddenly stood beside Mu Yu Dai and said softly, Miss Mu, how are you? Everyone in the area, including the Crescent emissary, Mo Chowga, and Bernard, who were all disaster-level warriors, couldn't figure out how he appeared. That man just appeared next to Mu Yu Dai like a ghost. Martial spirit of teleportation. Bombing family. Mo Chowga screamed in shock. Look who we have here, the Mo family. The handsome young man beside Mu Yu Dai looked around in arrogance and said coldly, Huh? You want to fight with my Biming family? We dare not. Mo Chowga took a deep breath and calmed down. He said to the young man politely, It's the third young master. No wonder Miss Mu was so confident. Third young master, I didn't know that Miss Moo was protected by the Biming family. If I knew that earlier, I wouldn't have bothered coming here. Please forgive me, third young master. Biming Su waved his hand and said impatiently, if it's none of the MO family's business, just leave with your people. Don't get involved. I'm going to clean up the dark world. As he was talking, warriors wearing Biming uniforms arrived one by one. Two old men, one thin and the other fat, stood next to him silently and fixed their cold eyes on M.O. Chowga and the Crescent emissary separately. Well then, I will take my leave. M.O. Chowga smiled respectfully and left at once. The M.O. family warriors turned quiet after they saw Biming Su and left immediately with M.O. Chowga. As for Bernard, he stepped back and was about to run away into the stonewoods. Muyu Dai touched her zither softly and said, third young master, please kill that guy. Treeing. The sound of the zither rang out. Bernard's body quivered heavily and he almost fell down. He jumped behind a rock immediately and ran as fast as hell. Oldine, please, Biming Su ordered softly. The thin old man behind him suddenly rushed out like a ghost and, after a moment, disappeared. 3 seconds later, Bernard's miserable, horrifying scream came from within the stone woods. 5 minutes later, the thin old man, Oldine, flew back like a ghost and stood still beside Biming Su, all without saying a word. Note from the TL. Hey guys, thank you for reading this excellent novel. And yeah, I know, though it's perfect, there's something funny, such as the author sometime has bad memory that he forgets to make Di Yalin and Muyu Dai call Shurian Ding Yin, and the pinyin Dai is like the English word die. Haha. Anyway, it's an intriguing novel, isn't it? Chapter 44, Silent Town. Chapter 44, Silent Town. Thank you, third young master. Muyu Dai stood up and put her zither away slowly. Seeing confusion in the Crescent emissary's eyes, she said, you never thought you would encounter misfortune after such a long chase, did you? Biming Su, this is a matter between the Dark World and the Mu family. Your Biming family better not get involved. The Crescent emissary didn't look at Muyu Dai, but instead stared at Biming Su. As long as you allow me to take Miss Mu away, the Lord of the Dark World will reward your Biming family with anything you want. No need. Biming Su shook his head and said calmly, since you're already here, there is no reason for you to return. The two old men behind him quickly flew out again. These two old men flew towards the emissaries like hideous devils. After a few seconds, all the emissaries from the Dark World, including the Crescent emissary, had their chests sliced open and died instantly. Once all the emissaries were killed, the two frightening old men silently flew back to Biming Su's side like two ghostly shadows. Standing beside Muyu Dai, Dialin was astonished when she saw the miserable deaths of the emissaries. She knew that the Biming family was very influential within the Merchant Union, but she never thought they were this powerful. The Biming family didn't care about retaliation from the Dark World. Therefore, they ruthlessly killed the emissaries. Sister Lan, do you still think we made the wrong decision? Muyu Dai smiled. Dialin had a complicated expression on her face. She lightly sighed, no, it's just that. Stop worrying. For our future's sake, it's best to forget about him as soon as possible. Muyu Dai persuaded her softly. Okay. Dialin nodded helplessly. Shall we go now? Biming Su's black eyes wandered over Dialin and Muyu Dai for a while as he asked politely. Sure. In another region of the stone woods. As Shurian stepped around a corner, he suddenly drew back while on alert. Shoo! A sharp arrow landed in front of him. At the same time, a blue smoke bomb of the MO family shot up into the sky. It's you again. Reckless. Shurian grunted with a stony face. Mo Yinyu appeared from within a stone cave with arrows in her hand. She looked at Shurian and said coldly, You've finally shown up. Johnson, with his broken arm. And Lihan also appeared from behind her and blocked Shurian from both sides, while watching him cautiously. You're seeking death, Shurian shouted and suddenly shot towards Mo Yinyu like a sharp sword. While shooting forward, his body was covered with white smoke and the smell of death. He looked like a terrifying devil. Miss, Watch out! Li Han cried out in fear and flew towards Mo Yinyu like lightning. Li Han was at the second sky of human level. Thus he could see Shi Yan's amazing explosiveness. How could Mo Yinyu bear such violent force? Chi-Chi! Shi Yan slammed his foot down and cut a long gouge in the ground. Suddenly, his body changed direction and rushed towards Johnson, moving faster than before. Bang! Before Johnson could even think, he saw a white shadow rushing towards him and an overwhelming power slammed into his body. Kakaka! All of Johnson's bones broke instantly and blood poured from his mouth and eyes. He fell to the ground and moaned miserably. "You're Johnson, right? You certainly enjoyed it when you whipped me hard a few days ago." Standing beside Johnson, Shi Yan kicked on Johnson's chest again and again. He smirked. "Are you enjoying this now? Huh?" Shi Yan continued to kick Johnson until a broken bone in his chest was forced into his heart and he finally ceased to breathe. Brutal. Li Han was shocked. Though he wanted to go and kill Shi Yan, he worried about Mo Yinyu, so he could only hesitate and shout, unable to stop him. Mo Yinyu was horrified. She was dumbstruck after she saw how brutally Johnson was killed. Johnson's profound chi was then quickly absorbed into Shi Yan's meridians in a few seconds. Shi Yan turned around and fixed his bright eyes on Mo Yinyu. Then he smiled coldly. "Pretty, we will meet again. And believe me, you will regret what you have done to me." As he finished his sentence, he slipped around a nearby stone and disappeared into the stone woods. "Old Li, why didn't you kill him?" Mo Yinyu said angrily after Shi Yan disappeared. "That guy's at least at the second sky of nascent level. Also, he used such brutal martial arts that could kill in a single move. He moved so fast that I could hardly follow him. If I had moved, he would have come and attacked you. So, I was afraid," Li Han said apologetically. Second sky of nascent level. Mo Yinyu held her breath as fear could be seen in her eyes. She mumbled, "It's impossible. There was only a little profound chi in his body 2 months ago. He was merely at the first sky of elementary level." "What?" Li Han's whole body shook as he looked at her unbelievably. After a long time, he continued, "If that's true, miss, in my humble opinion, you have caused a huge problem for the Mo family." Shi Yan moved quickly through the stone woods, not spending one more second than necessary in any area. He knew that Li Han was a human-level warrior, and since the blue smoke bomb of the Mo family was already in the sky, more people would gather there shortly. He had to escape as soon as possible to avoid any further trouble. Because of his cautiousness, he managed to escape from that dangerous region before Mo Chowga and his people arrived. There didn't seem to be many warriors hiding in the stone woods. He didn't see anyone while he was fleeing, which confused him a little. He guessed this abnormality had something to do with those influential people Mu Yudai mentioned. At nightfall, Shi Yan finally got out of the stone woods and was walking toward Silent Town, which was only a very short distance away. He slowed down a little and began to sort through the memories of the previous owner of his body to recall everything he could about the Shi family. He needed the identity of the former master of this body. As one of the 5 biggest families in the Merchant Union, the Shi family was rich in all types of resources such as martial skills, a gravity field training room, rare Chinese medicines, and skillful warrior trainers. He needed to use these advantages to strengthen himself. He had decided when he was at the blood pool that he would go to the Shi family, and that's why he refused Mu Yudai's offer. The identity of his body was too special that it would cause a lot of trouble if he attached himself to another power. In addition, a new power wouldn't give him access to the best resources. But it would be totally different if he went to the Shi family. The previous master of his body was the young master of the Shi family. As long as he showed talent, the Shi family would cultivate him at any cost. It would be a total waste if he didn't take advantage of their special resources. Once he reached Silent Town, he walked directly into a shop which was collecting all sorts of stones without a second thought and shouted naturally, "Anyone here?" An attendant came up with a wide smile and flattered, "Young Master Yin, you've finally returned." The master sent Minister Han to pick you up long ago, since you disappeared in the dark forest. Young Master Yin, Minister Han is in the backyard, for he has waited for you for many days. But now, it is a little inconvenient for him to meet. Could you wait for a moment? The attendant looked towards the backyard with ambiguous eyes. Never mind. I know what he's doing. Shi Yin walked directly into the backyard of the shop. Several Shi family warriors were gambling in the backyard. At the sight of Shi Yin, they panicked and put the dices away embarrassingly, then greeted loudly, "Young Master Yin, please go on." Shi Yin waved his hands and strode past them to the back room. These warriors were quite surprised since Shi Yin left without scolding them. What? He didn't reproach us this time. Too strange. Yes, he used to scold us every time he saw us gambling. Do some actual work. Stop goofing around. How strange that he didn't say anything this time. Young Master Yin looked totally different. It seems that he has developed some manliness. Don't you think so? Well, yeah, you have a point. Shi Yin opened the door as he reached the back room and walked in directly. Uncle Han, when did you arrive here? Han Zhong was quite shocked. After dressing himself in a hurry, he smiled in embarrassment. Young Master Yin, when did you come in? I've been here for quite a while. Shi Yin smiled, sipped his tea, and waved his hand. It's okay. If you're not satisfied enough, you can keep going. Besides, I have the chance to learn something from you. Kakik. Han Zhong coughed strongly for a while, satisfied. Well, Xiao Fengxian, you should go back to your business. Okay, I will take my leave. That young woman dressed herself in bed and then stepped down with a red face. As she walked to the doorway, she suddenly turned back and glared at Shi Yin. Everybody said young Master Yin from the Shi family is a righteous man. I guess they are all blind. I've never seen such a righteous man before. Humph. She giggled and leered at Shi Yin before moving her hot body out of the room. Chapter 45, The Change. Chapter 45, The Change. As soon as Xiao Fengxian left, Han Zhong became more relaxed right away. After briefly dressing himself, Han Zhong sat down at the table in front of Shi Yin, made a cup of tea, and sipped it. Young Master Yin, where are your escorts? All dead. Shi Yin looked calm as he explained casually, the demon beasts in the dark forest went insane when hunting the warriors. In order to protect me, they all sacrificed themselves. Han Zhong was rather shocked as he looked at Shi Yin in confusion. I was more or less aware of the situation. It's so lucky of you to have escaped from it. He had heard the news long ago that the Silver Thunderwolf had gone on a rampage, so he planned to go back to Shi family in half a month since he assumed that he wouldn't be able to find Shi Yin alive. He couldn't believe that Shi Yin walked out of the dark forest unscathed. It was so intense in the dark forest that even experienced warriors had been killed. But Shi Yin, who was a nerd, had somehow managed to survive. This completely surprised Han Zhong. Han Zhong didn't really like the former master of Shi Yin's body. That guy didn't train in martial arts and was very old-fashioned. He loved to look into things that no one else in the Shi family liked. Han Zhong couldn't understand that. Now, if it weren't for Shi Jin's order and the fact that he happened to be in Silent Town, he wouldn't have been here waiting for Shi Yin. Yes, you certainly did have good luck. Shi Yin nodded as he smiled naturally. Then he asked indifferently, Uncle Han, when are we returning home? It's up to you, young Master Yin. Actually, I'm desperate to leave, for I have something to report to the family head. I would have returned days ago if it weren't for you. Han Zhong paused and answered boldly. While he was talking, Han Zhong couldn't help but begin to examine Shi Yin. He didn't notice it at first, but after a careful examination, he realized something was different about him. Shi Yin was much skinnier than before, and his round face had become angular and more masculine. Sitting there naturally, Shi Yin kept his back upright, and his body was like a sharp sword which made him seem quite hard-edged. That wasn't the only change in his appearance. The former Shi Yin only lit up when he was researching historic relics. He was often listless on an average day. But now, the guy before Han Zhong had deep bright eyes and seemed to be deep in thought all the time, sending out the impression that he knew everything. Uncle Han, may I ask you something? Under Han Zhong's gaze, Shi Yin continued easily. It is surprisingly quiet in the stone woods these days. Do you know what's happening? Well, the Biming family sent people there. It is said that they were meeting someone in the stone woods. Therefore, the warriors who were wandering in the stone woods all left upon hearing that. The Biming family. Who was in the lead? Shi Yin realized something. Biming Su. Han Zhong began to curse after he answered Shi Yin. That guy is said to have reached disaster level half a year ago. Damn, he is only 27 years old, and he has twin martial spirits. Madness. I'm already 45 and still at the second sky of disaster level. It's unfair. 25 years old, first sky at disaster level, twin martial spirits. Sure, Yin stiffened as he suddenly realized that Biming Su was the person Mu Yu Dai had planned to introduce him to. That man has a rare talent and reached that level at such a young age. In addition, he came from a number one family in the merchant union, the Biming family. No wonder Mu Yu Dai and Di Yalan chose him. Silently, Shi Yin smirked to himself, and an icy glint could be seen in his eyes. 25 years old, disaster level, twin martial spirits. That's very unbelievable. Not exactly. He was someone who had reached the third sky of nascent level from the first sky of elementary level in mere 2 months. Despite the petrification and immortal martial spirits, he also possessed another vicious and mysterious martial spirit. In comparison, he had much more potential than Biming Su. Time. I only need some time to surpass Biming Su. Shi Yin thought to himself. Young Master Yin, you've got profound qi in your body. Han Zhong's eyes lit up, and he gazed at Shi Yin seriously. I can feel that there's profound qi flowing in your body, and it is incredibly dense. Young Master Yin, what on earth happened to you? Shi Yin took a deep breath, tried to suppress his indignation. Yes, I've got profound qi, so I'm a warrior now. Which level? Han Zhong couldn't wait. Nascent level. What? The merchant union. Tianyin City. The Shi family. The training field. The training field of Shi family extended tens of miles and was covered with ancient trees and odd rocks. There were also water pools, sand fields, earth fields, and wooden rooms within the training field. With complicated refuges and barriers everywhere, the members of Shi family were able to conduct live combat exercises. And they could also learn to adjust and fight in all sorts of topographies. At the time being, in the center of the training field stood a huge diamond-shaped testing jade. The third generation of Shi family were in a queue, walking towards the jade. They put their hand on the testing jade and sent out profound qi to test their level. Shi Tianluo, 21, the second sky of nascent level. Shi Tianxiao, 25, the first sky of nascent level. Shi Tianling, 27, the third sky of elementary level. Shi Tianka, 20, the second sky of nascent level. Shi Tianyun, 19, the third sky of nascent level. Han Feng, who was standing beside the testing jade with his eyes narrowed, yelled out after every young member finished his test. Every time Han Feng announced the result, the members of the first and second generations changed their expression accordingly, either happy or disappointed. Second brother, your Tianyun is really something. He managed to advance to a higher stage. Shi Kuo was a little angry as he grunted. Tinka has been too lazy recently. I have to do something. Third brother, Tinka trains really hard. I saw him training in the gravitational room at midnight. Don't pressure him too much, or it could go the opposite way. Shi Gang comforted him. Tianyun, work harder. Advance to human level as soon as possible. Shi Tai's sound was like a great bell, as he said proudly. Shi Tai was Shi Jian's brother, and Shi Gang and Shi Kuo were his sons. Shi Tianyun was Shi Gang's son, and thus Shi Tai's grandson. Shi Tai was delighted as he saw that Shi Tianyun had advanced. The position of family head was decided by one's martial level. Many years ago, Shi Tai lost to his brother, so he was rather unhappy and hoped that his grandson, Shi Tianyun, could transcend Shi Jin's grandson, Shi Tianxiao. The petrification martial spirit was very special and only went to the first two children of a couple. The third child would rarely have the chance to inherit it. That's why every small family of Shi would generally only have two children. Even the head of the Shi family, Shi Jian, only had two children, Shi Yang and Shi Qing. Shi Yang had a daughter, Shi Tianling, and a son, Shi Tianshao. Shi Qing and Yang Hai only had one son, and that was Shi Yan. Thus, Shi Tianling, Shi Tianshao, and Shi Yan were Shi Jian's grandchildren, while Shi Tianyun, Shi Tianluo, and Shi Tianke were Shi Tai's grandchildren. The members of Shi family all got along well with each other. They stuck together and worked hard to increase the influence of their family. But no matter how close they were, they still competed with each other. Such as Shi Tai, he always wanted to surpass Shi Jian through his grandson. As his sons, Shi Gang and Shi Qua, were not comparable to Shi Jian's son, Shi Yang. He had given up passing his dream onto them. Luckily, his grandsons, Shi Tianyun and Shi Tianke, were more talented than Shi Tianshao. He was rather proud every time they did the test, although it was without any bad intentions. Yang Hai was standing next to Shi Yang, as he was explaining the state of their quarry to the latter. Hearing Shi Tai's yell, Shi Yang got serious. Well, second uncle is about to show off again. After a pause, he glanced at Shi Tianshao, who was standing beside him, and scolded, "You little bastard! You only caused me to lose face." I'm not that bad." Shi Tianshao drew his head back and looked miserable. Yang Hai's face became bitter as he sighed. "You should be satisfied. Think about my Shi Yan. At least Tianshao is a warrior. But that bastard fools around all day and hasn't come back yet. Who knows how much trouble he will bring back this time." "Ah, that's true." Shi Yang laughed. The descendants of Shi family were all gathered together on the training field and were discussing lively. Just then, an eagle appeared in the sky and settled down on Shi Jian's shoulder. Shi Jian picked up a little gray bag from the eagle's claw and took out a letter. Opening the letter casually, he began to read, and he frowned. They were all his relatives, so he didn't intend to hide anything. After merely one glance, Shi Jian couldn't help but cry out with an amazed look on his face. The people on the field were surprised and became quiet. They looked at Shi Jian and wondered why he was acting so weird. "Big brother, what's up?" Shi Tai frowned and asked loudly, "Is the Mo family making a fuss again? Damn, they won't quiet down if we don't give them a good kick." "Nope." Shi Jian put down the letter excitedly as he said in surprise, "Han Zhong found Shi Yan. Oh, is that bastard?" Upon hearing that, Yang Hai finally settled down. He asked with an annoyed face, seemingly planning on giving Shi Yan a lesson when he returned. "That kid is a warrior now." Shi Jian looked shocked as his mouth trembled. He was trying to hide his excitement. "What?" Shi Tai couldn't help but cry out. "He is 17. Why did he begin to train at such an old age?" After thinking, he sighed lightly as he really felt sorry for Shi Yan. It's too late, starting at 17. I guess he won't achieve anything in his life. What was that little bastard doing before now? If he had been training since he was born, he could have reached the second or third sky of nascent level, even if he doesn't possess the martial spirit of Shi family. That kid is now at the third sky of nascent level. Shi Jian answered firmly with sharp eyes. Chapter 46, A Glance. Chapter 46, A Glance. Half a month later, in Tianyin City, Shi Yan and Han Zhong, as well as a troop of warriors from the Shi family, were entering the city at a leisurely pace. A ground dragon was carrying the goods they had purchased from Silent Town. Shi Yan and Han Zhong were at the head of the troop and had talked all the way. "Old Han, it's getting late. Let's continue for home tomorrow. We should rest somewhere in the city today. Okay?" Shi Yan said leisurely. "Well, where does Brother Yan want to stay?" Han Zhong smiled with an ambiguous look on his face. Tianyin City is the biggest city in the Merchant Union, with a large population of several millions. The recreation centers in this city are much better quality than those in the small cities we passed. "Well, old Han, since you are familiar with this area, you lead the way. I'm afraid my remaining crystal coins are not enough. We will spend cost a lot at some places. Old Han, you want to take advantage of me again? Last time in the Scent Pavilion, you pretended to be drunk and made me pay for everything. Now you want to do that again? Hee, I was truly drunk that time. You are treating me unjustly. I don't care. You have to pay this time, or I will tell Uncle Han Phone everything you did on the way. No, Brother Yin, it's my treat. My treat, okay? Han Zhong faked a miserable face and sighed. You know my brother's temper too well. If he knows what I did, he will kick me to death. Oh my, I'm so miserable. I work so hard for the family and earn so little money that I can barely even afford my recreation time. Deal. It's your treat tonight. Shi Yin looked back and shouted to the warriors behind him. Fellows, you all heard that, right? Yes, we heard it. All 7 warriors of Shi family yelled excitedly at the same time. Let's go. Shi Yin mingled well with Han Zhong and those warriors in that half a month. Shi Yin was not pretentious at all as he ate and interacted happily with the warriors. And he was very open when it came to women, for he never chickened out in brothels, sometimes being even more audacious and horny than Han Zhong once he met a lovely girl. The two of them went to a lot of brothels together along the way. They paid in turns and never let the warriors use any money. In a very short time, Shi Yin won the trust of Han Zhong and his escorts. Han Zhong thought they shared the same interests and complimented Shi Yin on the fact that he had grown up. As his level increased, Shi Yin had become a totally different person. Shi Yin concealed most of what had happened to him in the dark forest. He told Han Zhong that he found a certain type of red fruit in the ancient cave he was studying. After eating 3 such fruits, he got profound qi and awoke the petrification martial spirit of Shi family. He didn't mention a word about the blood pool, the immortal martial spirit or the mysterious martial spirit, nor the story between him and Mo Yinyu and Mu Yu Dai. Though Han Zhong was very surprised by Shi Yan's magical story, he didn't keep asking, but thought that Shi Yan was incredibly lucky to find that fruit which made him stronger. And during these days, Shi Yan learned all he could about the Shi family through Han Zhong. The former master of his body had left him many memories, though it was mostly about the historic relics and ancient language that he had studied. But Shi Yan couldn't recall many memories about the Shi family. Luckily, Han Zhong was not on guard against him. During their together time in brothels, Han Zhong had already told him all he wanted to know. After hanging out together several times, Han Zhong began to like this young master. So he told Shi Yan not only about the business and power distribution of Shi family, but also common sense about martial training, which Shi Yan wasn't aware of before. For example, when a warrior reached nirvana level, the conception sea would form in their mind, which could connect and combine the martial spirit magically with their profound qi to activate a secret skill and release an amazing power. Also, he told Shi Yan a lot about the features and weakness of all sorts of martial spirits, about the most powerful martial spirit in the Merchant Union, the Fire Empire and the God-Blessed Empire, and share weaknesses and disadvantages. Although Han Zhong was very lustful, he was quite diligent in training martial arts. Han Zhong possessed a lot of information about warriors. Therefore, through him, Shi Yan gained a thorough and comprehensive understanding about warriors, as well as the differences among the levels below disaster level. Han Zhong was a disaster level warrior, so he couldn't tell Shi Yan much about the levels above it, but he told Shi Yan everything he knew about the lower levels. This information was exactly what Shi Yan needed most right now. The Dream Pavilion. Shi Yan and Han Zhong, along with 4 Shi family warriors, were drinking and having fun in a large room on the 3rd floor. In the center of the simple and unsophisticated room, on some soft carpet, stood a 1-meter-high square table, which was loaded with delicate food and drinks. Shi Yan and Han Zhong were sitting on the carpet with hot young girls in their arms, yelling and playing dice happily. "Old Han, drink!" Shi Yan yelled. Han Zhong was downcast, as he had lost numerous times. He drank up the wine in his cup at once and rubbed the girls in his arms' breasts. Then he raised the dice and grunted, "This hand's got some luck," This time I will definitely win. Ah, if that is luck, both of my hands have it. Shi Yan's grin widened, and he put both of his hands underneath the girl's coat. Qiu Xiang, you really got big things here, say. I will always be bigger than him. Qiu Xiang had delicate white skin and plump breasts. Her watery eyes were filled with shyness. Young Master Yin, you are so bad. Why do you tease me all the time? You can tease me too. Shi Yin smiled, drank a strong drink, and urged, Old Han, what are you waiting for? Cast the dice. Yin Kuei and Jiu Shan are nearby. Too much Yin Qi is coming forth. I can feel it clearly. Han Zhong frowned, released the girl in his arms, and quietly walked to the window. He opened the window and looked out of it with the help of the light of a big red lantern. Sure enough, there is Bai Ming Su. Yin Kuei and Jiu Shan never leave his side. Wherever Yin Kuei and Jiu Shan are, you'll find Bai Ming Su. As Han Zhong mentioned Bai Ming Su, Shi Yin suddenly remembered Mu Yu Dai and Di Yalan. After a little hesitation, he too walked to the window and opened it a little wider, coldly gazing at the troop on the street. This troop consisted of around 30 people. Bai Ming Su was riding on his snow-white Ling Xiao horse at the head of the troop. Smiling lightly, he was talking to someone in the sedan on a ground dragon beside him. As the curtain on the sedan fluttered in the wind, Mu Yu Dai's fairy-like face could be seen. Di Yalan was riding a war horse with black armor on it, her hot body moving up and down with the pace of the war horse. She looked in low spirits, and a slight, sorrowful frown could be seen between her eyebrows. She barely smiled when Bai Ming Su talked to her, not showing too much interest. The two old men, who were sending out heavy Yin Qi, were both riding black-armored war horses behind Bai Ming Su silently. Shi Yin opened the window a little more. When he looked at the troop, who were still dozens of meters away, the two old men seemed to notice as they looked in his direction immediately. Shi Yin felt two streams of cold Yin Qi gush out of their eyes from so far away, making him shudder with fear. The two old men seemed to know Han Zhong, as when they came near the window and saw him, their cold air decreased. Under the two men's gaze, Han Zhong became a totally different person. Instead of behaving in a noisy, flamboyant, and boisterous manner, he looked rigid as he gave a salute to them, holding his fists in front of his chest. The two old men nodded and didn't look at Han Zhong anymore. They turned back and narrowed their eyes, focusing again towards Bai Ming Su's back. The troop from the Bai Ming family didn't stop, but continued their leisurely steps along the street. There were several warriors who were out seeking fun on the narrow street. They stepped to the side of the road in respect when they saw the Bai Ming troop. A small path was thus suddenly formed in the middle of the crowded street for the Bai Ming troops to move by smoothly. Chapter 47, Tianyun City. Chapter 47, Tianyun City. In that simple room, Shi Yin looked lost. He stood stunned at the window for quite a while before closing the window. Going back to his seat, he was in rather low spirits. He merely focused on drinking and didn't put his hands on the girls anymore. Young Master Yin, was that the Bai Ming family troop? Carl, a sure family warrior, asked him casually. Yes. Shi Yin answered bluntly and kept drinking. Standing by the window, Shi Zhong looked at Shi Yin, frowning with an odd look in his eyes. After some hesitation, he asked, Brother Yin, the woman on the war horse, do you know her? Shi Yin nodded and finished the wine in his cup. Yes, we walked out of the dark forest together. As you heard, the demon beasts were everywhere. It was better to be accompanied than be alone. Han Zhong was an experienced man. Seeing Shi Yan's apathetic response, he blinked his eyes and assumed that something must have happened between Shi Yin and Di Yalan. Moving near Shi Yin, Han Zhong waved his hand to the girl next to him. Leave us alone. We need to talk. The foxy girl stood up, smiling, and quickly left the room. When there were only the warriors left in the room, Han Zhong said, Brother Yin, I don't know who that woman is, but it seems that Bai Ming Su is quite into her. If she accepts Bai Ming Su as well, you should forget her. Han Zhong is right. There are so many women in the world. It's unwise to offend Bai Ming Su for a woman. The Bai Ming family is the #1 family in the Merchant Union, and they are too influential. Bai Su is Bai Shang's beloved son. It's unwise to offend him. Carl reminded Shi Yin earnestly. Carl, who was at the second sky of nascent level, was the leader of the warriors. He tried to comfort Shi Yin, as the latter had left a very good impression. Old Han, who are those two old men? Shi Yin didn't reply to Carl's statement, but looked to Han Zhong. Yin Kuei and Jioshan have the same teacher, and they are at the first sky of nirvana level now, but no one knows where they came from. They used to serve the family head of Bai Ming family, Bai Ming Shang. After Bai Ming Su was born, and considering how he possesses twin martial spirits and agile movements, Bai Ming Shang assigned them to protect Bai Ming Su. The first sky of nirvana level. Shi Yin was astounded. Shi Jian, the family head of the Shi family, was only at the third sky of nirvana level. There were millions of residents in the Merchant Union, among which were numerous warriors who trained martial arts. But only a small part of them, barely more than 10 people, could step into the nirvana level. The two nirvana level warriors stayed by Bai Ming Su's side without doing anything else. The world was his oyster. In the Merchant Union, the Bai Ming family is much more powerful than the other two biggest families combined. There are many skillful warriors among the ministers, and talented descents pop up now and then. Plus, Bai Ming Shang himself is at the sky level. It is really unwise to offend the Bai Ming family. Seeing that Shi Yin wasn't responding, Han Zhong hastily explained in case Shi Yin acted abruptly. Okay, got it. After being silent for a while, Shi Yin nodded. His expression turned back to normal as he smiled to Han Zhong. Don't worry about me, old Han. I know what to do and when to endure. That's good for you, Han Zhong said, feeling relieved. Let the girls in again? No, not interested. Let's drink. Great, let's drink. Come on. The Merchant Union was a very special country which was co-governed by the big families, warriors, mercenaries, merchants, and all sorts of NGOs. There were no formal army, no officers, and no governmental structure. Instead, there were many big families, hundreds of mercenary unions, tens of thousands of merchants, vagrants, and civilians who hated wars. The Merchant Union never got involved in the wars between the Fire Empire and the God-blessed Empire. Therefore, it was a peaceful country. However, once it was invaded, all the forces in the Merchant Union would unite to fight against the enemy. Over the history of the Merchant Union, the Fire Empire and the God-blessed Empire had both attempted to invade it for its wealth, but they were smashed every time by the united army of the big families and mercenary unions in the Merchant Union. On average days, there were no governors in the Merchant Union, but once it was in danger, its people would fight together to drive back their mutual enemy. Those big families, hundreds of mercenary unions, and wealthy merchants could form an extremely powerful force which could defeat the God-blessed Empire and the Fire Empire easily. It's lucky that the forces in the Merchant Union only came together when the country was in danger, or it could swallow any other country at any time. The Merchant Union was in a crucial position. The dark forest was to its south, the dead swamp to its north, continuous cloud mountain to its west, and the enormous endless sea to its east. No matter if it was the dead swamp, the cloud mountain, or the islands in the endless sea, there hid all kinds of abundant resources, such as minerals and magical medicines. As a big trading nation, the Merchant Union took advantage of its geographical location. However, despite the exuberant resources in the dead swamp, the cloud mountain, and the endless sea, there was also incredible danger. Demon beasts, poisonous fog, miasma, hideous tribes, and disasters. That's why one needed to be very capable to travel in these areas. Luckily, the Merchant Union never lacked skillful mercenary unions and warriors. There were 17 cities in the Merchant Union, and the Tianyun city was the biggest among them. Tianyun city was located in the center of the Merchant Union, with 8 small cities around it. It covered a large area which almost equaled the 8 small cities combined, as did its population. Therefore, Tianyun City was like the capital city of the Merchant Union, which was the main territory of those biggest families. The Shi family was amongst them. Though they had properties and gardens in every main city, The Shi family was rooted in Tianjin City. The Shi family was located in the northern part of Tianjin City. It covered 100 miles and had thousands of buildings in it. Artificial lakes, rockeries, gardens, and brooks were everywhere. The Shi family descendants lived in the serene back garden, where there was an artificial lake in the middle with beautiful pavilions surrounding it. Behind the pavilions were the training fields, gravitational rooms, and suffering palaces. There were not many direct Shi descendants, but its branches and ministers could easily reach 100. Considering those servants and escorts, there were almost 1,000 people in Shi family. Early every morning, the Shi family members, ministers, and warriors would train hard and within the training grounds. On that day, just as the rooster crowed and the sky began to turn bright, many warriors had already gotten up and started to train. Shi Jian walked out of the rock room and shouted below into Yang Hai's pavilion. Then they walked toward the gate together. During their walk to the gate, the warriors bowed to them. Shi Jian nodded indifferently without slowing his steps. A short time after they reached the gate, Han Feng appeared behind them. He began to observe the corridor out the gate as he stood next to Shi Jian silently. According to Han Zhong's message, they should have arrived home last night. Since they didn't, they must arrive today. Shi Jian frowned and mumbled, "I waited till dawn to see if that boy has really reached the third sky of nascent level. But that bastard didn't come home. Maybe they were held up by something on the road." Though Yang Hai was cursing in his mind that Shi Yin was too impolite, he still explained for him. "Damn it, is it possible that Han Zhong sent the wrong message?" Shi Jian looked back to Han Feng in confusion. "I have met someone whose martial spirit awoke as a teenager, so I'm not skeptical about that. However, that kid has never trained in martial arts before turning 17, but now he is suddenly at the third sky of nascent level. That is just unbelievable. I have been pondering upon it for several nights, but I still can't figure it out. What do you think?" Han Feng pouted, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Though Han Zhong is not a serious man most of the time, he is quite cautious on major things, so I don't think he would dare to lie about this. I can't explain it either, but I think it might be true." "Well, I can only hope so. That bastard has let me down these past 17 years. I hope this time he will be different." Many warriors came out after them in curiosity after they had breakfast, as they heard that the family head was waiting at the gate. They gathered together and were discussing boisterously. No one knew who was coming. The most likely people were those of the Baiming family or Zhuo family, or Shi Jian wouldn't be there. Yet, after a long time, no one showed up. The warriors turned impatient and began to curse amongst themselves at the arrogant person who had made Shi Jian wait for so long. As the sun rose higher and higher, they still saw nothing. Shi Jian was becoming worried as well, as he said to Yang Hai next to him, "It's been so long. What happened?" Yang Hai shook his head with a bitter smile, implying he didn't know either, while he sighed secretly to himself. Though Shi Jian mentioned Shi Yin now and then, he never really cared for him. He remembered Shi Yin only after Yang Hai's reminder that Shi Yin had disappeared in the dark forest. Upon hearing Shi Yin had reached the third sky of nascent level, Shi Jian asked about him every day and even came out early and waited for him. Shi Jian's attitude switched too much, which made Yang Hai a little uncomfortable. Hours later, it was approaching noon as the sun was directly above them in the sky. A fat ground dragon slowly appeared from the corridor. Two persons were leisurely leading while chatting happily. They were Shi Yin and Han Zhong. Chapter 48, The Test. Chapter 48, The Test. At the gate of Shi family. Shi Jian, Han Feng, and Yang Hai all saw Shi Yin in front of the ground dragon at the same time. Yang Hai took a quick glance at Shi Yin and frowned, thinking to himself that the boy must have suffered a lot, as he had become much skinnier. However, Shi Jian and Han Feng's eyes brightened soon after they saw Shi Yin. They were totally surprised. Yang Hai didn't train martial arts, so he didn't know that one getting skinnier didn't necessarily imply weakness. Sometimes there was much more explosiveness hidden in a skinny body than in a robust one. However, Shi Jian and Han Feng were both experts, Therefore, they realized just from a glance that Shi Yin had become much stronger and was even stronger than those third-generation descents who had trained hard for more than 10 years. They looked at each other and were amazed. They couldn't understand what had happened to Shi Yin in the past half a year that could have changed his bone structure. A few minutes later, the troop, including Shi Yin and Han Zhong, arrived at the gate. "Hi, Big Grandpa, Uncle Han, Father." Shi Yin walked up to the gate with steady steps and greeted them. Han Zhong came over as well, greeting Shi Jian and Han Feng, and nodded at Yang Hai. Then he stood silently beside Shi Yin. Shi Jian and Han Feng's bright eyes moved over Shi Yin's body. After a long time, Shi Jian's eyes trembled. He took a deep breath and said to Shi Yin, "Follow me." Then Shi Jian turned and headed to the backyard light-footedly. Everyone who knew Shi Jian understood that he was in high spirits. "Kid, put on a good show." Han Zhong made a face at Shi Yin, implying that he was going to see better days. Shi Yin gracefully acknowledged him and nodded softly. He turned to Yan Hai. "Father, are you especially waiting for me?" Though Yang Hai had a rigid face, a light smile appeared around the corners of his mouth. "No one is waiting for you specifically. I just wanted to see what happened to your body and whether you really reached the nascent level or not." "Han Zhong, come over here. I have a question for you." Han Feng threw a look at Han Zhong and left in the opposite direction to Shi Yin. Han Zhong hung his head with a worried look on his face and followed after his brother reluctantly. "Well, go. Don't keep your big grandpa waiting for too long." Yang Hai mumbled as he pulled Shi Yin's jacket and asked in a low voice, "What the hell happened to you?" "Big Grandpa will also ask about it later. So, I guess I will explain then." Shi Yin smiled, not showing much respect for his father. Yang Hai was a little surprised. He gazed at Shi Yin and asked in confusion, "Kid, you are different now. You never beat around the bush and always answered my questions straightforwardly. But now, you do not seem to be afraid of me. Kid, seems like you've grown up and don't take my concerns into account anymore. You are my father. Why would I be afraid of you?" Shi Yin was astounded as he asked, "What is there to be afraid of? This isn't like you. You never talk to me like this." Yang Hai frowned. After a careful examination, he shook his head and said to himself, "Little bastard, you became really audacious after becoming a warrior. I'm gonna go. I can't keep Big Grandpa waiting for too long." Shi Yin smiled. Those Shi family warriors who had crowded the gate all got confused and started another boisterous discussion. Was the family head waiting for young Master Yin? Is it true? I don't know. I'm confused too. The family head has never appeared with young Master Yin before, nor was he interested in his matters. What happened now? Who knows? Has young Master Yin created trouble again? Not likely, because Master Yang Hai was the one who always cleaned up his mess. Although young Master Yin makes trouble in the merchant union now and then, it was not to the extent that the family head had to solve it. Maybe young Master Yin got into huge trouble this time. Who knows? Stop your idle talk. You'd better be respectful to young Master Yin from now on. He is not the book nerd you knew anymore. Don't blame me once you offend him and kick up a breeze. Carl was making arrangements for the ground dragon and couldn't help but yell when he saw that people were still gossiping. "Carl, what's up?" "You came back with young Master Yin. Do you know the details?" asked a warrior who was familiar with Carl. "You will know it in no time." Carl smiled proudly. "Young Master Yin will definitely surprise you guys." "What is it? What on earth happened?" Their curiosity was even stronger as they circled Carl and couldn't stop asking. "Not now, but I guess that you will know soon enough." Without giving them an exact answer, Carl squeezed his way out of the crowd and left with the troop of warriors. In the backyard of Shi family. At the center of the huge training field, the diamond-shaped test jade was glinting in the sunshine as if it was a small sun. Shi Jian was standing beside the testing jade. As Shi Yin and Yang Hai came over, he patted the jade, and suddenly a ball of light flew into the jade from his hand. The dazzling testing jade dimmed at once and returned to its original color. "Inject your profound qi into the testing jade," Shi Jian announced with firm eyes. Shi Yin confidently walked up to the testing jade, stretched out his hand, and pressed on the jade. He operated his profound chi and injected it into the testing jade. Complex patterns showed up on the silver testing jade, and a vague orange light shone from it. Gradually, the light got brighter and the color deeper. Okay, now. Shi Jian's mouth trembled as he focused his eyes on Shi Yan. I heard that the martial spirit of Shi family also awakened in your body, did it? Yes. Show me. Okay. Shi Yan stretched out the other hand and rolled up his sleeve. As he operated the martial spirit according to his will, his arm gradually petrified and became dark brown. Dark brown. Shi Jian and Yang Hai cried out at the same time with great amazement on their faces, while gazing at Shi Yan's brown arm in astonishment. Is it because of the light? Yang Hai blinked his eyes and rubbed them, then looked directly into the sun and mumbled, "Am I dazzled?" Upon hearing that, Shi Jian also got confused. He grabbed Shi Yan's arm and demanded, "Come up here. Go into the shadow of that rock so the color can be seen clearly." Shi Yan didn't attempt to refuse and peacefully walked after him to the backside of the rock. "It is dark brown." Shi Jian shouted loudly, and his breathing got heavier. His bright eyes stared at Shi Yan as he asked in a dignified tone, "Little bastard, what the hell has happened to you? Why? Why is your martial spirit dark brown? Is it at the second stage of petrification?" "Absolutely. It is at the second stage. Though I'm a mere nascent level warrior, my martial spirit reached the second stage." "Give us a reasonable explanation." We Shi family, from the far ancestors to my generation, had never come across this situation. Our martial spirit never reaches the second stage before we reach human level. You are the first one. What happened? What on earth happened to you? Shi Jian was almost mad. "Well, the thing is," Shi Yan repeated what he had told Han Zhong for a second time. After he finished his story, Shi Jian kept his position and stared at him with a weird expression. "Big Grandpa, what do you mean by that look?" I explained it. "You mean 3 magical red fruits awoke your martial spirit and made your martial spirit so odd and gave you profound chi and helped to advance to the third sky of nascent level?" Shi Jian's face got more and more twisted as he yelled, "Just because of 3 fruits? Yes, that's it. Where is this fruit? I will send people to see if we can plant more of it." "Don't bother. There are only 3. I searched for a very long time, but never saw it again." "Little bastard, you are not fooling me, are you?" Shi Jian showed obvious suspicion. "Of course I'm fooling you," Shi Yan thought to himself, but looked serious as he reassured. "I really have no idea. Anyway, I ate the fruits, and that's it. Nothing else. Even I don't know the reason why my martial spirit is different from others." He insisted without any reluctance. Shi Jian kept asking a few more times and tried to test him, but the only response he got was, "I don't know either." Finally, Shi Jian gave up. After another thought, he said, "Since your martial spirit turned dark brown, well, has the feature of the martial spirit changed? I mean, did it merely change its color but still kept the intensity of the first stage? If my sense is accurate, it is the second stage. I will try." Shi Jian hurried to press his hand on Shi Yan's chest. "Kid, cover your body with petrification. Don't worry. I will increase my power little by little so it won't hurt you." Okay. Gradually, a ball of dark light appeared in Shi Jian's palm, and the energy in it grew stronger and stronger, striking on his chest. Suddenly, Shi Jian withdrew all the dark light like a sponge by the other hand. Shi Jian was so excited that he couldn't help but nod and say joyfully, "Amazing. It really is the second stage. Bastard, I don't know how you manage this, but from this day on, you can't be lazy, whether you like it or not. I will push you to be a warrior." Chapter 49, The Sky Gate and the God Area. Chapter 49, The Sky Gate and the God Area. In the gravity room. Beside a huge mace at the center of the room, Shi Yan was striking it heavily as his body operated petrification and sweated all over. That mace was 7 meters tall and 3 meters wide, which was deep-rooted at the center of the stone ground in the gravity room. The sharp tips on it were like short rods shining with a dark light. Shi Yan's body had already turned dark brown, and he was breathing heavily. Moving around the mace, he kept slamming into it with his shoulders, arms, waist, and thighs in turns. Endless blunt thunderous sounds came out from the gravity room. To trigger the potential of the petrification martial spirit of the Shur family, one must train themselves in a ruthless way. Only by slamming against hard objects could the power of petrification be used to the fullest. And only by ruthlessly tormenting one's body could his petrification martial spirit adapt to any kind of attacks from his opponents. There were 7 dark gravity pillars erected in the gravity room, which increased the gravity in the room to 7 times normal gravity. Bang, bang, bang. With his upper body naked, Shur Yin wore a serious face while he was training his body to the limit in order to activate the potential of his petrification martial spirit. Every time he slammed into the mace with his body, it would send out a thin layer of brown light. The light flashed for a short moment. It would explode the moment Shur Yan's body touched the mace and would disappear soon after the touch. After about 5,000 repetitions with different parts of his body, Shur Yin collapsed, unable to use his energy anymore. With his limbs spread out, he laid down in the center of the room, letting his sweat flow like a stream over his skin, which wet the green stone ground. It had been half a month. In the past half a month, Shur Yin ate and slept in the gravity room. He never left the room, even to go to the restroom. That was Shur Jian's plan. As soon as Shur Jian found out that Shur Yan's martial spirit had reached the second stage, he made sure Yin stop his other training and focus on refining his body. Shur Jian meant to trigger the entire potential of Shur Yan's second stage petrification martial spirit at the fastest speed and to strengthen his body structure to the extent that it could bear the attacks from a human-level warrior. During the past half-month, Shur Jian, Han Feng, Yang Hai, and other elders came to watch him now and then. Shur Jian, for example, would come to see him every 3 days. He would examine the changes on Shur Yan's body carefully and give him some advice on the training intensity for the next stage. Lying on the ground with fatigue, Shur Yan began to adjust his breathing slowly. After feeling more strength in his arms and legs, he managed to sit up and began to operate his profound qi. Though he was exhausted, his profound qi circulated even faster than before. During this process, Shur Yan closed his eyes and tried to calm his heart, clear his mind. Every time he went to this state, he found that his blood, flesh, cells, and bones were all nourishing his body in a way he couldn't understand. His broken body would soon recover from his extreme fatigue and gain strength. This was the self-recovery of the immortal martial spirit. Shur Yan knew it well. Not knowing how much time had passed, he woke up gradually with his eyes as bright as the stars. After meditating, the fatigue in his body disappeared, and his profound qi became active. There seemed to be a strong explosiveness in it, which was about to break out. At this moment, the stone door of the gravity room opened a little. Han Zhong walked in with a big smile and 7 bamboo baskets in his hands. He put down the bamboo baskets and took out the delicate dishes one by one. Today's dishes: bird's nest, sea cucumber, turtle, bear's palm, glossy Ganoderma. Brother Yin, you are too gluttonous. 1 meal for you is even more than 5 meals of what the other young masters of Shur family eat. If you were in a small family, everything would be eaten by you. Han Zhong laughed as he put down the plates and secretly took out a jar of wine. This jar of wine, called Flame, is part of my collection. Drink it up quickly, and I will dispose of it. Shur Yan didn't try to refuse as he walked over to Han Zhong quickly and began to swallow the food. After wolfing down the rich dishes which only wealthy families could afford, he took up the jar of Flame, raised his head, and drank. Wiping his mouth and putting the empty jar down, he chuckled. Old Han, you should bring me 2 jars of it next time. 1 jar is not enough. Brother Yin, the wine Flame is from the Spring Pavilion, costing 500 purple crystal coins. Han Zhong squeezed out a bitter smile. I saved this one last time I went there. I will bring you knife tomorrow, which only costs 100 blue crystal coins. I can even bring you 4 jars of it. They are only crystal coins. Shur Yan didn't care at all. Bring me Flame. I will give you the crystal coins next time. then it's okay with me. Han Zhong smirked. Brother Yin, the family head, kept it confidential about you being a warrior. Most warriors and escorts in the family don't know about it. Do you know why? Why? Shi Yin asked lazily. The martial competition that occurs every 5 years is going to happen in 3 months. You know, in the last competition, we were surpassed by the Mo and Ling families, so the family head roared for days after that. This time, he wanted me to attend the martial competition. Shi Yin responded in surprise before Han Zhong finished his speech. The martial competition was a big event co-held by the 5 biggest families in the Merchant Union, which every warrior could attend. The competitions happened according to 5 levels: elementary level, nascent level, human level, disaster level, and earth level. Warriors of every level could compete for the first 3 places of their respective levels. The 5 big families would offer a lot of training materials as rewards, such as medicine pills, treasures, martial skills, and so forth for the winners. The 5 big families co-held the martial competition for 2 reasons. On one hand, they needed to pick expert warriors to strengthen their power. On the other hand, the competition would be motivation for warriors in this country to train hard to enhance the power of the country. Those individual warriors who weren't attached to any big family long for the medicine pills, treasures, and martial skills. Some of them were also looking for an opportunity to attach themselves to a big family. Therefore, every martial competition would attract thousands of warriors and would be very energetic. Apart from those individual warriors, the 5 big families would send out their descendants to compete in the competition. That way, they were able to show their strength and attract outstanding warriors to choose them. Therefore, the martial competition was not only an opportunity for the big families to attract warriors, but also a stage for them to secretly fight. Thus, both the warriors and mercenaries in this country and the 5 big families attached great importance to the martial competition. Sometimes, the ownership of controversial properties among the 5 families will be decided through the competition. For example, in the last competition, the Shi family and the Mo family staked the ownership of 3 mines. Unfortunately, in the battles among the 3rd descendants, except Shi Tianyun, the other Shi family descendants, Shi Tianluo and Shi Tianke, were beaten by the Mo family descendants. So in the end, the Mo family won 2 mines, and the Shi family only won 1. You may not know, but we fought a lot with the Mo family over disputes on some properties recently. So the same thing may happen again in the martial competition this year. They may stake the ownership of some properties, which means I'm going to have a chance to perform. Sure, the family head must be hopeful that you will win for our family. That's why he is so strict with you and comes to watch you every 3 days. You don't know how busy he is recently, but he still makes time to check on you, which shows how much he cares about you. Okay, I got it. In the rock room, sitting upright on a huge rock, Shi Yan's bright eyes had a serious look in them, seeming to be in deep thought. On the auction in the Misty Pavilion, there was a fragment picture of the Sky Gate. Han Feng was reporting the latest news to Shi Jian, who was standing next to him. The Sky Gate was a magical portal leading to the God area, a mysterious space. The God area may exist in the Grace Mainland, or may not. It was an independent space. No one knew how the God area was formed, or its structure, or where would it appear. Only through the Sky Gate could one enter the God area. There were various versions of the legends about the God area. It was said that there were all sorts of mysterious things in different God areas. Martial skills of spirit level, and even God level, bizarre drugs, rare treasures. 4 months ago, the Medicine King Mu Sun's disciple Karu stole a fragment picture from his teacher. Maybe the 2 fragments come from the same picture. And are they 2 separate fragments, or just the same one? Maybe the one in the Misty Pavilion is the one Karu had stolen. Shi Jian had a quick thought when he recalled the news from 4 months ago. Han Feng shook his head. That Karu had disappeared a long time ago. But the fragment in the Misty Pavilion was provided by a woman. Seeing it is a serious matter, the Misty Pavilion didn't sell it directly, but kept it in the name of authenticating. That broken picture is still at the Misty Pavilion? Shi Jian asked firmly. Yep, Han Feng nodded. The Biming family, the Mo family, the Ling family, and the Zhua family had all contacted the Misty Pavilion to purchase that fragment after they got the news. But the Misty Pavilion won't put it up for auction before they authenticate it. So the four families merely showed their strong interest without taking any secret actions. It is only a mere fragment. If it was a complete picture, the Biming family would have stolen it. Shi Jian sneered. Do we need to take action? Keep an eye on it, but don't get involved for the time being. Remember to exchange information with the Zhua family. We can't act bluntly before the second fragment appears. Okay. Chapter 50, A Cut. Chapter 50, A Cut. In the gravity room, Shi Yin was leaning against a gravity pillar while feeling pain all over his body. His naked body was so strong that the lines of his muscles could be clearly seen. They looked like they were molded from metal and looked full of explosiveness. While being provided with abundant food, Shi Yin spent another month intensely training his body. During this time, he had not only gotten stronger, but he had also become taller. Abruptly, the door was pushed open. Shi Jian, Han Feng, and Yang Hai showed up at the door. Shi Jian's torch-like eyes glanced at Shi Yin from afar before nodding. It seems you haven't been idle. Of course. Shi Yin answered whilst exhausted, and didn't change his position. I guess I have refined my body enough. I need to choose a martial skill to train with. Well, you're not the one to decide that. Shi Jian swaggered up to him and said with a rigid face, Give me one of your hands. Shi Yin stretched out his left hand in response and focused. Immediately, his left arm petrified into a dark brown color. Under scrutiny, wisps of shining dark light could be seen on the surface of his arm, forming what looked like a thin, transparent layer covering his arms. Wow! Shi Jian exclaimed with excitement and observed happily. You really are something. There turns out to be dark light. You trained really hard. So great. Great. Yang Hai was delighted as he walked up as well. Stepfather, is this state equivalent to the human level? Years ago, when Qing reached the third sky of human level, her skin also sent out dark light after petrification. Is this the same thing? Yes. Shi Jian nodded calmly with a little muscular spasm in the corner of his mouth. The kid is really promising. He improved so much in a mere half a month. This is amazing. Although Shi Jian didn't want to make Shi Yin overly prideful, he couldn't help but praise him with a surprised face. Kid, how on earth did you manage that? I trained how you told me to. I kept at it. And this is the result. Shi Yin shrugged indifferently. How long do you train for each day? Even Han Feng, who was rarely talkative, couldn't help but ask. About 15 hours. 15 hours. Han Feng and Shi Jian cried out at the same time. They looked at each other and found astonishment in each other's eyes. It's impossible. You bastard. You must be fooling us. Shi Jian yelled and said firmly, Your body needs at least 18 hours to be fully recovered before the next intensive slam training. And you need time for meals. It's more than enough for you to train for 5 hours a day. Where did 15 hours come from? Han Feng was skeptical as well, as he shook his head softly. Little bastard, tell us the truth. Don't be naughty in front of your big grandpa. Yang Hai grunted and reproached. Who says I need 18 hours to recover? Shi Yin said light-heartedly. I just need 4 hours. That's impossible. Shi Jian and Han Feng yelled in surprise at the same time. Your body won't recover so soon after such intensive training. I have managed the Shi family for so many years and have never seen anyone who could recover in such short time. Shi Yang was the most talented kid I've seen, and even he needed about 15 hours to recover when he did slam training at the human level. Shi Jian shook his head and grunted. You mean to say that you recover 4 times faster than him? Do you even think that is possible? Nothing is impossible. Shi Yin smiled and stood up immediately. He walked to the corner of the room and took out a dagger from the bag on the ground. Big Grandpa, something has confused me for a long time. Now that my father is here, I want to ask for your permission to do a test. What test? Shi Jian frowned. Uncle Han, I want to cut your arm. Bastard, Shi Jian shouted. Kid, what are you talking about? Just a slight cut. Shi Yin kept calm. And for an accurate comparison, I will also cut my father's and my own arms as well. Family head. Maybe young Master Yin had some plan. Why not have a try? What the hell do you want to do? Shi Yin was confused. You will know. Shi Yin walked to Han Feng in an easy manner. Uncle Han, please don't operate your profound qi. Even if it bleeds, okay? Got it. So, I will do it now. Okay. Shi Yin walked up and made a cut on Han Feng's left arm. Crimson blood gushed out at once. Father, it's your turn. Shi Yin walked toward Yang Hai. Little bastard, what are you going to do? Your father is not a warrior. Be gentle. Okay, I know it. Shi Yin stepped up and made a cut as fast as lightning on Yang Hai's arm. Seeing his bleeding arm, Yin Hai screamed and yelled, Little bastard, you are so cruel. I wasn't ready. Under Han Feng and Shi Jin's gaze, Shi Yin then casually cut on his own arm and watched as it started to bleed. Bastard, what do you want to show us? What do you mean by this? I can't see anything. Yang Hai clamored. Wait for a moment. Shi Yin was quite serious now, and his expression became more rigid. Han Feng and Shi Jin were full of suspicion as they couldn't figure out what was going on and moved their eyes over to Shi Yin. Shi Yin smiled, but didn't give them an explanation. He covered his bleeding arm with his jacket, not letting them see it. 10 minutes later. What? Han Feng noticed something strange first as he gazed at Yang Hai's arm in astonishment. Family head look? Shi Jin was focusing on Shi Yin, and upon hearing Han Feng, turned to Yang Hai. He also noticed the strange thing. Hai, why did the blood on your arm freeze and turn into a blood cocoon? Yang Hai cried out as soon as he noticed the cocoon. I don't know, but my arm is still bleeding. Han Feng stretched out his arm and showed it to Yang Hai. What's up? Yang Hai asked in surprise. You trained with martial skills for so many years and your body quality is higher than mine. You should have stopped bleeding earlier than me. What happened? Look at my arm. Shi Yin smiled and unbuttoned his jacket to show them his arm and wiped the frozen blood away. The cut on his arm turned to be as thin as a needle, and the flesh on the both sides seemed to be moving toward each other and recovering quickly. Shi Jin and Han Feng were aghast and quivered. Bastard Hua, what on earth is going on? Shi Jin asked after a long astonishment. This is a type of martial spirit. My father possesses it as well, but he doesn't train in martial arts and hasn't been severely hurt before, so he never noticed it. Shi Yin spilled out this secret calmly. Shi Jin kept silent with his eyes shining brightly and hands clenching. After long, while he burst into wild laughter, ha, martial spirit, self-recovery martial spirit. I call it the immortal martial spirit, Shi Yin explained. I assumed that this martial spirit could recover lost limbs and heal internal organs at its highest stage, which means one would be immortal. Han Feng and Shi Jin were stunned, but after some careful thought, they both realized the power of this martial spirit. They couldn't suppress their excitement anymore as their breathing became faster. Bastard, so you possess twin martial spirits now? Yang Hai wasn't able to contain his joy either as he realized this and couldn't help but cry out. Of course it's twin martial spirits. Absolutely. Shi Jin laughed wildly. He patted Yang Hai's back so hard that the latter fell to the ground. Hi, I can't believe you possess a martial spirit as well. Ha, I've never thought of that. I should have cut your body when you were still a kid. Ha. Now do all of you believe I can recover in 4 hours? Shi Yin smiled. Definitely. Completely. Ha. Shi Jin couldn't be happier. Ignoring Yang Hai, who was still sitting on the ground, he declared, Kid, come with me. Let's go to the Martial Spirit Palace. All the secret martial skills are kept there. You can choose any you want. Great. Chapter 51, The Martial Spirit Palace. Chapter 51, The Martial Spirit Palace. There were 5 floors in the Martial Spirit Palace of the Shi family. Every floor was named after the cultivation levels, and each floor held the martial skill books corresponding to that cultivation level. On the first and the second floor were martial skills of the mortal level. Generally, elementary level warriors would choose from the martial skills on the first floor, while nascent level warriors would choose the books on the second floor. On the third and fourth floor were the martial skills of the profound level. Human level warriors would go to the third floor and disaster level warriors to the fourth floor. The fifth floor of the martial spirit palace held the soul spirit level martial skill of the Shi family. But this floor was exclusively for the family head, Shi Jian, who occasionally went up there. The spirit level martial skill was so special that even the ministers of the Shi family didn't have a chance to look at it. Only the Shi descendants who reached the earth level would have the chance to train with it. However, among the Shi descendants, Shi Yang had reached the highest level, but was only at the third sky of the disaster level. He was still one step away from the earth level. Shi Jian led Shi Yin directly to the martial spirit palace. In front of the martial spirit palace, an old woman with wrinkles all over her face bowed as she saw Shi Jian, family head. This old woman was named Yin Luo, an old minister of the Shi family. Like Han Feng, she was also a nirvana-level warrior of the first sky. It was said that she was even older than Shi Jian. She was already a minister when Shi Jian was a little boy. She had stayed in the Shi family for decades and was trusted by Shi Jian, so she was assigned to guard the martial spirit palace. I will help Shi Yin choose his martial skills. Shi Jian strode to the door, turned, and ordered Han Feng and Yang Hai. You two wait here for a moment. Han Feng and Yang Hai nodded together. Yin Luo stepped away for Shi Jian and Shi Yin to enter the palace. And as soon as they entered it, she stood at the door and nodded at Han Feng with a weird expression. During the past few days, Shi Yin was closely protected by Shi Jian and stayed in the gravity room day and night. Not to mention Yin Luo, even the relatives of Shi family didn't know much about Shi Yan's latest achievements. And now Shi Jian had taken him to the martial spirit palace to choose martial skills in person, which means Shi Yin was officially a warrior. Yin Luo knew about Shi Yin. She knew that this young master didn't possess a martial spirit and was not into martial arts as a kid. Now he was 17 and turned out to be a warrior. This was too abnormal. Thus, Yin Luo was confused. As she couldn't figure out, Yin Luo looked to Han Feng in suspicion, but Han Feng shook his head, implying that he couldn't explain. Yin Luo was even more confused, but didn't ask anymore. She stood at the door and began to think. If it was a normal day, she would have closed the iron door and followed the visitor into the martial spirit palace, in case they went into an unsuitable floor. But this time Shi Jian took Shi Yin there in person, so she didn't need to be too cautious. There are 18 mortal level martial skills on the first and the second floor, 8 profound level martial skills on the third floor, and 4 profound level martial skills on the fourth floor. Now that you are the third sky of nascent level, you can go up to the second floor directly. Shi Jian briefly explained to Shi Yin and took him directly to the second floor. On the walls of every floor of the martial spirit palace, there were several stone grooves. In each of these grooves, there was a book on martial skills. The grooves were covered with green crystals, at the center of which was a small keyhole. A piece of paper beside the keyhole briefly introduced the martial skill located in each groove. After walking around the second floor, Shi Yin found that at least 10 martial skills of the 18 martial skills were ordinary and were trained by many mercenaries and warriors, such as Kinmo's Star Fist. The other 8 martial skills were rarely seen outside, but their power and training process seemed quite simple to Shi Yin. Deep down, Shi Yin was someone who loved a challenge, who loved the process in solving a problem. Therefore, after walking around on the second floor, Shi Yin shook his head. Big Grandpa, the martial skills on this floor are too boring. Let's go upstairs. If it was 1 year ago, Shi Yin couldn't have talked to Shi Jian like this. But Shi Yin had demonstrated his immortal martial spirit, which gave him the right to do what he wanted. To him, only the mysterious martial spirit was important to him, so he wouldn't say a word about it to anyone. But the immortal martial spirit was far from a secret, and only by showing it to others could he gain more privileges in Shi family and receive more training from Shi Jian. As he possessed twin martial spirits, Shi Jian would tolerate anything. As expected, Shi Jian didn't show any disagreement. He was a little hesitant as he grunted, "You are a mere nascent level warrior. It's not a good thing to train in profound level martial skills. Am I an average person? You see, though I've just reached nascent level, my petrification has already reached the second stage. Besides, I possess the ability to quickly recover which others don't have. The average person may be not suitable to train in profound level martial skills as my level, but maybe I am." Hearing upon this, Shi Jian was surprised, and he nodded. "Well, you have a point. Let's go upstairs." One after another, mysterious martial skill were laid in the grooves. If Shi Jian showed any interest in a martial skill, Shi Jian would patiently explain its features and training process to him. "Great, the martial skills on the third floor are much more interesting." Shi Jian kept nodding his head, and he quickly noted all the profound level martial skills on the third floor in his heart. After a while, he said, "Let's go to the fourth floor now." "Okay, I will give you a detailed explanation of the 4 martial skills on the fourth floor. You are different from those common people, so I can explain them in advance." Shi Jian then took Shi Jian to the fourth floor. As they got to the fourth floor, Shi Jian walked to a groove directly. This is star net, which can turn one's profound qi into light and weave it into a star net. This star net can directly restrain the enemy's profound qi, so he can't use it at all. That's amazing. Well, it's currently beyond your ability. This martial skill requires very dense, profound qi and complete control of your profound qi. You are too far away from it. Shi Jian was very strict. He sneered and walked to another groove. This is Desert Prince, which can produce thousands of handprints from all directions and block the enemy's movement, pushing them to fight you directly. We of a Shi family have a special martial spirit, and used in conjunction with Desert Prince, we can release our ability to the fullest. This Desert Prince is the perfect match for our petrification martial spirit. This is great too. Well, it's also beyond your ability. You can't train with it before you reach disaster level, for the same reasons as before. How can you block people from all directions if you can't even release a handprint? What's the next one? It's Dark Moon Shadow. When trained to the highest state, your body would turn into an untouchable shadow. It's not easy either. It requires a high level and the help of the energy of disaster level. So just forget about it. This is the last groove. Shi Jian exclaimed as he seemed to find something. His eyes brightened, and then he paused. This martial skill trains one's fingers. Once you complete it, your fingers will be as sharp as knives and can pierce the enemy's body easily. It's very easy to defeat an enemy and completely shatter him after training in this martial skill. Combined with our petrification martial spirit, it has an extremely strong power. I'm intrigued about this one. Shi Jian was surprised. Any special requirements? There are, but it seems you are very suitable for it. Shi Jian said after hesitation. To train with the finger gun, one needs to reach the second stage of petrification and have the dark light first. Thus, he won't break his fingers while training. You can train with it. Then I choose this one, Shi Jian said decisively. Shi Jian gazed at Shi Jian with a weird look and sank in deep thought. What's wrong? Anything else? Shi Jian felt a little anxious. Kid, you really want to train with this finger gun? Shi Jian took a deep breath and looked abnormal. What's the problem? You can train with it at a very fast speed, and your immortal martial spirit would be used to its fullest. Shi Jian paused, then continued speaking. But it's a hideous process to train the finger gun. It's much harder than slamming your body into the mace. It's complete torture. You really want to try it? Not those elementary martial skills? Yes. Okay, then I will tell to the process to train the finger gun. Your fingers will become very sharp after you finish the training process. But it's torture to get there. A day later, in the gravity room. Out of 7 gravity pillars, 6 were covered by the skins of a 5th-level demon beast, the Silver Snake. The skin could negate the gravity, so the gravity was currently 2 times normal. Beside the only pillar not covered by the snake's skin, Yin was positioned upside down, supported by the index finger of his left hand. This thin index finger was supporting his whole body weight, which was twice as heavy due to the increased gravity. His index finger was trembling slightly and seemed about to break at any time. Yan's face was as red as a lobster. The muscles on his left arm were quivering, and the veins were shaking like small snakes which were trying to force their way out of his skin. Extreme pain came from his fingertip to his heart. It felt like numerous needles were stabbing into his finger. The pain stroked his nerves like waves, and he was about to break down. Endure it. Yin gritted his teeth, and blood was about to gush out of his face. As he was positioned upside down, his blood had flowed down into his head, which was intolerable. 5 minutes. Yin was about to break down after only 5 minutes. The pain from his finger almost made him give up. It would have broken if it wasn't petrified. Carry on. 6 minutes. 7 minutes. When it came to the 8th minute, Yin was at the edge of breaking down, and his consciousness began to dim. Just then, all sorts of negative emotions exploded in the meridians of his head all at once. All the negative emotions gushed into his mind crazily. Rampage had been triggered. Chapter 52, The Mysterious Area. Chapter 52, The Mysterious Area. Bang! Yin couldn't hold himself up anymore, and he fell to the ground while breathing heavily. Wisps of invisible but odd negative energy secretly poured out of his meridians and into his mind like silk. The negative energy intertwined in his mind and seemed to have combined with his nerves. A piercing pain suddenly invaded his mind. The pain was like an electric current which struck out from his mind and flew across his whole body, activating all of his meridians. It lasted for only 3 seconds. A dense negative energy dispersed from all of his meridians. The negative energy expelled from his meridians didn't stop, but kept moving through his veins, flesh, blood, bones, cells, and entrails. There seemed to be electric currents flowing through his body. While his head was still hurting severely, his limbs began to contract. Thin white smoke poured out from every single one of his pores. A layer of pale smoke rapidly wrapped around him. Combined with the smoke was a murderous, bloody smell which encouraged people to kill. As all the negative energy escaped from his meridians, his body contracted by 1/3. Standing there with his skinny body, Yin was surrounded with the desire for blood, which also filled his body. Suddenly, the pain in his mind disappeared all at once. Opening his eyes, Yin found his nerves had become more acute, and he could even think and calculate faster. His mind could maintain a very calm state. The wisps of negative energy in his head seemed to combine with his nerves and had made his body extremely sensitive. Standing there, he could even feel the changes the negative energy had made in his flesh and blood and how much power it had brought him. Now he had become an unfeeling machine without any human emotions. The only thing left in his mind were methods to kill. How to kill quickly and efficiently. He was a most hideous creature right now. All other thoughts other than murder were disposed of. The only thing he could think of was how to kill his enemies. No kindness, no concerns, nothing but killing. Yin was breathing heavily like a murderous monster in the bloody gravity room. There wasn't any mercy left in his eyes, and it seemed that he could kill at any time. Stop! A sound echoed in his mind. With the strength of will, Yin withdrew the white smoke into his meridians. Sitting down cross-legged, he closed his eyes and composed himself. He cleansed the thought of murder from his mind and let the odd negative energy slowly gush back into the meridians in his head. After a very long time, Yin began to breathe evenly, although he was still extremely fatigued. Then he slowly opened his eyes. The clarity in his eyes had returned, and there was no trace of any coldness or bloody desire. The first sky of Rampage. At that moment, Yin realized the real state of the first sky of Rampage. Apart from the change to his body, the change to his mind was more horrifying. He believed that in that mindset, he would be the coldest killing machine and would be able to trigger all of his potential. In that state, he had no emotions, only the need to kill. All he could think about was how to kill faster and more efficiently. Too cold-blooded. Horrifying. Shurian couldn't help but shout in his mind after he recovered and remembered that weird state. And at that moment, he realized that maybe the direction of his training was wrong. The training of Rampage should start from the head, and the whole process will be led by the head. Once Rampage started in his head, his whole body would change with it. But he had begun to train from his hands and feet, and then his whole body. When he finally trained with his head, his body would change, and then the recoil would strike the meridians in his head. Apparently, he was training in an incorrect way, thus he fainted during several trainings. Now the last step of Rampage was finally complete. Exhausted, Shurian didn't have any energy to train his finger gun. He had to sit where he was and drive out the side effects of Rampage using the immortal martial spirit. After a full circulation, his profound chi had his recovered by a lot, and so he tried to strike the blood ring. Recently, he was often trying to strike the blood ring and break another shield to see if there were other secrets. But every strike ended in failure. Although he was at the third sky of nascent level, he couldn't break another layer in the ring. His sharp profound chi was always blocked when touching that shield. The profound chi bounced back in waves. Shurian stood up and went to the corner of the gravity room and took out the spirit-level martial skill book Gravitational Field out of his bag. Sitting in the corner, Shurian was frowning as he was turning the pages one by one. He was very grateful to the previous master of his body now. He could read the ancient book all because of that boy's knowledge. And apart from that boy, no one else in the Shur family could read the ancient language. Luckily, that boy passed the ancient language to him, or he would have had to find a special person who could read the ancient language and translate it for him. This was a spirit-level martial skill. He didn't say a word about this book even to Shurjin or Yang Hai. It would be much too troublesome if his translator spread it. He slowly read out those ancient characters secretly in his mind. The book was not thick at all, as it only had 27 pages. He quickly finished reading all the content. Closing the book, Shurian looked weird as he mumbled, "This book on the spirit-level martial skill is too much fun. One needs to possess different types of power to train with it." Though this martial skill wasn't strict about one's cultivation level, it had strict requirements on one's power. Though it was a type of spirit-level martial skill, elementary level and nascent level warriors could also train with it. There was only one requirement for training it. One had to possess at least two types of power. Only when the two powers clashed against each other would a field be created. The space in the field would twist and thus create attraction. Once the field was created, it would drag everyone but its creator into it. Under its power, anyone who was dragged into the field would automatically spin, and their blood and flesh would be squeezed. Their profound chi would be suppressed, and they wouldn't be able to operate their martial skills. According to the author of the book Gravitational Field, the more types of power the trainer possessed, the more powerful the field would be. If the trainer had 3 or 4 types of power, the field he created could directly kill disaster-level warriors. Once there were 5 types of power in the field, even an Earth-level warrior would definitely die. Holding the book and thinking for a while, Shurian chuckled softly as his eyes turned bright. Common warriors had only one type of profound chi in their body. Only those who possess special martial spirits could have another type of power, such as Di Yalin's blue magic flame. Apparently, most warriors couldn't train with this magical spirit-level martial skill, because it was rare for people to possess 2 or 3 types of powers in their body. Luckily, Shurian was among the minority. The negative energy from his meridians was very different from profound chi. He could train with it directly. Chapter 53, Visitors from the Zhua Family. Chapter 53, Visitors from the Zhua Family. ED note. The notation from martial skills has been changed from single quotes to square brackets. The previous chapters will be updated to reflect this. In the gravity room, Shurian leaned against the gravity pillar, standing upside down while balanced on the middle finger of his left hand, all of his veins popping out. A quarter of an hour later, he switched to his ring finger. Every 15 minutes, he would shift to the next finger and repeat the process all over again. After one complete cycle, Shurian sat on the greenstone ground covered in sweat. He stretched out his left hand and released some of the negative energy from the meridians in his arm. Wisps of white smoke sprawled over his arm and stealthily flew in front of him according to his will. Profound chi was being operated in his fingers. Then it quivered and was injected into the white smoke which was floating in front of Shurian. The profound chi then wriggled like a snake in the white smoke. The white smoke and the profound chi slowly combined, forming into one after some small swirls, in which a magical attraction suddenly erupted. As the attraction occurred, that space seemed to collapse and contract at once. The nearby air was sucked in, and the surrounding space seemed to decrease sharply, feeling rather heavy. His eyes shining brightly, Shurian focused on the small field and tried to feel the magical power, injecting more profound chi into it. Strangely, the field didn't get any stronger. On the contrary, the magical power in it became weaker. Shurian was stunned and confused. After pondering for a long time, he seemed to figure out the trick. He stopped injecting profound chi and pushed the negative white smoke surrounding his arm into the field. The field, which was previously getting weaker, suddenly began to strengthen as soon as the white smoke was added. Gazing at the field for 10 seconds, Shurian was thinking on the details. Eventually, he withdrew the two types of power out of the field. The field disappeared at once. Through this training, he drew the conclusion that in order to strengthen the field, the two types of power should be balanced. Only by doing this could the field remain powerful. If one of the powers surpassed the other one, it wouldn't strengthen the field, but break the balance and decrease its power. There needed to be an accurate balance between the two powers, or the power of the field could not be released to the fullest extent. During these days, Shurian devoted himself to his two martial skills. And apart from having 3 meals a day, he spent almost all of his time on his training. After a month's torment, Shurian had made significant progress now he could stand on each of his fingers for 15 minutes. His 10 fingers became harder and harder and would even make the sound of metal when struck after petrification. Every time he finished training, he would delve into the spirit-level martial skill book. He didn't exhaust his negative energy in his meridians every time he trained. Instead, he just released a little part of it from his arms and combined it with his profound chi to explore the effects of. Though the field he formed was small, it had the same mechanism as the big ones. After endless repeated use, he gained a deeper understanding about and knew more about it after a period of time. The deeper he probed the skill, the more profound he found this spirit-level martial skill to be. There were many more truths hidden in it. While training in this spirit-level martial skill, Shurian was also in the process of trying to understand the truth of this universe. Sitting there upright, covered in perspiration, Shurian sank deep into thought. Creak! The door of the gravity room opened. As Hanzhong walked in and yelled, "Brother Yin, the family head has asked for you to come to the living room." Living room? Shurian glanced at him and frowned. Didn't he forbid me from leaving the gravity room? Are there important visitors? Zhusu came with that little girl, Zhusu. Hanzhong explained while standing at the door. Zhusu just brought Zhusu back from her teacher, Qi Xiao, in the Cloud Mountain. So they came to visit us on the way and discuss the martial competition with the family head. The Zhou family was one of the 5 big families in the Merchant Union and was quite close to the Shi family. The Zhou family possessed the shadow martial spirit. During fights, there would be clones beside them. Many skilled Zhou family warriors could even create 7 or 8 clones during a fight. These clones could move and make different actions in order to confuse the enemy. As the Zhou family members possessed the shadow martial spirit, They would be in a beneficial position from the very beginning. The opponents would mistakenly attack the clones, so the Zwo warriors could kill them easily. The shadow martial spirit was not only beneficial for fights, but also made a big difference when one needed to escape. Once the Zwo warriors were threatened, they would create several clones of themselves and run in different directions. If they had only one enemy, that person could only choose one direction to chase them in. After he caught up, he would find out that it was just a clone and their real body had already ran off somewhere else. If the real body was chased, they could create more clones and make the enemy guess again. One would break down if he came across a Zwo family warrior and had to find the real body to chase. Okay, got it. Shurian nodded and casually picked up a green warrior uniform from the ground and put it on. He strode out of the gravity room. Let's go. Brother Yin, aren't you going to take a shower first? Han Zhong covered his nose with one hand and waved with the other. You stink like sweat. Nope. I will be back soon anyway. You don't want to leave a good impression on Zwo. Han Zhong looked weird. Zwo is well known for her talent in the Merchant Union. Tian Xiao, Tian Luo, and some other young masters are all around her these days. Aren't you going to try and impress her? Zwo. Yin was stunned when a bright flash crossed his mind. Unexpectedly, he felt a slight sorrow in his heart, and he shook his head. Well, there is something between this girl and me. Exactly. Han Zhong smirked. You were born on the same day? What a coincidence. So your grandpa, Zwo, nearly got you two engaged. But on the third day after her birth, she turned out to possess the shadow martial spirit, while you didn't. Then no one brought your engagement up when the two sides both chose to be silent about it. Han Zhong paused and sighed. It's natural. Zwo inherited a martial spirit, but you didn't show yours at the beginning, which to the Shi family and the Zwo family meant that you wouldn't be successful. The Zwo family wouldn't marry a real warrior like Zwo to some commoner, and the Shi family can't take advantage of it. So that is it. Memories hidden deep within Shi Yan's mind were awoken by Han Zhong's speech. Standing there stunned, Shi Yan slowly sorted out these memory fragments and mumbled after a long time. That guy was really sentimental. Zwo is incredibly talented and intelligent, but it is also said that she is rather lazy and not into martial arts. Her accomplishment was the result of her family pushing her. Even so, she trains much faster than average warriors. 17 in the second sky of the human level. Another miracle in the Merchant Union. Han Zhong shook his head and sighed. That bastard Biming Su has also reached the second sky of human level at 17, but he kept training so hard, while Zwo kept sleeping and fooling around. I guess Zwo is more talented than Biming Su. Shurian didn't reply, but frowned. He could feel that slight sorrow in his heart, which was triggered by Zwo. As he focused on the memory, Shurian realized that the previous master of his body was deeply in love with Zwo, while she never felt anything for him. Zwo was very lazy. She didn't like hard training, but was into art, nature, tea ceremony, astrology, and so on. Her hobbies varied. Though she didn't train hard, she could easily break the levels and managed to reach the second sky of human level with the help of her incredible talent. Apart from her incredible talent, she also had an extraordinarily delicate face. The previous master of this body fell for Zwo at the first sight, but he wasn't good with words and knew he was at a disadvantage, so he never expressed his admiration for her. Typical unrequited love. Well, after his mind wandered for a while, Shi Yan smiled. So, that girl is a genius. Absolutely. Han Zhong nodded and affirmed. Otherwise, Qi Xiao and the Cloud Mountain wouldn't have insisted on teaching Zwo and taken her to the Cloud Mountain after seeing her for the first time 3 years ago. Qi Xiao is an expert of the sky level, which is very rare in the Merchant Union, Fire Empire, and the God-Blessed Empire. It is said that even Biming Shang has been beaten by him. Okay, sure, Yin looked indifferent. Shall we go now? You're not moved by what I said? You're not going to clean yourself and suit up? Han Zhong smiled bitterly. Now that this girl is so popular and she is protected by Qi Xiao and Zwo, I don't think I will have a chance with her. So why waste my time? Chapter 54, Zwasher. Chapter 54, Zwasher. In front of the living room, there was a mid-sized garden which contained all sorts of rare plants. There were flowers that bloomed during every season, sending out intoxicating fragrances. Shurian walked to the front of the garden and saw Zwasher at once, who was crowded by several boys. Among the fresh flowers, Zwasher was standing in a beautiful position. Her long, straight legs looked sexy in the sunlight. Her porcelain-like skin was shining elegantly. On her small, delicate face, her two big eyes were as clear as crystals. Although Yin knew Zwasher was pretty, he was still amazed after seeing her in person. Zwasher was as beautiful as Muyu Dai, and she was even taller, with longer and more delicious legs. These youths crowded around Zwasher like stars that circled the moon. Zwasher was holding a watering can and was leisurely watering the flowers, though there was a sign some helplessness in her eyes. It seemed that she didn't like to be treated like she was special. Shurian took a glance at her from afar and turned away. He entered the garden and directly headed towards the living room behind the garden. Shurian! A young man's loud shout came, and many youths around Zwasher turned their eyes to Shurian. Yes, brother. Shurian paused, turned and asked, Where have you been these days? I heard you came back months ago, but why didn't I see you? Tianxiao yelled and waved to Shurian. Come, Shurian, little Shur has a piece of turtle shell with her, and there are some odd characters on it. Aren't you an expert on these things? Come and help us check. Zwasher, who was among these youths, was interested after hearing that. Her lake-like eyes crossed over the 10 meters and settled upon Shurian. I'm busy now. Big Grandpa is asking for me. Talk to you later. Shurian looked indifferent and refused at once, then walked towards the living room without any hesitation. Tianxiao felt weird and was stunned. He smiled and explained embarrassingly, Yin is bad-tempered, wordless, and not into martial arts at all. All these years, he has been running around all over the place. Even I don't know what he was doing. Don't worry, I will get him to read it for you. There was suspicion in Zwasher's eyes. She gazed at Yan's disappearing back and asked, He is not interested in martial arts? Then why is his cultivation level even higher than yours? Why what? Tianxiao was shocked as he hurried to ask, Little Shur, are you serious? I have never seen him train martial arts for 1 second in the last 17 years. Cultivation? Zwasher's pretty face showed some surprise too. She asked earnestly after some thought, He has reached the 3rd sky of a nascent level. How couldn't he have trained in martial arts? That old man taught me his, through which I can tell anyone's cultivation. His cultivation is not higher than mine, so my estimation must be correct. The 3rd sky of nascent level. Tianluo, who was standing beside them, shook his head and shouted, No way. It's impossible. For the past 17 years, Yin literally hasn't trained martial arts for even 1 second. How could he reach the 3rd sky of the nascent level in 1 night? Don't be ridiculous. Seeing them unconvinced, Zwasher shook her head slightly without further explanation and went to the other side with the watering can. Big Grandpa, what can I do for you? Yin walked into the living room, bowed to Jian, Han Feng, and Zwisu one by one, and asked Jian. Jian nodded, stepped up, grabbed Yan's arm, and dragged him to the front of Zwisu. Brother Zwa, look at him carefully and check how on earth he has his martial spirit. Your Zwa family has collected so many classic books on martial spirits. You must know more about it than me. I can't figure it out. I believe you can. Zwisu was around 60 years old with white hair along the 2 sides of his forehead. He didn't look arrogant or proud at all, but was extremely learned and refined. He didn't look like a family head from a big family, but rather a teacher at the school. Jian and Zwisu had been close friends for many years, and the Shur family and the Zwa family were solid allies. Therefore, Yan's latest news might be still a secret to most Shur family members, but it wouldn't be a secret to Zwisu. Zwisu frowned slightly as he stretched out one of his skinny, dry hands and put it on Yan's wrist. Petrify your body first. Yan did, as Zwisu asked. Suddenly, thousands of wisps of energy seemed to come out from his wrist like silk. The wisps felt alive as it nimbly floated to every corner of Yan's body, but didn't cause him any pain, despite some itchiness. The wisps passed through his veins, probed his bones, entered his entrails, and moved over every corner of his body, and finally it went back and disappeared at his wrist. Zhuasu released his hand and frowned deeply. After a long silence, he said, "Nothing strange." Jian was so joyful that he said in haste, "You mean this boy has a normal martial spirit, and it will also improve in the future?" "Should be." Zhuasu was in deep thought while his face showed a weird expression. "Brother, is there another martial spirit in his body?" "How do you know?" Jian was too happy to contain himself, and he couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Zhua, you are really something." "Yes, there's another martial spirit in his body which can provide self-recovery." "Huh, I intended to tell you later, but you detected it so soon." A light flashed Zhuasu's eyes as his mouth trembled. After a long while, he nodded heavily and greeted happily. "Congratulations, brother." "Haha, you too, you too." Jian was delighted as he laughed. "Your little girl is so talented that she has already reached the second sky of the human level. Even that old Qi Xiao insisted on teaching her. I bet her accomplishments will be much greater than that boy in the Biming family." Zhuasu shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed with fondness. "That girl is really talented, but she is too lazy. She won't train until I force her to. Her cultivation would be much higher if she was as diligent as Biming Su." Zhuasu looked a little proud as he mentioned Zhuashi's talent. "Your girl advances really fast." But sure, Yin advanced to the third sky of the nascent level in a very short time, too. He never trained in the past 17 years. To mention this speed, I have never seen anyone who advances faster than him. Jian replied with a smile, raising his head. Another light crossed Zhuasu's eyes. He looked at Jian and nodded with a smile. "Twin martial spirits are really amazing. The Shi family will definitely win the martial competition this time." "Sure." Jian wasn't modest at all. As he said loudly, "I kept this guy in the gravity room for so long so that he could teach a lesson to the Mo family. Brother, since Yin possesses twin martial spirits, it's understandable that his petrification could directly advance to the second stage." Zhuasu thought for a while and said, "As far as I know, there is a small possibility that the two martial spirits in one body could change after coming into contact with each other. And that variation is harmful in most cases. The two martial spirits may influence each other in a negative way and decrease their power. But there is a small chance that some twin martial spirits could nourish each other. Yin is lucky. Apparently his twin martial spirits are compatible. Therefore his petrification could directly advance to the second stage when he is still at the nascent level. Yeah, this guy is really blessed. Or he wouldn't have given me such a surprise at the age of 17. Jian nodded with a broad smile. Then the two old men started to talk about other trivial things, seeming to forget that Yin was still beside them. May I go back to the gravity room if there is nothing else I can do?" Being ignored, Yin suggested helplessly. "Well, go. Hurry up. Don't be lazy." Jian urged seriously. "Oh, by the way, you are an expert on ancient characters, right?" Shui remembered something and added, "Little Shur got a piece of turtle shell which has some ancient characters on it. She wants to know what it says. Please help her read it when you pass by her." "Okay." Chapter 55, The Weirdo. Chapter 55, The Weirdo. In the garden in front of the living room. Some Shur family boys were fawning over Shur passionately with modest smiles. Every time Shur asked about something, they would answer quickly in order to create a good impression of themselves. Some of them were from the branches of the Shur family, and some, such as Shur Tianxiao and Shur Tianluo, were from the direct line. Walking slowly among the fresh flowers, Zhuashir looked a little absent-minded, though her steps didn't falter. She shook the watering can in her hand, bored and detached, like a spirit among the flowers. Yin walked out of the living room, thought for a while, and directly went into the flower garden towards Washur. He then stretched out his hand and said, "Please show me the turtle shell." "You stupid guy. Now you come to make up to little Shur. Where have you been just now?" Shur Tian Shao grunted in discontent. "Big Grandpa wanted to have a word with me." Shur Yin explained casually. "I promised Grandpa what helps Washur read the shell. We have different intentions." "Intentions? What's the difference?" Shur Tian Shao was a little embarrassed. Suddenly, he covered his nose with his hand and cried, "Shur Yin, what is that smell coming from you?" A sour smell was wafting out from him. The crowd didn't notice it in the beginning as they were busy fawning over Washur. As they heard Shur Tianxiao's cry, they finally noticed and quickly covered their noses, complaining that Shur Yin was too shameful. Unexpectedly, the only girl there didn't even take a step back, but stood there carrying the watering can, seemingly not caring about the smell at all. Washur stared at Shur Yin in surprise, while confusion overtook her mind. Every man, including Shur Tian Shao and Shur Tian Luo, would suit up and put some perfume on before they saw Washur, using flower essence to ensure they didn't leave a bad impression on her. But this boy was too different. His warrior gown was wrinkled and dusty. Apparently, he had been wearing it for a very long time. There was the strong smell coming from him indicating that he had just finished training his martial arts. This guy obviously doesn't take me seriously. Washur was stunned and soon drew this conclusion, which triggered her interest in Shur Yin. Seeing the crowd turned off, but Washur still standing there, Shur Yin was a little happy as he asked softly, "Where's the turtle shell?" "It's at the living room. I will get it right away." Washur replied in a very melodious voice. She then moved her beautiful legs and thin body and disappeared in an instant. The girl moved as fast as lightning. Even Shur Yin could only see her shadow pass by, unable to follow her movement. The crowd, including Shur Tian Shao, were astounded. They realized that not only was Washur pretty, but also a warrior one realm higher than them. By the time Washur had returned, the crowd were still drowning in amazement as only 6 seconds had passed. Washur appeared in front of Shur Yin with a basin-sized turtle shell in her hand and handed it to him. "Here you are." Shur Yin nodded and took the shell, only to find his body dragged down by a massive weight, and he almost fell to the ground by the heavy turtle shell. He operated his profound qi and was barely able to stabilize his body. He exclaimed, "So heavy." He looked at Washur in discontent and assumed she was deliberately trying to make a fool out of him. However, he found that Washur's eyes were crystal clear and devoid of any malicious intentions. "Yes, I don't know what this shell is made out of. It's about 400 kilograms. Washur didn't notice that Shur Yin had secretly cursed her. Instead, she fingered the short hair beside her ears and added, "I was surprised when I first got it. 400 kilograms. Shur Tian Shao rubbed his temples and felt his head go numb. Washur held the turtle shell with one hand and could still move that fast. This made him realize the distance between him and Washur, and he was a little disappointed. Shur Yin was holding the turtle shell firmly after he recovered, which also improved his understanding of Shur Yin, and he now believed what Washur had previously said. "Shur Yin, you bastard." Though Shur Tian Shao was not a gifted boy, he was clever enough. He realized that Shur Jian had kept this a secret, so he stopped himself before he announced Shur Yan's latest shocking news. Shur Yin remained indifferent. Without replying to Shur Tian Shao, he examined the turtle shell carefully and nodded to Washur. "This is one of the oldest languages, so I need to read it with the help of some books. Follow me to my room." At once, Shur Yin headed to his own house with the turtle shell in his hand. "Okay." Washur nodded and stepped up leisurely. "Big brother, are we following them?" Shur Tian Luo showed a strange face and asked quietly after the two had moved far away. Good idea." Shur Tian Shao couldn't suppress his curiosity. Seeing no one was walking out of the living room, he also followed to Shur Yan's house. Shur Yan lived in a 3-story stone house. The first floor held various trivial stuff. The second floor was for resting, and the third floor was filled with huge bookshelves where Shi Yin kept all sorts of ancient books. After leading Zhuo to the house, Shi Yin saw that the crowd had also followed them. He shouted at them from the door, "I need quiet. Don't come into my house." Then he closed the door and said to Zhuo, "Let's go upstairs." Zhuo nodded obediently and followed him to the second floor. "Well, you go up and rest on the third floor for a while. I need to take a shower and change my clothes. I will catch up with you shortly." He handed the turtle shell back to Zhuo and pointed at the stairs leading to the third floor. "This way." "Why shower now?" Zhuo rolled her eyes at him and grunted with her delicate nose. "I want to feel comfortable. It's not out of consideration for you. Don't think too much of yourself, little girl." "You think too much. Don't waste my time. Go to the third floor. I'm taking off my clothes." Not bothering to care, Shi Yin took off his warrior's gown and threw it onto the hanger. He was only in his underwear and almost naked. He glanced at Zhuo indifferently. "Why are you still here?" After a long period of intense training, Shi Yin had become much stronger. Every muscle looked shiny and hard, as if molded by iron, emitting a strong sense of masculinity. As Zhuo saw him take off his clothes without any shame, she panicked. She cursed, "Bastard," and quickly took the turtle shell up to the third floor with her face blushing. This guy had some figure, Zhuo thought to herself as she was walking upstairs. The third floor covered 200 square meters. Apart from bookshelves, there were many bizarre jars, bottles, pots, and wine glasses on the expanded third floor. Zhuo took out an ancient book randomly, flipped it open, and realized she couldn't read it. Zhuo shook her head and thought to herself, "What a weirdo." Zhuo had various hobbies as well. She studied plants, tea ceremony, astrology, medicine, and weapons, each for a short time. But she was too lazy, so she couldn't focus on one thing for too long. She would switch to a new thing shortly after. These ancient books on the third floor were mostly about ancient history and ancient. Zhuo was not interested in them at all, so she found them all boring and difficult to understand. Now she was sure Shi Yin was officially a weirdo. "Why are you interested in ancient life? What does it have to do with you? What do you do with it?" Zhuo curled her lips and thought that Shi Yin was more ignorant and incompetent than her. Chapter 56, Basalt Scriptures and the Dragon Turtle Armor. Chapter 56, Basalt Scriptures and the Dragon Turtle Armor. Zhuo strolled around on the third floor, feeling very bored, so she went and stood next to the turtle shell on the ground, waiting for Shi Yin to get back. After half an hour, Shi Yin slowly walked up the stairs. Wearing a light green long garment, he looked fairly handsome. But Zhuo only glanced over him once, then retracted her gaze, and continued staring at the turtle shell. She spoke, "If you're done, then let us take a look at it quickly. I've been waiting for so long." Zhuo had seen too many attractive men, and the men of the Zhuo family were all good-looking. So Zhuo was nearly immune to all the different types of handsome men. "Girl, you're used to making people wait for you, aren't you? If you don't try waiting for someone else, how would you know how hard it is?" Shi Yin sneered. He didn't rush to approach her, but first he went around the bookshelves and, using the memories deeply rooted in his head, took out a heavy ancient book that was covered with dust, then moved to Zhuo's side. Zhuo stared in a daze, as she had unexpectedly blanked out due to Shi Yin's words. She nodded lightly and spoke in agreement. "You're right. It has always been others waiting for me. I've never waited for anyone. So this is how it feels to wait for someone. Why is it that those people waited so long for me, yet they never made a fuss and still talked to me with a face full of smiles?" "That's because they're low," Shi Yin commented bluntly. Zhuo chuckled, her bright eyes scanning Shi Yin, and she spoke while smiling. "You're so wicked. So how are they low?" "I think you shouldn't be named Zhuo. You should instead be called Zhuo Xian. What? From where I come from, they name children based on what they lack. Like how the name Zhao Xian means lacking wealth and Wang Miao means lacking water. So you should be called Zhuo Xian. You lack wits. Asshole. So you're not stupid?" Shi Yin said indifferently. "If you weren't so slow-witted, how could you not know what they were thinking?" They wanted to flatter you, so of course they wouldn't show any discontent. All men, before they obtain a wonderful thing, act incredibly low. After they obtain it, they become even lower. Are you talking about yourself? Schur's eyes brightened, and she smilingly as she looked at him. Cough, cough. I said normal men are like that, but I'm an exception. Sure, Yin shamelessly stated, then crouched down, moving closer to the piece of turtle shell on the ground. With one hand, he quickly flipped through the pages of the thick, ancient book. Whenever he flipped to a certain page, he would pause, his finger pointing to a specific ancient character. On the back of the basin-sized turtle shell, aside from the complex old moire pattern, was actually 8 lip-sized ancient characters. Those 8 ancient characters didn't seem to look like they were forcefully carved on. Instead, they looked like they were naturally formed by the moire patterns on the turtle shell. It was extraordinarily magical. The 8 ancient characters were arranged in 2 lines, and each character was about the same size, and gave off a cold feeling when touched. Shi Yin felt the surface of each character with his left hand, his right hand constantly flipping through the ancient book in his hand. Sometimes he wrinkled his eyebrows in thought. Other times his eyes would brighten and a smile would appear at the corner of his lips, as if he came to an understanding. He engrossed himself in deciphering the ancient characters on the turtle shell. As focused as he was, it seemed as if he didn't notice there was a beautiful young girl nearby. Schur's dainty figure knelt down, her delicate face pointed towards him, constantly paying attention to the changes in expression on Shi Yan's face. It was to say, when Shi Yan was deeply concentrating on something, he displayed the unique charms of a man. Shi somewhat admired this kind of concentrated dedication, and she nodded silently in her mind, thinking, although he has a big attitude and rants a lot, when working on things, he's pretty serious about it. Rustle, rustle. In the silent room, there was only the sound of Shi Yan rapidly flipping through his book. Shi had quietly kneeled down next to him, not interrupting. After a long while, Shi Yan suddenly shut the book in his hand, and with a serious face he said, "Done. What do these 8 characters mean?" Shi's eyes brightened, and she asked delightedly, "Dragon turtle armor, basalt scriptures." Shi Yan shouted with a deep voice. "Hey," Shi whispered, pointing at the turtle shell, and spoke in surprise. "The turtle shell is glowing because of your voice." Shi Yan was surprised and hurriedly looked down. The meticulous moire pattern on the turtle shell was indeed releasing a faint green glow. It was as if the 8 ancient characters were brought to life, slowly shifting on the turtle shell, reforming altogether. Staring, both Shi and Shi Yan were stunned. The 8 ancient characters, after shifting for a while, formed a hand-shaped indent. On the turtle shell, there was a light green glow that was swirling, and strange continuous pulses escaped from the turtle shell. The air in the room seemed to be attracted to the turtle shell as it quickly flowed into the shell, making it hard for Shi Yan and Shi to breathe. "Shi, I'll stay right here. You go into the living room right now and call both of our grandpas over. Now." Shi Yan was dazed for a moment, then shouted, "Okay." Shi was also stunned by the change to the turtle shell, so she didn't dare to hesitate. Her tall figure shook for a second, and she disappeared from Shi Yan's view. Shi Yan's expression was serious, his eyes steadily fixed upon the turtle shell. After staring at the turtle shell for a while, Shi Yan's heart skipped a beat, suddenly realizing the strange conditions of the turtle shell was as if it wanted someone to put their hand in. As soon as the thought surfaced in his mind, Shi Yan could not resist, and wanted to place his hand onto the turtle shell. Yet, right after his hand reached out, he realized what he was doing. "No, this turtle shell belongs to Shi. I shouldn't be the one to do it." Thinking this, Shi Yan stopped, took a deep breath, and he made himself take a few steps away from the turtle shell, waiting patiently. After a short moment, Shi, Zhusu, and Shi Jian rushed to the room, and the 3 surrounded the turtle shell, watching the continuously shifting turtle shell. "So this is what happened." Shi Yan explained the situation briefly, and then said, "The handprint that's shown on the turtle shell should be the key to opening it. Just place your hand onto it, and you should be able to find out the secret of the turtle shell. Since it was little sure who brought it, I'm not going to mess with it. Could it be dangerous?" Zwisuz wondered aloud. At this moment, he was a little unsure of what to do. "I don't know." Sure, Yin shook his head, and he hesitated for a second, then stated his thoughts. "The reason why I called you guys over was because I don't know whether it's dangerous or not. Since you're all here, even if the turtle shell turns out to be dangerous, you'll be able to stop it. But you're saying that we can give it a try?" Zwisuz's eyes brightened. Dragon turtle armor and basalt scriptures were obviously connected to secret treasures and martial skills, so no wonder they grabbed Zwisuz's interest. "Of course we can give it a try." Shi Yin smirked and said lightly, "Grandpa's, if you're worried about Xiao Shi, I can do it for her, how's that?" "I'll do it." So Shi heard what Shi Yin said, and without asking for Zwisuz's opinion, held out her glistening hand and pressed it into the deep indent on the turtle shell. Boom! A low, exploding sound came from the inside of the turtle shell. 5 thin needles shot out and embedded themselves into Zwisuz's 5 fingers that were placed into the indent. Bright red blood immediately dripped out of Zwisuz's fingers. Like rubies, the blood rolled around the indent as if it was solid and was finally absorbed by the turtle shell. Bright green light suddenly burst out from the turtle shell, and the blazing green light was blinding to everyone's eyes. Strange, ancient symbols formed by the green light suddenly flew out, went along Zwisuz's arm, and it flew straight into her head.